Imagine a savior summoned to rescue the world, but instead of fighting, he chooses the quiet life of a humble farmer. While he tends to his crops, the voluptuous demon queen conquers the entire globe, crushing all resistance and uniting every race under her iron rule. Humanity falls into servitude, and public opinion shifts, turning against the very hero meant to save them. While the legendary warrior enjoys his tranquility, a problem brews. The queen is desperate to crush him. She needs to prove to the cosmos that she stands alone at the absolute pinnacle of existence. She scours the earth to hunt him down, but what she discovers is far more complicated than she ever anticipated. But let's rewind. This story begins in a realm teeming with every species imaginable, from ordinary humans to mythic dragons and every beast in between. Every race united in war against the demon queen. Yet, even with their combined might, it wasn't enough. The queen's forces annihilated everything in their path, delivering a beating so severe that humanity had no choice but to surrender. Amidst the chaos of crushed rebellions and war, Elizabeth rises. The strongest demon queen in history claims her throne as the supreme ruler of the world and all its peoples. As she sits upon her throne, a defiant priest speaks up. Elizabeth, do not mistake this for victory. Our hero is coming, and he will destroy you. Suddenly, a minion kicks the priest in the head, demanding respect for the queen. Shockingly, this loyal servant is a human once trained to be the very savior of prophecy. But he betrayed his own kind. Now, adopting a demonic form, he lunges to execute the priest. Halt, the queen commands. She turns her gaze to the captive. What is this nonsense about a hero? A prophecy where I lose? Explain yourself, human, or I will show you over 1,000 ways to suffer worse than death. Trembling, the priest explains. The ancient scrolls foretell the arrival of a chosen warrior. When he pulls the sacred sword from the earth, humanity will rise and obliterate the demon race. We will reclaim the earth. He points to the central hall. The sword is waiting right there. She approaches the blade, staring it down. So, when a warrior pulls this out, I die interesting. Let's see him try. She mobilizes her entire army, ready to crush this so-called savior. 1 year passes, then 2, 3 years turn into 4. By the time 15 years roll by, the guards have given up. Where the hell is this hero? Life has stabilized. Trolls, lizards, humans, and elves now live side by side in harmony. Peace reigns supreme. Paradoxically, the people now dread the hero's return. They know his arrival means war, death, and the destruction of the empire they have built. An anti-hero arrival faction even emerges. Nobody wants to be saved anymore. In the Great Hall, the queen fumes. Does anyone have news of this bastard? Why hasn't he come to kill me yet? The elf speaks up. I have communed with every tree, plant, and insect on the planet. No one has seen him. The dwarf admits his intelligence network is limited, but confirms every weapon shop and blacksmith is silent. Not a soul has heard of him. Then, the traitor representing humanity steps forward. It is not worth the worry, he scoffs. He likely knows he stands no chance against you. But the bull demon nudges him, whispering a warning. Watch your tongue. The queen isn't afraid of the prophecy. She craves it. She wants him to come here and fight. Don't dismiss her desire for battle. She has been stewing in irritation for 15 years. Then, someone dares to suggest, perhaps the prophecy is a farce. Maybe he doesn't even exist. Suddenly, the very man who first warned the queen enters the room. It is the priest now holding a picket sign for the Anti-Hero Arrival Association. He has changed completely. Enraged, the queen seizes him with a claw of pure darkness. You swore a hero would pull this damn sword and challenge me. Where is he? The priest, now her #1 fan, stammers. Your Majesty, you are simply too strong. The prophecy failed to activate because humanity, could not create a being capable of rivaling you. The human traitor nods vigorously. It is true, my great queen. Do not worry about this ghost anymore. Whack. A thick tail lashes out, slapping him across the face. She pins the priest against the wall, her eyes burning. Where is this damn hero? I've reached the absolute peak of this world. I have to kill him. If I don't, the world will think I'm terrified of the prophecy. Shigen seethes with impatience. She mastered every dark art on the planet, learned the forbidden magic of the apocalypse just to face him. Yet the coward is nowhere to be found. She glares at the legendary blade. Fine, if you won't come to me, I'll come to you. She grips the hilt, and the court gasps in horror. Your Majesty, stop. That weapon was forged to destroy you. It will tear you apart. The energy surges. A chaotic storm threatening to vaporize the throne room. The queen trembles, sweat pouring down as her subjects are sent flying. Desperate to survive the shockwave, she unleashes a second burst of power that obliterates the entire castle. But as the dust settles, she stands tall, holding the sword of prophecy. Who said only a hero could wield this? The blade hums, resonating with its true target. Her gaze sharpens, scanning the globe, piercing through continents. It locks onto a tiny, insignificant farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. Found you, so that's where you've been hiding. She initiates a forceful teleportation. Her loyal subjects reach out in panic. Queen Elizabeth, please don't go alone. Let us fight by your side. But she is gone. We cut to that peaceful little farmhouse. A young man in a straw hat wipes sweat from his brow, smiling at his crops. Nothing beats an honest day's work. Unbelievably, this is the legendary hero. Before his reincarnation, he was just a corporate drone grinding away his life. He had no hobbies, didn't play video games, didn't read comics. He was a blank slate. His only escape was watching farming clips on social media during his commute, always thinking, man, if I could just ditch the rat race and grow potatoes, life would be perfect. When he got transported to this world, the beginner system ran him through the tutorial survival, crafting, hunting. He absolutely loved it. This was the dream life he always wanted. But then, the system ruined the mood. Congratulations, hero tutorial complete. You are now ready to begin your epic adventure. His reaction? Why? It's nice here. I'm not going anywhere. The system tried to reason with him. Listen, once you leave the beginner village, you'll meet people, you'll learn ultimate skills and magic. You'll master swordsmanship, become all-powerful, and slay the demon queen. Please, start the adventure. But he just shrugged. I have zero interest in killing any queens. Let her do her thing. I just want to stay here and live in peace. The system started panic spiraling. No, no, no. You can't do that. She's committing genocide. You have to start the adventure. Start the adventure. It spammed him 24/7, but he quickly realized that, aside from nagging, the system was powerless. So, he decided to squat in the tutorial zone forever. Since it's the starting point, the area is special. It has a high-level protective barrier to keep newbies safe, making the entire farm undetectable to the outside world. Plus, time is dilated here to help players level up. The days are incredibly long, giving him time to plant, hunt, forage, and meditate all in a single rotation. Sure, he knows absolutely nothing, about combat or magic, but who cares? He has no intention of leaving his cottagecore paradise. He was living his best life until the system finally snapped and started screaming at him. It cursed him out for spending all his hero points on farming tools instead of weapons. You are a disgrace. You were summoned to save the world. The system got so worked up it literally crashed and exploded. Since then, total silence. Life has never been better. Back in the present, he's finishing his harvest. Dinner time. Suddenly, he realizes he left his hatchet in the woods. Gotta go back for it. But at that exact moment, the sky turns pitch black. The air crackles with dark energy. Oh no. Meanwhile, high above, the demon queen descends like a goddess of war. I have finally found you, legend. But the hero isn't looking at her, he's sprinting toward his clothesline. He left his dried fish and laundry out. Crap. If it rains, my dinner gets soggy and my clothes are ruined. He frantically snatches his laundry, sighing in relief. Thank goodness, I made it just in time. If that got wet, I'd have to go farming naked tomorrow. Just then, his mechanical dog starts barking wildly. The protagonist looks at the dog. Go inside, buddy. Storm's coming. But the dog nods upward. The hero squints at the sky. What the heck is that thing floating up there? The queen's vein pops. A thing. How dare you? He realizes she's furious and quickly apologizes. Sorry, bad eyes. You're pretty far up, unamused. The queen decides to test if this frantic farmer is the real deal and hurls a blast of energy straight at him. The blade swirls around him, locking onto its target before snapping straight into his hand. It is confirmed he is the chosen hero. But ironically, the guy is absolutely petrified. He wants nothing to do with this weapon. He begs her, take it back. I don't want this thing. But the demon queen watches his refusal with a sharp, calculating gaze. She grows irritated, convinced this is all an act. Is he hiding his true power? She thinks, I am Elizabeth. The strongest demon queen in history, I will obliterate you. Meanwhile, our protagonist is dying of fear and annoyance. The system swore this location was impossible to find. As he panics, his little dog starts barking furiously at the demon queen. Then it hits him. According to the prophecy, this moment was inevitable. Destiny has finally caught up with him. With nothing left to say, he drops the sword and walks back into his house, looking like a man accepting his tragic fate. I'm going to die anyway, he thinks. Might as well go peacefully in my own home. I've never trained a day in my life. No sword skills, no magic. I'll just lie in bed and wait to explode. But from Queen Elizabeth's perspective, this is a massive insult. She interprets his silence completely differently, as if he's telling her he doesn't even need to lift a finger to defend his home. To her, it looks like he's saying his little dog is enough to handle her, daring her to strike with everything she has. She does not appreciate the disrespect. Arrogant, cursed hero. She immediately rains a cluster of meteors down on the cottage. But the dog, it enters combat mode. It calculates the trajectory, deploys a missile barrage, and intercepts the attack mid-air. Elizabeth watches in disbelief. I never expected the legendary hero to be this haughty, she thinks. Relying on a sentient artifact to fight your battles. Pathetic. In my presence, everything crumbles. The sky turns a bruised purple as she charges a devastating spell, declaring she is done playing games. However, the dog runs the numbers again. It conjures a dense black sphere and launches it, ignoring her demand to submit. Her spell carries enough energy to wipe out the entire continent, but the moment that little black sphere makes contact, it collapses into a black hole. It swallows the queen's attack whole, neutralizing it instantly as she stares in shock. She is baffled. What just happened? My magic. Vanished. What kind of monster is hiding inside that shack? Inside, the protagonist is literally lying in bed, waiting for death. Meanwhile, the queen descends to settle this personally. She faces the dog. I underestimated you, didn't I? She flares her aura, unleashing 100% of her maximum power. The dog primes its missiles again. A massive explosion rocks the clearing, and our hero, he is sound asleep through the whole apocalypse. Sometime later, he groggily wakes up. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? Wait. I'm still alive. I'm still at home. He creeps toward the door, hand shaking on the knob, terrified the queen is waiting to vaporize him. He cracks the door open just a peek. There she stands holding his little dog, which looks completely wrecked. He yells out, Wang Kai, and the queen replies with dripping sarcasm, Oh, my apologies. I'm afraid I had to completely dismantle this precious toy you are so proud of. Terrified, he stammers, Can we just talk this out? Your Majesty. The queen smiles, but of course, right after I kill you. But internally, she is reeling. Unbelievable. That artifact forced me to use my full power. Is this the end of the queen? Suddenly, her eyes roll back, and she collapses face first into the dirt. Our hero rushes over in a panic. Hey, you okay? As her mana fades, the magic sustaining her battle armor begins to deactivate. Her armor dissolves into light, leaving very little to the imagination. Naturally, and our boy gets a massive nosebleed. Cut to later that night. Elizabeth wakes up in his bed. She tries to move and hears the clink of metal. Handcuffs. Damn it, she thinks. I am Queen Elizabeth, the strongest demon in millennia. How was I defeated so pathetically? And the ultimate insult, he didn't even kill me when he had the chance. He just locked me up. He is mocking me, showing off his superiority. She struggles against the cuffs, but they won't budge. Damn it. These bindings. Another legendary tier artifact I've never seen. How many secrets is this hero hiding? She scans the room. She spots a chessboard and playing cards. I don't recognize these symbols. Are these alien artifacts? This man is far more dangerous and treacherous than I imagined. I severely underestimated him. Just then, the door opens. Our hero walks in holding a tray of snacks. She glares at him. Fine. If you want to kill me, get on with it. But don't expect me to beg for mercy. Meanwhile, the protagonist is sweating bullets, thinking, this woman is terrifying. She's a monster. This is the only way I stay alive. He holds up his hands. Look, can't we just talk the handcuffs? We're just a precaution. I'm honestly terrified of you. You are way too strong. The queen narrows her eyes, confused. Is he mocking me again? He says, listen, I think we've had a huge misunderstanding here. I'm gonna take these handcuffs off you so we can actually talk peacefully, alright? But through her twisted perspective, she interprets his words very differently. My apologies if you were too dense to realize the situation from the start. The sheer abyss between our power levels. You actually believed you were strong enough to challenge a hero. I'm releasing you now just so you realize how truly helpless you are. From this moment on, you will obey my every command. She fumes internally. This bastard, how dare he threaten the Demon Queen? Just then, he asks, ready. I unlock the cuffs to prove I've got no ill intentions here. I can't hurt you. Okay, let's just talk. The queen grits her teeth in frustration. Damn it, I severely underestimated him. As powerful as I am, even I need to know when to fold. But mark my words, he will pay dearly for this arrogance. Meanwhile, our protagonist awkwardly shuffles out of the room, trembling slightly. Just go get some rest. Now, our hero breaks the fourth wall, addressing us directly. You're probably wondering, why didn't you just kill the Demon Queen? Well, I've done my reading on this world's lore. It turns out, it's totally standard for the Demon Queen to revive immediately after death. So, if I were to end her now, she'd just come right back. The only way to truly resolve this mess is to end the hostility itself. We have to stop this cycle of hero versus Demon Queen. As long as I prove I'm not a threat to her, I can become her best friend and we'll live happily ever after. The unhinged hero starts cackling like the Joker. The queen stares, horrified. Damn him, he's still laughing right in my face. The protagonist suddenly grabs the little mechanical dove and snaps. Hey, wake up, buddy. The queen, eyeing the device warily, asks, oh, is this your most powerful magical artifact? Our hero thinks, not exactly a magical tool. Just a little gadget I tinkered with when I was bored out of my mind. But aloud, he tells her, yeah, you could say that. It's one of my latest developments. The queen lets a small, sinister smile creep onto her face. Perfect. Now is the time. He was careless enough to remove my restraints. He's allowed me to tap into my secret abyss magic and instantly recover. And now, without that metal puppet protecting you, the scales of battle have tipped completely in my favor. It's time to die. She lunges, shouting, sorry for breaking your toys, great hero. But he just replies, relax, it's fine. He casually holds up a small chip. His memory card is safe right here. Her bloodlust spikes. This is the perfect moment. I'm going to end the hero of legends right now. But then, our hero interrupts. Luckily, I've got 6 more of these little bodies prepped and ready to go. So, no need to worry your pretty head about it, queen. The poor girl is left speechless. He slots the memory card into a fresh chassis, and the little mechanical pup boots up, wagging happily. As it jumps all over Li Ping, the hero casually remarks, I love having the company, but sometimes they can be a bit messy. So I usually just keep one activated at a time. In her eyes, however, this entire sequence was a calculated move to humiliate her. Seeing his casual grin, which she sees as a distorted mockery, she collapses onto the bed, her mind unable to process the situation. There's no way. It's impossible. Suddenly, a scent hits her nose. What is that smell? Li Ping answers. I saw you passed out earlier, so I whipped up a little meal to warm you up. It's ready now. Every dish is made with ingredients he grew himself. After spending an eternity farming, his agricultural cultivation level is absolute maximum. The queen eyes the tray with disdain. Why did you bother with this? Only the weak need to consume sustenance. I have transcended such mortal needs. Yet, the aroma wafts over her, and her stomach betrays her. Seeing her hesitation, our hero urges her on. I cultivated all these vegetables and grains with my own hands. Please, give it a try. In his simple mind, he just wants to bridge the gap with a good meal. She hesitates, then takes a bite. She goes completely silent. The protagonist worries, thinking, even though I've practiced cooking for years. Is my humble cooking actually enough to please someone of the Demon Queen's royal status? Meanwhile, she scoops up another spoonful, then another. She can't stop. With each bite, the savory meat juices explode in my mouth like literal fireworks. Not to mention, the flavor is incredibly pure, and it's overflowing with dense magical energy. Who would have thought this wretched world held delicacies capable of satisfying even me, the Demon Queen? I can't help it. I have to swallow every last bite. Suddenly, she feels a heat exploding deep within her body. She gasps, accusing him. It's too hot. What did you do to this food? Li Ping panics slightly. I just added a little chili pepper. It's how I usually eat it. Can the all-powerful Demon Queen really not handle a little spice? The Queen writhes in agony, her mind racing. I knew it. It was too obvious. Why would a hero be this nice? He's trapping me. He's using me for his twisted experiments. He quickly brings her a bowl of soup. Here, drink this. It'll kill the heat. She stares at him, terrified. First he feeds me the poison. And now he offers the antidote. I'm dancing right in the palm of this hero's hand. It's a humiliating, uncomfortable realization. Suddenly, the flavor hits her, and she practically transcends to heaven, with the protagonist's savory stew melting in her mouth. A wave of pure comfort washes over her. The endless war between the Demon Queen and the hero, honestly, none of that matters to me anymore. I'm wiping the slate clean to live a quiet life. After all, I've finally realized just how small I really am. But there is a catch. The food here has such a dangerously high concentration of magic, that it actually triggers an evolution in her, making her stronger by the second. Confused by this sudden surge of power, she stares him down. Cut the act. What do you really want from me? She demands. Li Ping, feeling incredibly awkward, stammers. What do I think I just wanted to conduct a little research. I wanted to see if a Demon Queen and a hero could actually coexist. But of course, in this twisted world, she interprets his words very differently. To her, he is saying, you are the only one qualified to be my lab rat. Since I am the hero, come here. I'll help you gain power. Just to see if you can one day defeat me. Our protagonist asks if she agrees, promising to keep cooking delicious meals for her service. Meanwhile, the queen is losing her absolute mind. A knight might die, but he would never endure such humiliation. Especially not her, the Demon Queen. She becomes convinced that the protagonist's master plan is to force her to evolve. Solely to test if she stands a ghost of a chance against him. With that resolve, she turns, marches to the bed, stands tall, and makes her declaration. I accept your terms, but on two conditions. First, I am not doing this out of fear, but because I desire to reach the pinnacle. I will become the strongest entity in existence. Li Ping is baffled. Does the Demon Queen not realize she could just kill him right now? She continues, second, as long as I remain here, do not expect me to bow my head. I will never submit to you. My dignity as the Great Queen is inviolable. If you cross that line, I will destroy you. Even if it costs me everything. Our hero, flushed with embarrassment, quickly waves his hands. Understood. Okay, let's just be friends. Let's keep things cordial. She shoots him a sharp glare. Fine, do your research. But one more thing. If you make anything tasty, you give me some. Our hero agrees. And just like that, a year flies by. Our protagonist is casually using the legendary prophecy sword to chop firewood, muttering about how complicated things have gotten. Ever since the queen forced her way into his home, the camouflage spell hiding his house from the world has shattered. Now, the monsters wandering the perimeter look anything but friendly. However, there is one saving grace. The moment they sense the queen's terrifying presence inside, they don't dare attack. The problem? He knows exactly what comes next. The second she leaves, he loses his sanctuary. Inside, the queen is screaming in a rage, demanding to know why lunch isn't on the table yet. In our protagonist's mind, he can't let her leave. He needs her protection. Meanwhile, in the living room, the freeloading queen is binge-watching some high-quality content, and after a year of non-stop feasting, she has gotten a little chubby. She sighs. I'm tired of these reruns. Does that system of yours have anything new? Li Ping sighs back. I told you. The system has been offline for ages. Just come over here. Lunch is ready. She thinks about standing up, but walking is too much effort. She conjures two tiny wings and floats over to the table. She glares at Li Ping. What kind of poison are you putting in these potatoes? The more I eat, the lazier I become. She ponders the situation. This scoundrel is using gourmet food to paralyze me with a slow-acting toxin while trying to lead me into total depravity with these provocative moving pictures. Desperate, Li Ping tries to explain the science. It's just calories. If you eat a massive amount, you gain weight and get lethargic. It is basic biology. She looks down at her belly, frowns, and instantly channels magic into the fat cells. She converts the caloric energy directly into raw magical power, transforming back into a mega babe in seconds. The protagonist is stunned. You can use magic for that. She smirks at him. Huh. Another one of your tricks failed. Are you disappointed? Li Ping deadpans. Yes, extremely disappointed. Now just eat. She eyes the table. Wow, today's spread is flawless. I won't hold back. She digs in voraciously. Li Ping mutters, eat as much as you want. I can always make more. I guess I have to get used to this. Since we are going to be living like this for a long time. Of course, her interpretation is completely twisted. He thinks I am weak. He wants to fatten me up like livestock before the slaughter. He stands up. I'll get dessert. She, however, is at her breaking point. That jerk treats me like a pig, but I have evolved more than 10 times this year alone. There is no way I lack the power to challenge him now. It is time for the final battle. But just as she winds up for the decisive strike, our hero slides a bowl onto the table. Here, your favorite pudding. Take a look. Her eyes instantly sparkle, and she abandons all thoughts of war to devour the treat. The protagonist thinks she might be the demon queen, but she is easy to handle. You just need the right bait. The scene shifts abruptly. An old man and a blonde girl are fleeing for their lives, hunted by strange creatures. Wearing purple cloaks and white masks, the pursuers launch energy blasts until the pair is trapped inside a magical cage. Forced to make a stand against the horde, the father spins around to face the threat, telling his daughter he'll hold the line right there. He urges her to sprint for the city and find sanctuary, but the daughter digs her heels in, refusing to abandon him just to save her own skin. But the father snaps back, invoking his vow to her late mother to protect her until his dying breath. Meanwhile, the beasts are already channeling a massive surge of dark magic. Aiming to wipe them out, the father declares it's time to unleash his ultimate technique, driving a blinding slash of white energy straight through the enemy lines. The caster is cleaved clean in two, but horror strikes. The entity is composed of amorphous slime, and it instantly begins to stitch itself back together. Desperate, the daughter looses an arrow, but the projectile passes harmlessly through the gelatinous body as her father screams a warning. Physical attacks are useless. He begs her to flee to the city just as the monster lunges forward to deliver a crushing blow. The father intercepts the strike, barely blocking it, but the force sends him ragdolling through the air until his spine crashes against a boulder. Broken and drenched in blood, hovering at death's door, he wheezes out a final command, stay back and run for her life. Suddenly, the slime creatures begin to coalesce, merging into a singular, colossal abomination. Trembling, the daughter pleads with the beast. She offers herself as the prisoner if they spare her father's life, but the heavy killing intent in the air tells her this is the end. Then, out of nowhere, the ground shakes, a gigantic mammoth materializes, stomping the slime monster into paste. And get this, there is a literal house on the mammoth's back. On the house sits an elder ninja frog, and perched atop the frog's head is a doghouse containing our little robotic protagonist. The frog addresses the dog as Big Brother. Asking what to do with the puny humans, the frog decides to spare them, opting to carry the wounded pair back to their master. Cut to the next scene, the girl wakes up in Li Ping's residence, completely disoriented and trying to piece together reality. She scans the room, panic rising. Where is she? The last thing she remembers is the battlefield. Her father was right beside her. Moments from death, she scrambles out of bed, rushes to the door, and throws it open. And what does she find? Her father striking bodybuilding poses for our protagonist, who is staring in awe Asking how to achieve such a shredded physique, the father lectures him, claiming a warrior's body is his temple and fundamental to the craft he needs to take better care of himself. Li Ping nods along, fascinated, thinking this must be the legendary warrior profession he has heard rumors about. While the dog trots around happily, the Demon Queen is less than thrilled. She kicks the poor pup, demanding to know who authorized bringing these strangers into her home. She calls him a stupid mutt, sending the dog into a crying fit, while our protagonist is busy literally squeezing the father's biceps. Marveling at the muscle density, he praises the man's resilience. The father grins, saying that if the great Li Ping permits it, he won't hold back either. He flexes so hard his clothes explode, leaving our hero gazing in pure admiration. The daughter stands there mortified, thinking, "Dad, what on earth are you doing?" Suddenly, the father spots her standing in the doorway. As he tries to explain the bizarre bonding session, the Demon Queen marches up to the girl, cold as ice. "You're awake. Now get lost." She warns the girl that she staked her claim first. Li Ping steps in to diffuse the tension, inviting everyone inside for tea. He apologizes for the meager hospitality, explaining that out here in the boonies, he grows and makes everything himself. The daughter asks her father, "Oh, is this the miraculous elixir you said healed you instantly?" Hearing this, our protagonist scratches his head, embarrassed. He thinks miraculous potion is a stretch. It is just some boiled water with backyard herbs. Nothing fancy. The queen seethes in the corner. Why did that dog drag these weaklings here? Is Li Ping not satisfied with just her company? Is she not enough for this household? Meanwhile, the father recounts the rescue, explaining he was totally unconscious at the time. His memory is hazy, but he recalls the dog dragging him in. The moment a drop of that tea touched his lips, he transcended mortality. He was instantly healed and surged with power greater than his prime. He looks to his child. "If not for the great Li Ping, I never would have seen your face again." She stares at the steaming cup, stunned. This liquid must be priceless treasure. Can they really just drink it? Our hero laughs, calling the adventurers too humble. "Relax, drink up. Plenty more where that came from." They thank him and take a sip. Instantly, their souls launch into the stratosphere. They experience a psychedelic montage of existence, ending up mentally lying in a cornfield, weeping tears of joy while birds circle overhead. An alien spaceship zooms by, don't ask. They snap back to reality, confused but changed. The father skyrockets from a 3-star archmage, straight to 4 stars. The girl jumps from a novice 1-star mage to a 1-star archmage in a heartbeat. The father turns to her, trembling. "Daughter, our cultivation levels just advanced instantly." She nods, touching her head. "Indeed, I can feel my mother's lineage awakening." The dormant elven blood has been activated by the tea. Pointy ears have literally sprouted from her skull, and trust me, I checked the footage. Those definitely weren't there before. The pair is struck by a terrifying realization. If this is just tea to Li Ping, his true power must be unfathomable, a height they can never hope to reach. The gap is so wide it is actually depressing. Oblivious to their existential crisis, the protagonist smiles kindly. "Relax, guys. Here, let me pour you another glass." The father weeps, bowing his head. "Please, Mr. Li Ping, it is enough. I cannot ask for more. You are heaven sent, but I will not bring more trouble to your doorstep." Our hero waves him off. "It's fine, really." Li Ping thinks, "I wanted to play the good host, serve some tea and snacks. But unfortunately, Elizabeth hoarded everything. If I touch her stash, she'll murder everyone in the room. Look at her, sitting there broadcasting mine, all mine. She's practically daring me to try." Li Ping lets out a defeated sigh. "Yeah, sorry, the pantry is a bit empty right now. But tell me, why were you attacked?" The father wipes his eyes. "It is because of the elven bloodline. My daughter's mother was a saint elf. I am human. For the elves, such a union is an unforgivable taboo." Li Ping nods. "So the elves are hunting you down." Suddenly, the queen cuts in, her voice sharp. "Stop lying. The Demon Queen banned interracial persecution ages ago when she conquered the world." The father flinches. "It's a long story. Her mother returned to the elven lands to face judgment, allowing us to hide." Li Ping frowns. "If she returned, the hunt should have ended." How did they find you? The father shakes his head. My wife was the sacrifice. The elves stopped chasing us. But now, it is a new enemy. The Black Guild of the Demon Kingdom has come for us. Li Ping shoots a glance at the side. Demons, the Black Guild. Is this your doing? Elizabeth catches his glare and points a furious finger. Don't you dare accuse me. Li Ping apologizes instantly. She crosses her arms. Explain. Why is the Demon Guild kidnapping elves? The father lowers his voice. They are conducting live experiments, trying to bring the late Demon Queen back from the dead. They need elven vitality. They are so desperate they are hunting even half-bloods like my daughter. Li Ping looks at Elizabeth. So this is definitely about you. She grabs him by the collar and shakes him violently. Don't even think it. It makes no sense. I've been stuck here for a whole year. You've been watching me 24/7. How could I be running a guild? The guests watch the domestic violence and confusion. Elizabeth releases him, fuming. I vanish for 1 year and the whole kingdom goes to rot. Who is spreading these rumors? Who says the queen is dead? The father stares at her. Lady. Queen Elizabeth hasn't been seen for over 500 years. If she were alive, she would have reconquered the world. She must be dead. Li Ping bites his thumb, panic rising. 500 years. She's been living in my house for 1 year. Elizabeth sinks onto the couch, stunned. Rumors of my death? Tell me exactly what the legends say. History says the Demon Queen was destroyed by the legendary hero. The father recites. The battle raged for a month. Finally, the great hero sacrificed himself to save the continent, dying alongside the Demon Queen. Elizabeth's eyes go cold. She projects a terrifying aura, transforming the room into a realm of death. Father, what is this place? The father trembles. Pure killing intent. She intends to slaughter us right now. False. Elizabeth screams. It's all lies. Li Ping steps up. She's right. It's a rumor. I'm the legendary hero. At least, that's what the system says. The father and daughter stare, their minds completely blank. Li Ping points to the fuming woman and this angry little lady that is Queen Elizabeth. The guests' brains fry. The information is too massive to process, but for Elizabeth, the humiliation is worse. Look at this fool, she thinks. I've dominated him for so long, and now he presents me like a sideshow freak. She feels he is laughing at her. Furious, she slams her hand on the table. I am not staying here for this. Damn you, Li Ping. You only saved them to humiliate me, to show them how weak I've become. You've gone too far. She slams the door and storms off. The father turns to Li Ping, trembling. Li Ping, what happens now? What will you do with us? Our hero rubs his temples. I need to calm down. I don't know yet. When Elizabeth broke the barrier, she shattered the time synchronization. Inside, a year passed. Outside, centuries. The daughter whispers to her father, Dad, this is amazing. The great Demon Queen fell in love with the hero and gave up the world to be with him just like you and Mom. Stop it, the father hisses. Do not compare us. We are nothing like them. Look at him. Right now, Li Ping is deciding whether to kill us or keep us. The daughter blinks, but he saved us. Why save us just to kill us? The father grips her shoulder. Did you not see the power in this room? We are ants to them. He saved us on a whim. Whether we live or die means nothing to a god. Logic doesn't apply here. It all comes down to a whim. Suddenly, the protagonist Li Ping strides into the room and speaks. Still awake, I see. The sudden voice makes the elf jump out of her skin. What are you doing up so late? Since you're not sleeping, how about a round of cards? Now, the three of them sit huddled around a single flickering candle. Rules clear, Li Ping asks. The father nods solemnly, but the elf girl's mind is racing with paranoia. It's just like father said, she thinks. This isn't a game, it's a trial. Li Ping is deciding whether we live or die tonight. Deal 'em, our hero commands. The father gulps down a lump in his throat and stammers, Mr. Li Ping. Could I ask what you call this game? The elf girl trembles. She can actually feel a terrifying aura pulsing from the deck itself. Li Ping hesitates. He can't just call it Landlord. Nobody in this fantasy world would understand the reference. He needs something epic. We call this Dragon Battle. Dragon Battle. They gasp in unison. Even Elizabeth, lurking nearby in disguise, furrows her brow. Dragon battle, Tao. What is he planning? Li Ping lays it out. You two are the brave heroes. You must unite to take down the dragon. The cards will decide who plays the monster and who plays the savior. Father and daughter lock eyes in shared fear. They know this is the ultimate test. Li Ping starts shuffling. I'm dealing now. Choose your fate wisely. Li Ping fans out his hand first. The father glances at his daughter, sweat beading on his forehead. No hesitating, he whispers. Draw. The deck is practically leaking strange mana. With a shaking hand, she pulls a card. Instantly, their minds are dragged into a spiritual dimension. The poor girl staggers, collapsing to her knees. This is bad, she thinks. One card drained my entire mana reserve. I'm empty. She looks up at her father in panic. I'm sorry. It's all right, sweetie. He reassures her. I'll handle this. Then, Li Ping's voice cuts in. Who wants to be the dragon? Li Ping studies his hand. No heavy hitters, he thinks. But the synergy is solid, and I've got a king. This is definitely winnable. The father and daughter fervently shake their heads. They want no part of being the dragon. Li Ping just grins. If I can snag another 4 and an ace, I'm golden. Last chance, he asks. You sure you don't want the honor? They refuse again. Suit yourselves, Li Ping says. Then I won't hold back. He draws the 3 extra landlord cards, an 8, a 10, and a queen. His face falls. He is not happy with the pull. He looks visibly disappointed. The father panics internally. What happened? We haven't even moved yet. Is Mr. Li Ping angry at our performance? I'll lead with an 8, our hero says casually. Your move, Uncle Beerus. The old man is sweating buckets. We have to win to survive, Beerus thinks, but every time I touch a card, it feels like years are being ripped from my lifespan. My soul is being drained, trembling violently. He makes his move. Jack, he croaks out. Father, no, the girl cries. I've got this, he snaps, cutting her off. She bites her lip and passes. Li Ping analyzes the board. Aside from a royal flush, they could be building a straight from 7 to queen. That leaves the 10 and the jack. Do I break up my pair if I do? They'll counter instantly. He runs the simulations but can't find a clean opening. Pass, Li Ping announces. The father blinks. You're not playing. Nope. The father's mind spirals. What is this monster plotting? He's baiting me. He wants me to keep playing so the cards consume my soul. I have to dump my hand. Now. He slams down a massive combination, 2 queens, 3 sixes, and 3 sevens. In the rules, this is the flying dragon. The cost is immediate. The life energy is sucked straight out of his leg, leaving it withered and useless. Powerful cards demand a powerful sacrifice. A spectral dragon materializes on the table between them. They watch in awe as the dragon roars and launches an attack, striking Li Ping squarely on the forehead. Elizabeth watches from the shadows, eyes wide. The father is terrified. Did I mess up? I just attacked the legendary hero, but Li Ping barely flinches. He smiles. Nice move. Your turn, Mr. Li Ping. The father stammers. Nah. Our hero shrugs. I'll pass. Keep going. Okay. The father gasps. He throws down a 3. His limbs are going numb. The elf daughter, weeping silently, passes. My turn, Li Ping declares. He drops a single 10. The duo freezes. They know it's over. Li Ping flips his remaining cards with a flourish. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen. A perfect straight. Destructive waves of magic erupt from the table, swallowing the father and daughter in a terrifying sea of mana. The father struggles to shield his daughter, fighting against crushing waves of pressure until they both gasp for air, jolting back to reality. While they panic, our protagonist sits in stone-cold silence. He lays down a full house 3 of a kind, with a pair instantly summoning a legion of spectral knights. Uncle Bass whispers that it is hopeless, but the elf girl, Elif, grits her teeth. Hang on, Dad, I can handle this. He begs her to stop. It burns too much life force. It is suicide. But she refuses to back down. I can't hide behind you forever. Let me protect you for once. She slams down her own full house. The two armies of knights clash violently, turning the skies above the table into a chaotic battlefield. When the smoke clears, only her knight stands victorious. Bass rushes to check on her, but Li Ping nods in approval. Sacrificing your own hand to protect an ally. That is the kind of resolve that truly matters. Internally, Li Ping is impressed. I didn't think they'd pick up the game this fast. Meanwhile, the father stares at his few remaining cards with dread, but the praise was short-lived. Li Ping's expression darkens. Now, it is too late. Pure terror washes over the father and daughter. Even Elizabeth feels the shift. This energy is getting out of hand. His aura is suffocating. Suddenly, Li Ping drops two jokers onto the table. Reality cracks like glass. The dimension shatters, birthing a massive, terrifying killer clown. Elizabeth's eyes widen. She knows exactly what this is. It is a 3-star demon, the Clown King. The beast prepares to attack the pair, forming a magical heart in its hands until it spots Elizabeth. What are you staring at? Huh? The heart morphs instantly into a jagged knife. Watch your back, or I'll gut you right here. Elizabeth bristles, her pride wounded. Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that? But beneath the anger, she is reeling. She has been siphoning Li Ping's excess energy this whole time, theoretically boosting her own reserves to the absolute limit. Yet, she has barely scraped into the 3-star realm herself, and now, Li Ping casually summons a 3-star demon like it is nothing. How? How can he invoke a creature on my level with such ease? Across the table, the father grabs his daughter's shoulders. Elif, forgive me. I don't have the strength to stop this. She shakes her head weakly. It is okay, Dad. Don't blame yourself. I'm the one who upset Mr. Li Ping. The pressure becomes too much. Uncle Bass coughs violently, spitting blood onto the table. My life force? It is draining away. Li Ping sees the blood and snaps out of his focus. Uncle, are you all right? His internal injuries must not have healed yet, Li Ping thinks. Then, he glances at the old man's hand, 3 threes and 4 kings. Li Ping is stunned. Wait, he could have crushed me ages ago. He was just humoring me, letting me enjoy the game. I was so arrogant, thinking I was skilled. I've just been bothering a sick man, feeling guilty. Li Ping sweeps the cards off the table. That is enough. The pocket dimension fades, and the Clown King vanishes into mist. Li Ping stands up, bowing his head. I apologize for getting carried away. The father and daughter are baffled by the legendary hero's sudden apology, but the relief of surviving is overwhelming. Elizabeth, however, is fuming. That cunning Li Ping, he pretended to play a friendly game just to summon that clown and threaten me. He used them as an excuse to take a swipe at me. The next morning arrives, and as the guests pack to leave, Li Ping walks out. Uncle Bass, are you sure you have to go? The orchard is about to harvest. You should stay and try the fruit. Bass bows deeply, sweat forming on his brow. We couldn't possibly impose any longer. You have shown us immense charity and grace, Mr. Li Ping. We will never forget this. Li Ping scratches his head, embarrassed. It really wasn't a big deal. Bass lowers his voice. Rest assured, we will take the secret of your identity to our graves. Elif steps forward, holding her bags. Mr. Li Ping, are you sure this is too precious? He waves her off. It is just some tea leaves. Take it. He then turns to the old man. He presses a small object into Bass's palm. Oh, and take this too, a little memento of our game, Uncle. The father looks down in horror. It is the deck of cards. Li Ping smiles. Keep them. I'm terrible at cards anyway. I'm just not cut out for gambling. Suddenly, Elizabeth appears on the porch. Hey. She glares at the guests, mouthing the words, "Get out." The pair scrambles away in panic, leaving Li Ping scratching his head in confusion. She struts back inside. Well, now that the trash is gone, it is time for you to cook for this queen. Li Ping sighs and heads to the kitchen. Meanwhile, miles away, the father and daughter are sprinting as if the devil himself is chasing them. Elif gasps. Dad, stop. I can't breathe. But Bass drags her forward. We can't stop first. It was that life or death card trial. And then the Demon Queen's warning. His mind flashes back to the previous night. They had been resting in their room when the shadows moved. Elizabeth had materialized, decapitating their magical projections in a show of force. I, Elizabeth, command you leave at first light. Speak of the Demon Queen or the legendary hero to no one. Trembling, they had bowed. Yes, yes, your majesty. Elizabeth's eyes had glowed with malice. Betray me, and the curse I have placed on your necks will crush your skulls instantly. Back in the present, Base looks at his daughter with a grim realization. Who would believe the truth? That the great hero Li Ping simply grew tired of war and just wanted to live in peace. Suddenly, Ali freezes. Wait, isn't this place familiar? He scans the area, bewildered. Did we seriously run this far? Nearby, the little dog has its own thoughts. Dropping them here should keep them out of the master's hair. The pup muses, and far away from that wicked woman too. But let's be real, they didn't run a single step. The little dog just snatched them up and took them on a high-speed rocket ride. The daughter's voice trembles. Are the bodies of the Black Guild apostles still here? Her father immediately goes on high alert. We need to move. Now! High-level demons are swarming the area. But just then, the dog pricks its ears up at an approaching shadow. What in the world is that? The dog wonders, before shrugging. Whatever, I am going home. Better to be bullied by that witch than deal with this mess. For anyone pitying the poor pup's abuse back home, don't bother. He secretly loves it. But for the father and daughter, a nightmare manifests a legion of shadows. A demon steps forward with a chilling cackle, followed by the guttural growls of the pack. The father freezes. I recognize that one. That is the great apostle. He is a 2-star spiritual demon. But the horror doesn't stop there. Flanking him are swarms of 3- and 4-star monsters. The father and daughter are mere 1-star great mages. Panic sets in as she clutches his arm. Dad! The gap in power is impossible. Leave me behind, you can still escape. But something shifts in her father's eyes. A new fire burns. I know we are outmatched, he mutters. But after witnessing the power of those two back there, these so-called apostles look like nothing. Your father was once known as the Iron Heart of the heroes. He raises a deck of cards, pointing it squarely at the horde. The demon actually flinches. Listen to me, daughter, the father says, his voice steady. Ever since your mother returned to the Elven tribe, I have played it safe, just trying to raise you. But I was wrong. Running away never solves anything. We survived this, and I am taking us to the tribe to find your mother. He triggers a quad invocation, descendant of the god of the 4-card arrow. Light explodes, forming the spectral figure of an elf. It is the spitting image of her mother. The phantom grips a massive bow, drawing the string taut. She looses the arrow. It tears through the air, and upon impact, the demons aren't just killed, they are instantly vaporized. The great apostle catches the shaft, sneering as if it is nothing. But the energy in the arrow surges, defying his grip. He struggles for a second before boom, his head explodes like a melon. The father lowers the deck as the elf fades, collapsing to his knees. Dad. She rushes to his side. He looks up, a weary smile on his face. Looks like your old man needs a career change. Starting today, a new class is born on this continent, the Card Master. The phantom elf blasts a path clear for them. 1 week later, silence returns to the protagonist's humble cottage. Li Ping marvels at his crops. This magical world is incredible. My hybrid fruits are a total success. But what is the point of a harvest with no one to share it? It feels empty. Knights, the Demon Queen, warriors, elves. I thought I would be happy with this peaceful farmer's life. But after getting a taste of the outside world, I can't settle down. My heart is restless. I want to see what is out there. Typical human nature, give them an inch. They want a mile. But I am too weak. Forget it. Suddenly, the Demon Queen materializes out of thin air. You look depressed, Elizabeth observes. What is on your mind? He sighs. I don't know. I guess I want to travel. See the world. But never mind. I am way too weak for that. Her eyes light up. Finally, you are actually interested in leaving this dump. Perfect. Come with me. Internally, however, her thoughts run deep. I get it. The outside world is beneath you. but acting this helpless that is a level of arrogance only the truly strong possess. Li Ping, oblivious to her praise, is just shocked by the invite. Really? He asks. In his head, the logic is simple. If I am with the Demon Queen, I am invincible. She cuts his thoughts short. Stop babbling and go change. We are leaving. They gear up in adventurer attire. The Queen looks him over, impressed. Wow, I have to admit, it is not just your cooking. Sorry, your sewing skills are top tier. He grins. Of course, domestic arts are my specialty. Meanwhile, the little dog barks happily, tail wagging. Elizabeth snaps her fingers, ripping open a teleportation rift. Let's move. This will take us to the nearest city. Li Ping stares, wide-eyed. Wow, what a convenient ability. They step toward the portal, but he pauses. Wait a second, Elizabeth. Ground rules before we go. First, do not leave my side. Second, keep your temper in check. And third, keep a low profile. Of course, her interpretation is wildly different. Rule 1, I move only on your command. Rule 2, restrain my power. Rule 3, no magic, or I will ruin your roleplay. She nods obediently. Understood. Li Ping adds one last thing. And finally, after we see the world, will you come back here with me? He is terrified that if she ditches him, he will lose his barrier. Elizabeth, mistaking his fear for deep attachment, simply smiles and agrees. Before I crush that so-called hero, the outside world means nothing to me. Li Ping muses aloud. Really? You'll actually come back with me? She nods. I will, but there is one condition. Li Ping tilts his head. Name it. When we return, I demand you make me a super luxurious fruit pudding. Li Ping blinks, totally thrown off. A pudding. Yes. Is that a problem? No, not at all. Deal made. They move out, leaving the protagonist, little dog, behind. The duo steps into the portal and materializes instantly in the city of Bolster. Knights patrol the streets. Strange creatures roam. Li Ping is wide-eyed. Wow, this place is incredible. It's like I really got isekai look. Elizabeth, they even have a gear shop over there. And whoa, look at this spread. They're actually selling real ingredients here, not just wild pork. He rushes from stall to stall like a kid in a candy store. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is calculating. 500 years have passed in this realm. Yet, the changes seem minimal. Li Ping looks around, puzzled. It's not chaotic at all. Not like the old man described. Elizabeth smirks, swelling with pride. That is because I laid a rock-solid foundation here. During my reign, the world was a mess of warring factions. Chaos was the only constant. But I used my absolute power to crush them all. I established order. I forced equality. I was the one who truly saved this world, not that fake legendary hero. She turns to brag, but Li Ping is gone. Where is he? Oh, naturally. He's more interested in a little girl selling teddy bears. Wow, look at this stitching. It's so delicate. Did you make this yourself, kid? The girl nods shyly. Yes, sir, I did. If you want, I can give you a discount. Suddenly, a pig-headed thug stomps in, kicking up dust and screaming. Who gave you permission to open a stall here, you brat? Your church owes protection money to my gang. You got some nerve opening up shop on my street. The poor girl's brothers are trembling in fear behind her. He grabs her by the throat, lifting her up. She gasps, But you never protected us. Why should we pay you? The pig sneers. Since last month, this street belongs to the Beast Gang. You want to survive here? You pay the monthly tribute. The girl struggles. Liar, this church belongs to the nun. When she gets back, you're dead. The pig laughs. Seems you're still misinformed. Huh. Or maybe you're just playing dumb because you don't want to face reality. Today, I'm kicking all you orphans to the curb and wrecking this dump. Hey, stop it. Li Ping steps in. The pig glares. Or what? What are you gonna do? Elizabeth, watching from the back, sighs. My God. Why do you bother with these insects? Just leave them alone. Li Ping frantically waves his hands at her. He's begging for backup. She turns her head away. No, I am not stooping to that level. The pig roars. I asked you a question. punk. Li Ping panics. Think, I have an idea. He turns to the crowd and shouts, "Hey, this pig is bullying a child." Come on, everyone condemn this villain, but the crowd averts their eyes. Silence. The pig cackles. Did you really think anyone would stand against me? My God. Buddy. This is B Street. Judging by your clothes, you're a tourist. That woman next to you isn't half bad, though. Li Ping raises his hands. Whoa, calm down. Let's talk. I have local spices in my bag we can share. Enough stalling. The pig barks. Boys beat this guy to a pulp and drag the woman to the hideout. That was the biggest mistake of his life. Elizabeth's eyes narrow. You think you are qualified to capture me? You just stepped on a tiger's tail. The sky instantly turns black. The pig looks up, confused. What's with the weather? Li Ping screams, "Stop! Don't do it! You'll destroy the whole city!" He's waving his arms frantically. Please, calm down. Just scare them a little. They're just ordinary people. No need to nuke the block. Elizabeth scoffs. Fine. Only because you asked. She flares her aura, just a fraction. The pressure is immense. A girl with glasses in the crowd notices the anomaly. Rain begins to pour. The pig is shaking. He stares at the duo, terror creeping in. You two? Are you seriously protecting this church and these brats? Li Ping just wants to de-escalate. Okay, let's settle this. How much is the protection money? The pig stammers. It's 10 gold coins for 2 months. Elizabeth freezes. She snaps. 10 gold coins. You're causing this much chaos for 10 coins. You absolute moron. Li Ping leans over to her. You must have a lot of gold, right? She rolls her eyes. Stop joking. I have more treasure than I can count. Li Ping grins. Great. How about a small loan? I'll sell some produce later and pay you back. Elizabeth snaps, her eyes flashing with rage. You dare use my food supplies. To trade for this useless junk I refuse, and for the record, I was penniless when I met you. The merchant, a greedy pig of a man, sneers at them. Big talk. So, do you have coin or not? Li Ping steps in, desperate. We're out of gold, but I have some local goods in my pack. To pay for this, the merchant scoffs. You must be joking. I'm done with you two. But just as he raises his hand, thud. A heavy sack smashes into his face. The merchant sputters. Who did that crap? Until he sees the glimmer of gold spilling out. A massive figure emerges, a true knight in every sense of the word. He stares down the merchant and growls. Stop harassing my friends and get lost. You have your money. The merchant swallows hard. Oh, playing the knight in shining armor, fine. I'll let it slide today. But next month, you won't be so lucky. The little orphan girl breathes a sigh of relief. Thanking the crowd, Li Ping turns to their savior. I have some fruit. Please take it. As a token of thanks. The knight ignores the fruit. I didn't do it for food. I want you as a partner. He stares intensely at Elizabeth. The orphan girl looks between them, confused. Partner for what? Elizabeth crosses her arms, unimpressed, not interested. Li Ping, let's go. But our hero stops her. He just saved our skins. The least we can do is listen. The orphan girl waves goodbye to the other kids, promising to return soon. They head toward a tavern. Honestly, I have no idea how a guy with a horse's body fits into a booth seat. Ignore the stares. The knight mutters. Elizabeth fumes, whispering, This is all your fault, Li Ping. You insisted on bringing me to this filthy place. I am wasting my time. Li Ping tunes her out as the knight announces, We're here. The moment he opens the door, a swarm of beautiful women clings to him. Li Ping blinks in confusion as they chorus, Welcome back, husband. The knight casually pours tea. Let me introduce the team. First, this is Gotcha, Ma. Her class is Shield Warrior. This is Lolo the Assassin. And Glee, our mage. The man didn't just build a harem. He assembled a perfectly balanced raid party. This guy is the Elon Musk of fantasy productivity. And finally, he points to the corner. Galia, an elite elven archer. An elf, Li Ping notes. I knew a girl with elven blood once. Elizabeth slams her hand on the table. Enough idle chatter. This is a waste of my time. State your business so we can leave. One of the wives narrows her eyes. Master, what is with this woman? Her attitude is incredibly irritating. Elizabeth glares back with icy regality. This is how a queen acts. Do you have a problem with that? Lolo the assassin chuckles. A queen, her master? Is her brain working correctly? Look at those ears. She's probably a mutt with diluted elven blood. What is she even doing here? I suggest you keep your mouth shut, little girl. Elizabeth's aura flares. If you want me to level this entire building, keep talking. The orphan girl panics, shoving a bowl forward. Pudding. Let's just eat pudding. Whew. Glad I made that. Li Ping steps in to de-escalate. We come from a distant land, a nameless tribe. We are just travelers. She is Princess Elizabeth, and I am her servant. The wives aren't buying it. No wonder you're so weird. A princess from a place that's never seen the real world. And the name Elizabeth, you must worship that demon queen to use such a cursed name. Our hero cuts them off. Stop. Let's take it easy. She's just adapting to the cultural differences. The knight leans forward. Fine. Let's talk business. I'm inviting you three to a dungeon raid. Internally, however, he's calculating. That demonic aura she leaked on the street. That's not something a tribal princess possesses. A dungeon with treasure, Li Ping asks, intrigued. He turns to the orphan. Do you know about these? She nods nervously. Dungeons are dimensional pockets created by ancient magic, filled with incredible loot, but usually deadly and well hidden. Li Ping nods. Got it. Exactly, the knight confirms. I spend a fortune acquiring the coordinates to this location. But there is a catch. The barrier requires exactly 8 living souls to open. Li Ping realizes the math. So you just need warm bodies to hit the quota. The orphan girl starts counting fingers. 1, 2, 6, 8. Wait a minute. Does that mean I have to go too? Li Ping laughs. Hey. It's full of treasure, right? Shouldn't you be happy? But the girl is trembling. You don't understand. Those places are death traps. I'm only a level 4 mage. I'll die instantly. Li Ping's smile fades. That is a problem. I really didn't know about all this danger. The knight flashes a reassuring smile. Relax. We just need bodies to fill the quota. And you're cut. It won't be small. I guarantee you'll walk away with at least a few thousand gold coins. One of his wives chimes in. The master has single-handedly crushed several dark apostles. He'll keep us safe. The young orphan nods in agreement. A few thousand coins, seriously, Li Ping thinks. That would solve every financial crisis the church has. He turns to Elizabeth. Let's help them out. We're just there to make up the numbers. Okay. Elizabeth sighs, impatient. Fine. You're the one calling the shots. Just don't interrupt me while I'm eating my pudding. The knight then signals the wife holding a glowing orb. What's that crystal ball for? Li Ping asks. Simple. The knight explains. Place your hand over it, and it measures your magical potency. The orphan girl gasps, recognizing the artifact immediately. Whoa, the crystal reads 8,769. That's demonic spirit level. The knight preens. Exactly. My magic has already hit 4 stars. My wives here all elite mages. 4 or 5 stars across the board. Since we're a team now, we need to sync up and understand exactly what we're working with. The orphan girl steps up, placing her palm on the orb. The number 300 flashes. One of the wives scoffs. 300, I had higher stats when I first changed classes. Embarrassed, the girl apologizes. My level just won't go up. Li Ping steps forward. Let me give it a shot. Internally, he's calculating. Okay, I haven't studied magic a day in my life, but I am the so-called legendary hero. My potential can't be that bad. He slaps his hand on the crystal, focusing all his energy. The readout flickers. 0. Even the knight is baffled. 0. That's impossible. Even a pure martial artist has some residual mana. Li Ping face palms hard. Ugh, what was I expecting? I've been doing nothing but farming for years. Obviously, I don't have any magic. He slumps down, defeated. I'm done. No magic in this life. The assassin woman sneers. So, what are you good for then? You're basically useless, right? Li Ping shrugs. I'm pretty good at farming. Speaking of which, check out these fruits I just harvested. You guys want a taste? The wife stares in disbelief. My God, look at that pumpkin. Keep that trash to yourself. You really are just a servant. The knight ignores him, turning to the royalty, Princess Elizabeth. It would be an honor if you tested your level as well, Li Ping whispers. Elizabeth, just play along for now. She agrees, though her inner monologue is scathing. How annoying. Why must a queen entertain these games with ignorant mortals? She barely taps the orb. Instantly, a blinding light erupts, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Li Ping panics. If Elizabeth's identity as the Demon Queen gets exposed here, it's going to be a disaster. Elizabeth knows the drill. Since they rarely leave the castle, she decides to play nice. She suppresses her aura, dialing the number down to exactly 8,768. The orphan girl's jaw drops. Wow, it's almost identical to the knight's score. She's at the demonic spirit level too. The wives are seething. Impossible. How is this woman on our level? Li Ping lets out a long sigh. Phew. Crisis averted. The knight beams at her. Amazing. You truly live up to the title of princess. With you on the team, our odds of securing the treasure just skyrocketed. The orphan pipes up. So, how do we actually get there? The knight nods to one of his wives. She pulls out a scroll, channeling energy to activate a mass teleportation spell. A portal rips open above them. In a blink, the scenery shifts. They stand before the dungeon. Li Ping looks around, excited. Whoa, got a little dizzy there. While the orphan shivers at a strange aura permeating the place, Elizabeth looks completely bored. She's barely set foot on the ground, and she's over it. The knight claps his hands. Let's not waste time. Straight to the treasure room. Suddenly, Elizabeth stops. You know what, I'm not feeling it? Let's go home. Li Ping. One of the wives snaps. You weird woman. We came all this way and you want to bail at the last minute. Do you have any idea how much a teleportation scroll costs if you're not going inside? Don't even think about leaving. Elizabeth shoots her a cold glare. Are you going to stop me? Li Ping quickly steps between them to de-escalate. Everyone, calm down. Let's not be impulsive. He turns to her, pleading. Elizabeth, please, since we're already here, let's just take a quick look. The orphan girl with glasses interrupts, staring at the cave entrance. Elizabeth, did you notice something? Inside this cave, there's a magical signature similar to yours. Li Ping freezes. Wait a minute. Power similar to Elizabeth's. What does that mean? The knight steps in, turning on the charm. He places a hand on the queen's shoulder. Excuse me, but trust me, no matter what dangers lie ahead, I will protect you. Please, come with me. Princess Elizabeth. He takes her hand. She completely ignores him, walking through the portal marked 7. 8. As the gate slams shut behind them, Li Ping looks around nervously. Can't we just go back the way we came? Elizabeth scoffs. Stop talking nonsense. This is a special magical space. Unless you're stronger than the one who created the barrier, there's no way out. Escape is impossible. Unless, of course, you locate the dungeon's core and satisfy every requirement to shatter the barrier. We're locked in, the wives whisper, but their faith remains unshaken. As long as we're with Master, he'll solve everything. But clearly, no one is fond of Elizabeth. The tension breaks when the orphan girl asks, Wait, what exactly is the payout for this raid? She is told to relax. It is the usual haul ancient treasures and gold coins. Don't worry, kid. You won't be left empty-handed. Faced with a labyrinth of diverging paths, the orphan boy hesitates, unsure which route to take. But he steels himself. Elizabeth is here to ensure their safety. So the path doesn't matter. Just keep moving. The assassin wife turns to the knight. Master, tactically speaking, should we split up? He shakes his head. Not yet. Too risky. He turns to Li. Scan the area. She nods, raising a hand high. A brilliant light bursts forth, cascading down the dungeon corridors. She smirks, brimming with confidence. She intends to map the optimal route in seconds. But Elizabeth just watches, unimpressed by the flashy display of ignorance. Suddenly, Li collapses from mana exhaustion. The knight rushes over. The layout. What did you see? Gasping, she shakes her head. Master, it's endless. I pushed my magic to the absolute limit. I couldn't find a single wall or boundary. No end. I don't know where it stops. The group freezes. Her range covers 3 kilometers if she can't see the edge. This place is impossible. The elf steps up. I could try spiritual divination, but accuracy is only 34%. The assassin cuts her off. Forget that. We need to split up. I'll use shadow clones to cover every group. Meanwhile, Li Ping turns to the mysterious noble, Elizabeth. Do you know the way out? She scoffs. Obviously. This entire maze, it is nothing but a pathetic illusion. But these ignoramuses, they are doomed to rot here. Li Ping frowns. Hey, why not just help them? We need to repay that guy's favor as soon as possible. Remember, Elizabeth smirks cruelly. I changed my mind. I don't want to help anymore. I'd rather watch them all die. Suddenly, the bespectacled orphan girl raises a trembling finger. The third cave. If we go that way, we'll make it. Elizabeth's eyes narrow, intrigued. The hero steps forward. How can you be sure? The girl shrinks back. I'm just guessing. It just feels like there is a distinct magic coming from that direction. The mage wife snaps, furious. Shut your mouth. I didn't sense anything. And I'm a high mage. You think a weakling like you knows better? Stop spewing random nonsense. The poor girl stammers an apology. The mage huffs, pointing elsewhere. Look, I haven't mapped it all, but I am certain the last passage has the lowest monster density. We go there. The knight looks around. Thoughts. The assassin insists. I still say we split up. Another member chimes in. I vote we listen to Li. She is the magic expert. Even if she is wrong, at least we stay together. The group turns to the knight for the final call. Master, please, Li pleads. Trust me. The knight nods. We stick together. Last cave it is. No, the orphan girl cries out. Go anywhere but there. Desperate. She summons her puppet, a mechanical rabbit. She commands it to run into the last cave. The moment it crosses the threshold, snap, the cave entrance clamps down like jaws, crushing the puppet instantly. The hero's jaw drops. What the hell was that? Elizabeth yawns. Oh, that's just a parasitic beast. Commonly found inside the guts of giant monsters. The assassin glares at the mage. I thought you said there were fewer monsters that way. The knight's party is paralyzed by confusion and fear. Elizabeth turns away. Come on, let them suffer on their own. Let's go. Li Ping sighs. Actually, it would be better if you led the way. Without a word, she starts walking. The girl with glasses fidgets. I'm not sure if I'm right, though. The assassin looks to the knight. Master, should I send a clone to tail them, gather intel? The knight watches Elizabeth's retreat. No, she saw that trap coming a mile away. She is too calm, too confident. That woman, her background is not as simple as it looks. We follow them. Decision made. The entire group funnels into the same cave. Inside lurks a lizard with a glowing golden eye. Cut to the action, our dark horse knight is slaughtering a horde of creatures. He calls out to his wives. You girls holding up, but they are struggling. This isn't a walk in the park. Meanwhile, our kid is cowering behind the bulky tank. Is Elizabeth safe? He shrieks. Elizabeth rolls her eyes. Your acting is ridiculous. The little spirit mascot buzzes angrily. This is all your fault. Look at this path you picked. Elizabeth, it is crawling with monsters. Elizabeth, who seems to have downed a potion of absolute beauty, getting curvier with every chapter, shrugs. High magic concentration. More magic means more creatures. That is basic knowledge. Didn't you know? The spirit huffs. I knew that I am just pissed off. Because you are just standing there doing absolutely nothing. Elizabeth smirks coolly. Well, the mascot said. She would handle everything. So, handle it. The knight steps in. Li, calm down. He turns his gaze to Elizabeth. The mage is seething with jealousy. He considers escorting her the highest honor. Yet this cursed one is making a mockery of the mission. He's furious that our hero might seduce his master. The archer, exhausted, begs, Master, the battle was brutal. Can't we rest? But Elizabeth is ice cold. Rest. No one rests. This queen has no time to waste on your weakness. The assassin wife snaps back. If you're so high and mighty, why don't you go on alone? The rest of the party silently agrees. The centaur knight steps in to mediate. Miss Elizabeth, please, it is wiser to recover our strength and stick together. Fine. She relents. At least drink some elven potions to restore your stats. Li Ping perks up at the mention of the item. Elizabeth glares at him. What you want to sip? She asks. He shrugs. Never tried it. I'm curious. Might inspire me to cook up something new, he adds. Elizabeth rolls her eyes internally. She thinks, this brat is used to eating gourmet food, yet now he begs for trash, but she allows it as they gather around the campfire. The little familiar tastes the potion and chirps. Wow, this stuff is amazing. The muscular female warrior beside her nods. It is potent. The warrior agrees, though she's more worried about the time lost hunting for the treasure. Gilia, the elven wife, steps up. She hands a vial to Elizabeth. My special brew. It boosts every status just by drinking it. But surely, Gilia adds with a smirk, someone as powerful as you doesn't need a crutch. The knight scolds her. Gilia shows some respect. Gilia offers a fake apology and tosses the potion. Elizabeth catches it effortlessly and immediately flicks it to our protagonist. You want it, take it, she says. Li Ping doesn't hesitate. He downs the entire vial in one go. Instant regret. He gags, nearly throwing up. Ugh, it tastes like raw grass, Annie. Do you want the rest? Annie shakes her head. Sorry. Li Ping, I haven't used much mana, so I'm fine. Gilia is offended. You waste my masterpiece on an idiot like him. Elizabeth dumps the empty vial on the ground. There. It's gone, Elizabeth says coolly. Gilia explodes. What did you do with my potion? Elizabeth stares her down with terrifying calm. Li Ping senses the tension and quickly dives into his backpack. Chill out. No fighting, Li Ping shouts. I've got something for everyone. Just give me a second. He pulls out a bunch of bananas. I've been saving these to share with you all. Finally, the perfect moment. He hands a banana to the knight, who accepts it awkwardly. Then, he hands a crisp red apple to Annie. Annie tears up, clutching the fruit. Li Ping panics. Why are you crying? It's just an apple. She whispers, The orphanage. We haven't had fresh fruit in years. Li Ping's heart breaks. I understand, he promises. I'll get you a whole crate to take back. Meanwhile, Gilia crushes her banana in disgust. This trash doesn't compare to an elven potion, she spits. The knight sighs. I'll eat it just to fill my stomach. We can buy real food after we find the treasure. But the brawler and the assassin decide to take a bite. The assassin, apparently a connoisseur, handles the fruit with professional precision. She's practically drooling before the first bite, letting it melt on her tongue. Suddenly, reality shifts. Their minds are transported to a tropical paradise. A parrot squawks banana while the crickets chirp a rhythm. Samba dance, the samba. The fruit's magic compels them to shake off their fatigue through dance. The assassin twirls her blades in a rhythmic trance, and even the massive centaur knight moves with impossible grace. 1, 2, 3, the jungle groove consumes them completely. The assassin grips the fruit too tightly in her fervor. Splat! The banana pulp explodes, plastering her from head to toe in sticky, sweet mash. Did I click on the wrong video? In their heads, it's a carnival. But back in the cave, they look like absolute lunatics. The knight is prancing around like a fool. Gilia is horrified. Master, have you lost your mind? Suddenly, a golden aura bursts forth. The knight realizes he is leveling up rapidly. The assassin and the brawler skyrocket in power just by swallowing the protagonist's fruit. Li Ping slowly applauds. Wow. What a performance, truly. The cultural dance of other lands is fascinating. Watching a centaur samba is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Elizabeth is baffled, but Li Ping is calculating. He knows a death trap lies ahead. He needed them buffed, even if it meant turning them into dancing fools. It's a cruel genius. Gilia stares, stunned. Master, your power level. It's spiked how? Annie chirps happily. It's because they ate Li Ping's banana, Gilia scoffs. Don't be ridiculous. As if fruit could be holier than my potions. But the brawler wipes her mouth and smirks. Oh, you have no idea, elf. One bite of this banana kicked me straight to the demonic 2-star level. Even the assassin is baffled after she just licked the peel. She skyrocketed straight to the realm of demonic sovereignty. Is there an enchantment on this thing? Even the knight is losing his mind. I was already powerful, but this snack skipped me ahead 3 full stages, he stammers, turning to our boy, Li Ping. What is the origin of this fruit? The knight is desperate for answers. Mom, I don't know. Li Ping shrugs. What's the big deal? You can't tell Li Ping plays innocent. I don't know what to say. Man, it's just a regular banana. Nothing special about it, he insists. The knight narrows his eyes. I can tell it's a hybrid harvest. Li Ping nods. Yeah. It's a hybrid harvest. Totally natural and organic process. Time for the other two gluttons to try Li Ping's famous fruit. They approach slowly, mouths open, but just as the two are about to touch their lips to it, the banana rots instantly in her hand. The elf gags. Ew, it's rotten. What is this? Anne adjusts her glasses. It's a synchronization issue. Elizabeth smirks at her. Well, look at the girl with glasses. You actually know a thing or two, don't you? Anne flushes, saying Elizabeth is too kind. She admits she only learned it from books. The knight interrupts. Synchronization. What exactly do you mean by that? Anne explains. I read that certain divine treasures require specific conditions to activate their effects, so perhaps Li Ping's banana must be shared by 3 people simultaneously to work. The elf points an accusing finger at Elizabeth. Stop pretending! Can't you see she's eating it all alone over there? Anne stammers, apologizing for her confusion. But, she thinks to herself, the conditions of a treasure can be ignored if the user is simply vastly stronger than the item itself. Elizabeth shoots a glare that could kill. Don't look at me with those eyes. Anne apologizes, noticing Elizabeth's eyes are glowing slightly red. What's that? The angry Julia interrupts. Oh, maybe it's just the accumulation of my elven potion finally kicking in. That's what produced the effect. That's it. The knight immediately turns to Li Ping, begging for another fruit. Julia is fuming. Stop believing in this nonsense. Master, but our protagonist is happy. For a cultivator like him, sharing the harvest is the greatest joy, but not for Elizabeth. She snatches the fruit right out of his hand. No, I'll eat this later, she says, tossing it over her shoulder. Let's go. You've rested enough, and this journey needs to end. Li Ping looks embarrassed, whispering a promise to give them more when he gets the chance. The knight signals his team to go ahead. He'll catch up with the wives later. Li Ping calls out, Hey, don't you guys want to come along? But Elizabeth cuts him off cold. Let's move. Li Ping. Li Ping waves a confused goodbye. See you later. Behind them, the drooling, greedy assassin. Mom is hatching a wicked little plan. Master, should we just steal that backpack from them? Muscle Mommy chimes in too. Bet they have something even better hidden in there. The greedy knight, munching on the big banana, shakes his head. No rush. It's not the right time yet. He watches Elizabeth, analyzing the careless way she carries that treasure. She shows zero concern for it. No one from a remote tribe would act like that. He licks his lips, a realization hitting him. Recently, one of the 4 major powers in the kingdom posted a massive reward for intel on the lost princess. Maybe she's right in front of me. Brothers, I thought he'd just sell the info, but his plan is to make her his woman. Oh, this warrior's ambitious. He wants to climb the ranks of the aristocratic empire and claim even more of those. Oh, delicious fruits. Friend, give it up. But he reaches behind his back, grabbing a strange item. I'm going to use this to completely conquer you. He laughs like a total psychopath. His 4 wives are entranced. There's an incredible pheromone coming from the master. They swoon. We need to satisfy him even more. Look at how many he has. Some guys get all the luck. But in the background, the labyrinth has 1,000 eyes staring down the path. The leader of the Shadow Wolves is watching, but when he sees our duo coming, he turns tail and runs. Li Ping asks Queen Elizabeth, This labyrinth is getting darker and darker. Is the exit really here? Elizabeth sighs. I already explained it to you. The labyrinth is just an illusion. We're almost there. Suddenly, something descends from the sky. Taking a peek at the radar, Anne warns Li Ping. Something is closing in fast, suddenly. A beam of light slams down. Boom Li Ping is left coughing in the dust. When they look ahead, the knight appears again. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. His wives look like they're under a heavy spell, sweaty and flushed. He approaches, oozing seduction. I was a little late. Forgive me. Miss Elizabeth, can I serve you for the rest of my life? You can even use me as a chair. She cuts him off instantly. Get out of my way. You aren't even qualified to be my mount. Julia snaps. You arrogant, shameless woman, how dare you treat my head? Silence falls in a second. The elf falls dead, and terror seizes the group. Their pupils constrict in pure shock as the cavern shakes. Debris rains from the ceiling, but that is the least of their worries above them. A swarm of nightmare insects descends. Li Ping looks up, voice trembling, asking, "What in the world is that?" The answer is gruesome. A massive dragonfly swoops down, Kelly's severed head already disappearing down its gullet. The beast crushes the wall and lunges straight for Elizabeth, jaws wide. She doesn't even flinch, simply staring it down. And boom! The creature detonates in a shower of gore right in front of her face. Anne is sobbing in terror, giving Li Ping the perfect excuse to bolt. He dives straight for the voluptuous queen, clutching her like a lifeline. Look at this devil burying his face in her chest, claiming it is a matter of life and death. "Elizabeth, save me." "What are we going to do now?" he whines. Elizabeth glances down, her mind racing. Is he testing human nature right now? Is he deliberately letting the arrogant and selfish ones destroy themselves first? It certainly seems that way as the dragonflies swarm back and forth, hunting for fresh meat. The muscle mommy rips a piece of the carriage off for a shield, while Glee casts a desperate protection spell. Li Ping asks, "And what about us?" The knight sneers, "I trust you will find your own way out." It is a calculated move. He wants to force Elizabeth to reveal her true strength. He knows if she does nothing, her little servant is dead meat. The muscle mommy glares at them with pure disdain. "Who cares about you? The alliance is over," Glee adds arrogantly. "Stay out of our barrier and die." But karma hits instantly. Snap! Her head flies off her shoulders before she can finish the sentence. The dragonflies swarm the assassin, who fights desperately to survive. The night is carving through them, while our boy Li Ping stays quietly tucked away. The night unleashes a slash of thunder and lightning, cleaving an insect in two. The muscle mommy bashes another into pulp with her shield, managing to score a kill. Even the assassin manages to slay a few with her shadow techniques. These three are only surviving thanks to those power-up bananas they wolfed down earlier. But the assassin collapses on the ground, hopeless. "No way," she thinks. "We can never kill all these creatures. It is endless. At this rate, we will die of exhaustion." A massive jaw snaps toward her head, ready to end it. At the last second, the knight intervenes, smashing the creature into the dirt. But for every one they kill, several more take its place. Elizabeth turns to Li Ping calmly. "Do you see their true colors now? Do you still want to play this little adventure game?" Li Ping puts on his best innocent face. He is acting the fool, but he is sharp as a tack. "Forget it," he sighs. "Time to part ways. The outside world is too crazy." He shakes his head. "Maybe staying on my farm in the village is the best life after all." Elizabeth smiles, analyzing his performance. First, he made them suffer. Second, he determined if they had any value worth saving. And now, the third step, abandoning them to their fate. She looks at him and commands, "Get ready to leave." He blinks, feigning confusion. "Leave? Have we arrived already?" "It is just ahead," she says, leading the way. Suddenly, a monster lunges to attack them. Anne doesn't flinch. A spirit bear erupts from her, pulverizing the beast with a single punch before instantly shrinking back into a cute little bunny. Anne stares, confused. "Hey, what just happened?" Li Ping turns, calling out, "Hey, Anne." "Come on." She nods. "Okay." Elizabeth touches the cavern wall, sending ripples through the stone as she chants an ancient incantation. The solid rock melts away, revealing a massive pathway. Li Ping gasps. "Wow, the exit is a giant door." The heavy slabs groan open, spilling golden light everywhere. Elizabeth steps through, signaling them to hurry. From the chaos, the knight spots the opening. Li Ping catches his eye and says to Anne, "Let's go. Him and his father are gone." The knight realizes they are being left behind and snaps. He yells to his team, "Get on my back. We have to move now." "Damn them! Do they think they can just abandon us here?" he screams. The door slams shut, sealing the entrance. But they made it inside. They find themselves on a floating island piled high with an immense amount of treasure. The knight's wives manage to squeeze through. Li Ping is celebrating with Anne, dancing around. Suddenly, the knight arrives, grabs him, and hurls him aside. The muscle mommy does the same to Anne. The knight stands there, staring at the gold, a psychopathic grin spreading across his face. It is real. The Demon King's nectar. Li Ping dusts himself off. Now we are on equal footing. I do not expect your gratitude, Ni. But you do not have to be a jerk about it. The knight turned slowly. Oh yes. You helped a lot. By completing the sacrifice count we needed as thanks, I will give you a quick death. But then, clink. A coin falls. A golden eye opens. In the middle of the treasure hoard, the room quakes. A golden dragon rises from the gold, towering over them. It stares down at everyone. Li Ping breaks into a cold sweat. Elizabeth, there is a dragon. My God, a dragon. He is shaking her, but Anne is trembling for a different reason. Something darker lurks within her. Her eyes turn pitch black as she whispers, Master. What do we do now? Elizabeth just observes silently. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the island. The knight barks at his wives. You two, buy me time. I need to charge my ultimate attack to kill it in one blow. They nod in agreement. The dragon takes a massive swipe, sending them flying, but they manage to dodge the fatal impact. The muscle mommy screams. Go draw its attention, the assassin shouts. Okay, leave it to me, and launches a swarm of paper origami constructs to distract the beast. She unleashes a shadow clone technique straight out of an anime and throws herself at the beast. Seeing the opening, the knight thinks, now that this giant dragon is the only threat left, no more hiding. Time to gather every ounce of mana and unleash my ultimate. Move, swift thundercut. He's charging up, crackling with electricity. Meanwhile, Lola's clones are attempting a stealth assassination strike, but it's useless. The plan was to create a weak point, but the dragon's hide is impenetrable. The muscle-bound warrior steps in. Relax, let the tank handle this. She triggers an explosive shield transformation, launching the shield equipped with torpedoes straight at the dragon's leg. Bullseye. She smirks, confident the hit landed, thinking the beast is down. But the massive dragon just stares at her, completely unharmed. It raises a massive paw. She freezes, confused. Crunch. It brings the paw down, leaving nothing but her crushed remains. The assassin screams. Sister. What just happened? Desperate, she triggers the Shadow Thousand Clones technique. Damn, talk about a fantasy. Well, I'd only need 2 of those 1,000 in my room. She knows she can't deal damage, but she's betting on a distraction. However, the dragon just glances over, flaps its wings, and gathers the scattered gold coins, forming a swirling vortex of gold. The clones are instantly vaporized, and the tornado starts firing coins. Like machine gun bullets in every direction, the lethal change is flying everywhere, barely missing our guide. Elizabeth looks at Li Ping. You're surprisingly calm. Expected of you. Li Ping is internally screaming. Damn it, I almost died just now. The dragon continues its spin cycle. Suddenly, Anne steps up and activates her dollhouse invocation. A colossal bear materializes, acting as a meat shield against the coin barrage. The assassin orders her remaining clones to defend the summoner, ensuring Anne maintains the spell. She manages to save Li Ping and smiles, relieved. But the dragon notices. It fires a single coin with sniper precision, boom, right between the eyes. Headshot, but right at that second, the knight finally finishes charging. Thundercut, 300%. He leaps, roaring that not even a demon spirit could withstand this. But when the smoke clears, it's barely a scratch on the dragon's neck. His sword shattered into dust. He stares at the broken hilt, dumbfounded. What? The dragon looks bored, flicks its tail, and sends him flying, obliterating the entire chamber. He looks back at our trio. This is a 4-star golden dragon from the demon sect. Li Ping and Elizabeth stand there, arms crossed. He whispers, Elizabeth. The poor guy is thinking. The centaur died to a tail whip. I'm definitely going to have to use my trump card here, aren't I? Elizabeth glances at him. Okay, what's your play? Li Ping shoots back. You can drop the act now. She feigns confusion. What act? Has he figured it out? I don't know what, but the plot is thickening. Li Ping presses. If you don't act, everyone here is going to die, meaning he will die, which is why he's terrified. Elizabeth snaps back. Don't you dare order me around in public. She's thinking. Is he trying to use my contract against me? The nerve. Well, Anne says, "The real nightmare hasn't even started. We're trapped." Just then, Elizabeth places a hand on Anne's head. "Jing bloodline, show me the true nature of your magic." Anne's eyes glow as the effect takes hold. Buried memories flood back scenes from the orphanage, sharing dinner with the other kids, sleeping peacefully, until she opens her eyes to see a woman watching her with a twisted, sinister smile. Cut to the next scene, monsters swarming the orphanage. Just as she was about to be captured, the giant bear manifested from her back, slaughtering the creatures. But it was too late. Everyone at the orphanage had already been sent to the afterlife. Elizabeth realizes Anne suppressed this trauma. Using her own power, she rips that mental block out, calling it foolishness. Poor Anne collapses, sobbing. Believing it's all her fault, that she killed her brothers and sisters, she begs for forgiveness. Elizabeth is ruthless. She looks down with cold eyes. "You are a disgrace to the Jing bloodline. If you want to escape this prison of regret, stand up and fight for me." Anne's expression shifts. Tears still falling, she rises, declaring that this time she will save her brother Li Ping. Suddenly, she begins to levitate. Wreathed in purple energy, Li Ping is baffled. She throws her arms wide and summons her puppets. An eagle, a rabbit, a panda, and a snake materialize. The dragon swipes at the group, but its claws sink into the panda's belly. The panda expands like a balloon, absorbs the impact, and grabs the dragon's paw. In a flash, the rabbit is on the offensive, pummeling the beast and snapping its neck. Li Ping asks, "Elizabeth, what did you do to Anne?" "Why the sudden change?" Elizabeth shrugs. "Nothing special. I just made her accept reality." The rabbit launches herself upward, determination burning in Annie's eyes, and as the smoke spirals and clears, the little bunny is latched onto the dragon's paw. Now both she and the snake have the beast pinned, the serpent coiling tightly to constrict the dragon's movements. But raw power surges. The dragon flaps its massive wings, once again summoning that devastating golden tornado. Yet this time, the eagle counters, neutralizing a storm with her own wind blast. Li Ping watches, thoroughly impressed. He asks Elizabeth about the secrets of this divine bloodline, but suddenly, a force yanks him back and slams him into the dirt. The knight has returned, looking barely alive. He is clutching the stolen backpack, gasping for air, while Elizabeth scoffs. "Ha, looks like this trash is still breathing." Li Ping screams from the background, "Hey, give me back my bag." The knight turns, a psychopathic grin twisting his face. "Your trump card is mine now," he sneers. "All these kingdom fruits, I'll devour them all, the pineapple, the orange, the grapes." Li Ping stares in confusion. "Dude, what are you doing? Don't you think it's a little late for a snack break?" But the madman doesn't listen. He gorges on every single fruit, swallowing them whole. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupts from his core. "It's coming," he roars as his flesh begins to mutate. His body convulses, muscles expanding and tearing as he goes berserk, screaming about an unprecedented power surging through his veins. A question mark replaces his level display. Staring at his transformed hand, he thinks, "Finally, with this power, I no longer fear those old fossils from the Holy Sword Guild." The dragon, however, takes offense to his existence. It unleashes a golden breath attack, but just before impact, the knight vanishes, reappearing instantly beside the dragon's head. "Stop bothering me." With a thunderous kick, he sends the massive beast crashing to the ground, and the centaur descends. He heads straight for the altar to claim the Demon King's chalice. Gazing at the prize, greed consumes him. "If I consume this, I can't even imagine the strength I'll gain." Without hesitation, he downs the chalice, his pupils glowing a blood-curdling red. Transformation takes hold again. Demonic wings burst from his back as he enters his true demon form. Savoring the taste. This Demon King's vintage is exquisite. The situation is spiraling out of control. Annie stands her ground, while Li Ping mutters, "That guy's getting freakier by the second." "Elizabeth, do something." Annie steps in, shouting, "Don't worry, I won't let him get near brother Li Ping." She casts a marionette spell, but in a blur, the centaur has already impaled her chest, lifting her high into the air. "First, I'll eliminate the nuisance," he growls. Li Ping freezes in terror as the monster discards Annie like a broken doll. The beast turns his gaze on them. You're next. Li Ping ignores him completely, rushing to Annie's side. Hang in there. Elizabeth will save you. Just hold on. The centaur looms over Elizabeth, sneering. I know you're hiding your true strength. But it doesn't matter. I'll give you two choices. Become my woman, hand over your kingdom, and grant me everything. Or option 2, I'll have my fun with you until you're broken, and then sell what's left to the highest bidder. Tears streaming down his face, Li Ping screams, Elizabeth, kill him. The centaur glares sideways. Who gave you permission to speak? You servant trash. He activates an instant movement skill, appearing right in front of Li Ping to crush him into the earth. Boom! An explosion scatters gold coins everywhere. The centaur recoils, looking like he's the one who took the hit. As the dust settles, Li Ping speaks. Okay then. I'm tired of pretending. He sighs. Brothers, time to get serious. The centaur is thrown back, battered and confused. What happened? The beast wonders, trembling. I hit him with everything I had. Why did my attack reflect back on me? He glares at Elizabeth. Is this your doing? Elizabeth stares at Li Ping, understanding the truth. She thinks, not even my magic can scratch his clothes. You forced him to defend, only to destroy yourself on his invincibility. Meanwhile, Li Ping stands there looking badass, but internally he's thinking, phew, it worked exactly as I planned. As long as I bribe Elizabeth with delicious food, she'll protect me. I just have to stay useful. She won't let her personal chef die. Attacking me is like threatening her dinner. Without food, he's doomed. Our boy has no idea he's actually overpowered. The series could end right here. He's basically turning into Saitama 2.0. The centaur wipes blood from his lip. Truly unsettling. You're proud, but I was only using half my strength. Woman, you rejected a centaur of my caliber. You could have enjoyed this. He charges up for a final strike. This is your choice. Elizabeth remains stone cold calm. The centaur roars, let's see you reflect this. But before he can strike, something slams into him from the left. A massive impact buries him into the ground. Elizabeth glances to the side. Finally awake, the centaur lies completely shattered, reduced to nothing but gore. From the shadows of the ruins, the true golden dragon begins to manifest, its majestic form filling the room. The centaur realizes in his final moments the dragon he killed earlier was nothing but a crumb of this creature's true power. The beast reabsorbs its old body as Elizabeth smiles. Using your tail to pet me, I miss playing with you like this. Behold the true void dragon, a golden queen hailing from the star demon king's realm. The centaur can't process this reality. Impossible, I possess the power of a demon king I cannot lose. But his denial is cut short by a massive dragon claw crushing him into the dirt. Li Ping stares, bewildered. Elizabeth, is this real? I think you figured it out ages ago. She replies coolly. This place isn't real. Suddenly, gravity shifts, and they are floating. Magic might be your weak point, but nothing gets past you. The dragon rumbles, speaking an ancient, unknown tongue to Elizabeth. She responds, and the massive beast bursts into tears. Poof. A cloud of smoke erupts, revealing a little girl. Of course, it's a classic game trope. Meet Amelia, Elizabeth's loyal pet. She sobs uncontrollably. Is it really you, my queen? I've waited for you for so long. Elizabeth sighs. You've reached the realm of a demon king, yet you're still so naive. This is exactly why I didn't want to come here. I knew it would wake you up, and you'd be all over me. Amelia clings tighter to her leg. No, master. You disappeared for 500 years without a word. I missed you so much. We cut to Amelia's origin story, born from the chaos between heaven and earth. It was Elizabeth who poured her magical energy into the egg, incubating it. Upon hatching, a sacred contract was formed. Elizabeth didn't just name her Amelia. She shaped her personality, trained her, and played with her. That bond created a secret oath of eternal servitude. As she grew, Amelia became Elizabeth's majestic mount. She carried her mistress across the globe, battling cruel beasts as Elizabeth set out to dominate the world. Amelia rejoiced in her mistress's victories, but she noticed Elizabeth's smile fading. Amelia realized the truth. The stronger Elizabeth became, the less she needed help. Then, one day, out of nowhere, she drew the sacred sword. And vanished. Back at the Council of Races, Elizabeth's absence triggers chaos. Her reputation alone can no longer hold the peace. Crime rates are skyrocketing. Minister York reports unrest in his tribe, with several factions declaring independence. The only thing that united them was fear of the Queen. The dwarf minister speaks up. Perhaps it is best we return to our homelands and govern our own regions. At least until the Queen returns. Twyla, Minister of the Elves, turns to Jin, the demon minister. Where is Elizabeth? You were closest to her. Was she defeated by the legendary hero? Jin scoffs. Impossible. I've seen her terrifying power. No one in this world can defeat her. You all do as you please. From now on, I will hunt for Her Majesty myself. Her former minion, Malfoy, steps forward. I'm with you. I'll follow her too. The council dissolves. The ministers disperse. And the unified world fractures back into separate regions. Amelia didn't care about politics. She downed a glass of wine, left the hall, and returned to the sanctuary where she was first found. Hoping Elizabeth would return, she waited and waited and waited. 5 centuries later, she is still here, weeping. You finally returned. Mistress, Elizabeth nods coolly. It seems everything went according to plan. The long wait taught you meditation. That was the key to reaching the Demon King level. Amelia sobs harder. Mistress Elizabeth, please don't leave me again. The poor girl rationalizes it immediately. She abandoned me just so I could master meditation and level up. She really does everything for me. Up above, Li Ping trembles. Hey, Elizabeth, stop dwelling on the past and save Annie already. At that moment, Annie blinks her eyes open. Brother Li Ping, where are we? Li Ping exhales in relief. Annie, are you okay? She nods, but reaches into her backpack to pull out the apple he gave her. It is completely smashed. Li Ping pats her head gently. That's not a problem. Relax. Observing them, Elizabeth realizes he planned this from the very beginning. The scenario was set the moment he handed over the fruit. Amelia is happily nuzzling Elizabeth until she notices the stranger. Seeing the Queen stare at Li Ping, Amelia's mood sours. Mistress, who is that guy over there? Elizabeth answers casually. Him. He's the legendary hero. I stayed at his house while I was away. Amelia's rage spikes. Hey, you, she thinks. The legendary hero. Did he kidnap my mistress for 500 years? And now, it looks like he wants to steal her heart. I need to end him. Our smiling hero waves. I'm Li Ping. Nice to meet you. Amelia forces a smile, plotting darkly. Now that I've reached Demon King level, I'm worthy of my mistress. If we join forces, we can kill the legendary hero right now. She summons a Dragon King's claw and charges. Nice to meet you too. The claw slams into his chest. Boom explosion. But as the smoke clears, Amelia is confused. He blocked it effortlessly. Li Ping blinks. Oops. Sorry. I couldn't react in time. Amelia stands frozen, terrified. My attack was strong enough to wipe out a city. And he didn't even flinch. He nullifies the attack effortlessly. Li Ping extends a hand, asserting dominance. My turn to drive. Cold sweat runs down Amelia's back. He might be even more suffocating than the mistress herself. The poor girl is mentally begging for mercy. But instead of crushing her, he clasps her hand gently. Sorry for ruining the handshake. Suddenly, Elizabeth's composure makes perfect sense. She has such a polite friend. Amelia blinks, totally lost. Handshake, friend. Elizabeth cuts in. Friend. I suppose you could say that, though really, she's my mount. Li Ping's imagination runs wild, riding like a horse. Elizabeth snaps her fingers, warping reality. They instantly materialize outside. Enough games for one day. Mistress, you're incredible. Amelia gasps. Li Ping is equally stunned. Wow. It's getting back really that easy. All he really needs to do is cling to Elizabeth's coattails or thighs, and he's set. But for Annie, it's a different story. The travel took its toll. She collapses onto Li Ping's shoulder, out cold. Elizabeth orders him to get the girl to bed. She has private business with Amelia. Back at the farmhouse, Amelia kneels. What is your bidding, mistress? Command me. I live to serve. Elizabeth gets straight to the point. Ever heard of the Black Demon Guild? Amelia hesitates. She's been asleep for ages. Then it clicks. That guy. Malfoy, the former human prince. Do you recall him? Elizabeth racks her brain. Vaguely. Amelia pauses, sensing a catch. Wait, you're after him. Not me. Elizabeth shakes her head. It's not that. I've heard this guild is slaughtering innocents. And they claim it's to resurrect me. Her eyes narrow. Amelia bristles with rage. Resurrect you, but you're right here. The insolence. What are your orders? Elizabeth's voice turns cold. Erase them from existence. Believe no trace of me or this sanctuary. Amelia nods. Elizabeth adds a sweetener. Finish this. And I will set you free. Amelia accepts instantly. Mission accepted. But in her twisted logic, freedom just means clinging to Elizabeth's side all night long. Motivated by obsession, she launches into the sky. Suddenly impact, a missile intercepts her, detonating midair. Smoke clears to reveal her battered form. Who dares? Her skin is scorched. This isn't normal fire. The attacker must be at least Sovereignty Realm level. Far below, Wang Kai tracks the bogey. He cranks the defense grid to level 2. Amelia breaks into a cold sweat. Another projectile screams toward her. She deflects it with a wing, growling. You picked the wrong fight. Then she sees the full volley. A wall of missiles obliterates the sky. The poor girl doesn't stand a chance. Wang Kai runs diagnostics. Target still active. Engaging defense level 3. Suddenly, Elizabeth bellows, "Stupid dog." She's with me. Stand down. The little pup trembles in fear. Understood, adding to the whitelist immediately. Amelia limps away, traumatized. This place is a nightmare. I need to get out of here. Inside, Li Ping slices oranges, pressing fresh juice for Annie. He approaches her bedside. If you're still feeling rough, drink this. She thanks him and takes a sip. Instantly, her cells ignite with regeneration. The fruit is dense with raw mana. She gasps, overwhelmed. Is this advanced divine magic? Clarity washes over her. A memory surfaces the orphanage. A monster wearing her face speaks. I am you. You are me. Stop denying your nature. She weeps, lost in the vision, while Li Ping flops onto the sofa nearby. Nothing beats your own couch. Just then, Elizabeth strides in, glancing at the girl. Looks like your memory's back. You know, your ancestors in the Jin clan swore eternal loyalty to me. Now that your bloodline has awakened, so has the oath. Suddenly, Annie's vision shifts. She sees Elizabeth as a titan, holding her tiny form in a massive palm. Trembling, she whispers, "Are you the legendary demon queen?" I am the ruler of this entire world. Annie is baffled. But the legends. You died fighting the hero, Brother Li Ping. Who are you? Really? Li Ping scratches his head. Awkward. I hate to admit it, but yeah, I'm the hero. Annie's eyes light up. I get it now, the full story back then. You and Elizabeth. You fought the final duel for supremacy. A battle that raged for a month. But amidst the bloodshed, sparks flew. You abandoned the quest for power. And chose love instead, living in seclusion for 500 years. Elizabeth hums thoughtfully. Close enough. Li Ping grimaces. She's completely wrong. Elizabeth ignores him and pivots. But look at you, a descendant of superior demon warriors. Yet you're this pathetic, you're a disgrace to the clan. Li Ping does a double take. Wait, Annie is a demon. Annie stands there, silent and stunned. Elizabeth drops a history bomb, explaining that 600 years ago, a child named Jin unleashed a cursed bloodline, his eyes glowing a sinister crimson. His magical reserves skyrocketed, but that immense power came with a terrible price. He descended into pure, unadulterated violence. Bloodlust became his only joy. Within a few short years, he plunged the entire northern territories into absolute chaos. He slaughtered hundreds of my elite warriors, his ambition swelling until he foolishly marched on my castle to challenge me. Naturally, I crushed him without breaking a sweat, sealed away his madness, and bound him with an unbreakable oath of loyalty. He has served me for generations since. Anne, trembling uncontrollably, whispers that she never knew any of this. She stammers that her first memory was the orphanage, insisting the nuns and brothers there were her only family. But Elizabeth cuts deep with the truth. You massacred everyone in that orphanage when your power snapped. Your mind couldn't handle the trauma, so you constructed a delusion. You've been stuck in a loop, waiting for a nun who is never coming back. Elizabeth muses that with Jin's raw potential, Anne could have conquered the world by now, wondering what exactly has been happening in this desolate place during her absence. Anne starts hyperventilating, screaming that she would never hurt her brothers, while Li Ping jumps in, confused, reminding Elizabeth they met the brothers at the market. Elizabeth snaps, declaring she's had enough of this charade. She rips open a visualization portal, commanding them to witness the grotesque reality of these so-called brothers. The illusion shatters. They aren't people at all, but raggedy dolls that Anne's fractured psyche hallucinated into living beings. Elizabeth shuts the portal and drives the point home Anne has been draining her magic just to animate a pile of toys. That is exactly why she has been stagnating at her current mage level. Li Ping is stunned, but Elizabeth remains cold and pragmatic. To fend off the Black Apostles, you tapped into your bloodline, lost your mind, and slaughtered friend and foe alike. That is the horror you are running from. The revelation breaks Anne. She screams, erupting with a purple aura like a character out of Dragon Ball Z. Before she can level the building, Elizabeth flicks her forehead, knocking her out cold. Li Ping catches her as she falls. Elizabeth warns him that while his intentions are noble, if Anne wakes up and triggers that lineage again, she will wipe this city off the map. Li Ping insists he can handle it. Later, back at the church, Anne stirs, climbing out of bed with a heavy heart. She immediately apologizes for being a burden, but Li Ping brushes it off, explaining they used Elizabeth's teleportation magic to get back. He asks how she is coping, but the floodgates open, and she sobs, unable to reconcile the fact that she caused so much death. Li Ping counters firmly, insisting she isn't a murderer. She was a protector pushed too far by enemies. Anne refuses to forgive herself for losing control, but our hero doubles down, placing the blame squarely on those who attacked her. They forced your hand, so stop beating yourself up besides. We still have missing materials to deal with here. She continues to weep, insisting the tragic facts remain unchanged, but Li Ping interrupts with a technical explanation. He explains that when she crafted the dolls, her craftsmanship was fine, but her fear of them falling apart made her tie the knots too tightly. That tension suffocated their spirits, but he assures her it is fixable and he will help her remake them properly. He starts dismantling the dolls, but the sight of her brothers being torn apart triggers Anne's trauma all over again. She begins to go berserk, so Li Ping drops a poetic incantation like Shakespeare: "Do not wander under the tree. Do not question the falling rain, and do not weep in the darkness." Anne's consciousness shifts, and she wakes up in the center of a mystical lake. A giant golden hand descends from the heavens as Li Ping finishes his verse, "Look forward and never look back." As long as you have the courage to face reality and keep your head high, you will see that this blinding mist was nothing but a passing shower. The sky clears, bathed in light, as Li Ping lifts her up in his giant palm. Back in reality, he presents a beautifully remade doll, an angelic child named Raphael, telling her this is for her healing. He hopes this brings her peace. Anne takes his hand, realizing the spiritual energy feels familiar. She senses the souls of her brothers surrounding Li Ping, who gently tells her she doesn't need to worry anymore. The spirits fade away with a final goodbye, and Anne breaks down in tears, swearing she will protect the church with her life. Our boy points out the clear blue sky, then lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God those psychotherapy textbooks he read in the system library actually worked. Meanwhile, in the demon realm's swamp of death, Amelia soars through the air, hunting for someone, but pauses when she sees the landscape utterly devastated. She remarks what a shame it is that they trashed her mistress's estate, landing just as a horde of monsters appears to devour her soul. However, in the blink of an eye, the creatures spontaneously combust, exploding into nothingness. She wonders aloud why everyone insists on treating this place like a garbage dump, moving forward until she finds a chubby baby mage crawling out of a book. He demands to know her identity and why she is targeting the Black Guild, reminding her that he is the sixth pillar, a 5-star demon not to be trifled with. The scene shifts to a chamber filled with pulsating eggs incubating demons, while deep within the Black Guild Hall, a high-stakes council is underway. The leader senses a disturbance, a terrifying presence approaching, and one of his trembling subordinates speaks up. He reports that an entire battalion was annihilated during the invasion of the Saint's Guide. Asking fearfully if this intruder has come for revenge, a rotund, childlike figure sucks on a pacifier and dismisses the worry, claiming Curtis will handle it, while the chief of staff turns to the brat. He asks if the child wants to go out and play, only to be told to shut up, while a man cloaked in shadow sneers that no intruder could ever breach their sanctuary. But the master atop the throne grins, admitting he feared he would never secure the necessary materials, yet fate has intervened. The prize has walked right to his doorstep. It is Malfoy. Looking like a shadowed husk of his former self, 500 years of decay have not been kind. Outside, the pacifier-sucking wizard, Curtis, tries to intercept Amelia, but he is obliterated before he can even blink. He is crushed beneath the weight of a spectral dragon claw, and it is over in an instant. A squad of apostles emerges, led by a girl clutching 6 ominous balloons. They radiate confidence, certain they can execute the intruder, but they have severely miscalculated. She simply unleashes the aura of the Golden Dragon King, letting out a roar that vaporizes the opposition, and continues her stroll without breaking stride. A massive, eldritch eye blocks her path, foolishly underestimating her power. With a casual kick, she shatters it and steps into the boss's inner sanctum. She lays eyes on Malfoy, mocking his wretched appearance, and though the finished villain recognizes her, he is too slow. Before words can settle, he is blasted from his throne, leaving his subordinates frozen in sheer terror and confusion. She had simply manifested a spectral dragon arm and crushed him like a bug, broken and defeated. Malfoy gasps out a question. He asks why she is awakened from her slumber as he regenerates his body, wondering if she has come to retrieve Elizabeth. Confusion flashes across her face before tentacles erupt from the floor, binding her tight. It is a dirty trap sprung by the tentacle user. The tentacle master gloats, assuring her there is no way she can escape, but she tilts her head, genuinely puzzled, and asks, "Escape? What do you mean?" she asks, biting into the eldritch flesh and terrifying her captor as she starts slurping the tentacles down like pasta. The hunter becomes the snack. While she digests her meal, a voluptuous woman approaches from behind, throwing her hands up to surrender and claiming she only joined the guild under duress. She blows a playful kiss, activating a potent charm spell, and, to be fair, her seductive prowess is undeniable. Standing before Amelia, she purrs that since physical attacks failed, she will simply enslave the dragon's heart. Amelia burps, expelling the last of the octopus, and instantly annihilates the seductress. Another lackey tries to ambush her and meets the same grim fate. Now only Malfoy remains. She asks if he will end his own wretched life or face her wrath, and he admits he cannot defeat her alone. However, he sneers, "If I merge with what lies behind me, the odds change," gesturing to the massive incubation cocoon pulsing in the shadows. Inside, a clone of Elizabeth is being synthesized, cut to 1 month later, and we are far from the battlefield, on a quaint little farm. Life is peaceful, filled with chopping wood and cooking meals, yet Elizabeth senses something is off with her companion. Before bed, Li Ping feels the weight of impatience, and by the time morning comes, he has made a heavy decision. He prepares her favorite breakfast, but she sees right through the gesture, demanding he stop beating around the bush and tell her what he wants. Li Ping sighs, saying, "After living together all year, you know I am no threat to you. We have proven that the hero and the queen can coexist. But I think it is time for you to leave here, Elizabeth, and rule the world again," he says, leaving her staring at him, demanding a reason. He explains that he never expected her to end up here, and the biggest issue is that time outside is passing far too rapidly. In your absence, the apostles are ravaging the country, and even this black guild has risen from the shadows. He tells her they are making life hell for everyone, though Elizabeth shrugs coldly, as the chaos of the world is not her concern. The system dictated an apocalyptic battle followed by peace, but because they became friends, the script flipped. Now the world is in chaos, and he admits he wanted to keep her safe here because the barrier outside had shattered. "If I didn't know what was happening out there, we could have stayed here forever, but now that I've seen the destruction, I cannot stand idly by. I can't be the hero anymore, and I lack the power to save them from this suffering alone." Elizabeth interprets his words through her own filter, believing he is saying he cannot survive without her, so she asks what he wants her to do. Li Ping meets her gaze and says, "I want you to return and save the world, Because I'm an incompetent hero. I can no longer be selfish, he says aloud, though internally he thinks, even if this place gets overrun, I can just move to the city. But Elizabeth's internal logic spins a different tale. She believes he is being selfish in a romantic way. Wanting the queen all to himself yet forcing her to rule, she finishes her meal, convinced he is playing a complex game of affection, wipes her mouth, and asks one final question. You want me to leave this sanctuary and solve the world's problems? That is easy, she says, leaving our hero smiling and relieved. Seriously? You're actually agreeing? All right then, I'll set everything in motion immediately. But then she spins around. No, wait. I couldn't care less about the outside world, she declares, though internally she's cursing him out. You bastard. However, there are two ways we can handle this. Li Ping narrows his eyes. Suspicious. Are you just looking for an excuse to kick me out of here because I'm not that easy to get rid of? What are the two ways? He asks. She smirks. The first is simple. I step outside, unleash a spell that obliterates the entire world, and boom, problem solved. Absolutely not, Li Ping shoots back. Skip that option. She nods calmly. Fine. The second option is, we find someone capable of ruling the world in my stead. I'll simply pull the strings from the shadows. Li Ping asks the obvious question. And who exactly would that be? Oh, you already know, she says, locking eyes with him. Besides me, you're the only one qualified for the throne. Cold sweat drips down his face. Wait a second. You want me to rule the world? Cut to the next scene. He's frantically practicing sword swings, his mind racing. How in the world did things end up like this? Beside him, she's barking orders like a drill sergeant. Practice properly. Puts him back into it. I want to see real effort. He just sighs. Okay. But inside, her mind is working overtime. Are you trying to play mind games with this queen, please? You're about 10 centuries too young for that. I can't deny you might be physically stronger than me right now, but when it comes to psychological warfare, you don't stand a ghost of a chance. The queen is clearly falling hard. She's replaying the morning's events in her head. When he told her to leave, she was so heartbroken that she almost walked away. But then, when he said he couldn't live without her, she suddenly understood everything he was really trying to say. He knows perfectly well that with our combined power, dominating or destroying this world would be child's play. So, the smartest move is to let the world spin on, while we just sit back and observe. And since she's already assigned Amelia to handle the Black Guild mess, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. She is fully convinced he's just pretending to be weak with this little training scheme. She believes she's seen through all his games. Apparently, the legendary hero has fallen for the Demon Queen. Meanwhile, our boy's standing there completely baffled, like actually believing in the training plan. He wonders, is it really true? Can you become a sword master just by swinging a blade 1,000 times a day? It seems almost too simple. In her imagination, he's already the pinnacle of strength. But maybe he just enjoys taking a beating now and then. Apparently, she thinks, I'm the only one in this entire world who can satisfy this hero's twisted, malevolent interests. But now, she has a vision. Even though she claims not to care about silly little things like romance, it's different when it involves him. He possesses the ultimate power of creation and production. She wields the greatest swordsmanship and magic. Together, they could create the strongest heir in history. What kind of monster would that child be? Would they shatter the limits of this realm? But she won't agree to it that easily. For now, she decides to let him practice his absolutely terrible swordsmanship. He needs to get stronger for the sake of their future child. After all, Li Ping is totally lost. What is she thinking about so intensely? Is she actually going to teach me swordsmanship? And magic all to destroy the Black Guild. He winds up for a massive slash, swings, and suddenly, the weapon transforms into a small boy who flops onto the dirt. My sword. Turned into a kid. The sword boy snaps back. Who are you calling a kid? I am the spirit of the majestic, legendary blade, Alpha. The queen steps forward, eyes narrowing. What is going on here? Alpha immediately recognizes her. Without hesitation, he lunges toward her, screaming, Die, demon! Wham! He takes a boot to the face and goes flying across the clearing. Sit down, she commands coldly. Let's talk. Li Ping scrambles to apologize, claiming he had no idea the boy was conscious this whole time. The spirit scoffs, complaining that during the critical moment of the fight, against the demon and the queen, he finally manifests. However, he has a burning question. Why have I been used to chop firewood for so many years? Li Ping tries to tell him to calm down, but the boy is on a roll. Did you change the script? Call yourself a friend? You don't deserve to be a hero? Elizabeth glares at the spirit. Are you still trying to kill me, little brat? The boy sits down, pouting. Actually, no, I don't want to die with this crazy system. Honestly, you're my savior. She rolls her eyes. Okay, whatever. Now that you're here, you're going to help Li Ping rule the world. Alpha blinks. Hold on. Rule the world. Li Ping interjects nervously. It's more like saving the world. He glances to the side. Hey. What are you talking about? Li Ping, our newly motivated hero, declares, I'm tired of sitting around doing nothing. I'm going to take on the responsibility of a true hero. I will practice, and I will save the world. Alpha raises an eyebrow. Practice. Don't you know your own talent? The spirit thinks back. He practiced with me 100 times and gained enough experience to rival a demon king. He even awakened me. It doesn't make any sense. The system logs show that when he was chopping down trees, he was actually farming massive amounts of experience. Li Ping looks at Alpha with puppy dog eyes. I know I don't have much talent, but with you and Elizabeth by my side, I think I can do it. Alpha opens his mouth to correct him. What are you talking about? Dude, you are literally... Suddenly, Elizabeth casts a spell, sealing his mouth shut. She smiles sweetly and tells Li Ping to stay put while she has a little chat with the boy. She grabs Alpha with a terrifying demonic claw and drags him behind a large tree. Clouds of dust and smoke rise into the air. Moments later, Alpha stumbles back out, completely battered and bruised. He looks at Li Ping and whimpers. Fine, I'll play along. Brother says. Elizabeth cuts him off, sharp and impatient. Enough stalling. Let's get this show on the road. The city of Titano is alive. A blonde recruiter is aggressively hunting for guild prospects, while a street vendor hawks roasted chicken to the passing crowds. It is a melting pot of criminals and heroes, all gathering in a city firmly under the iron grip of the Holy Sword Guild. Elizabeth turns to Li Ping, her eyes narrowing. Her magical senses are screaming. Something massive is about to go down in this city, she warns. She suggests they investigate. Li Ping nods, a calculating look in his eye. Understood. After all, the first step to ruling the world, and is gathering intelligence. Alpha scoffs immediately. Total nonsense. This whole trip is a waste of time. Elizabeth shoots Alpha a death glare that could kill. Do you want me to snap you in half? Alpha instantly retreats behind Li Ping, muttering a quick apology. Suddenly, our hero spots a stray paper on the cobblestones. He picks it up. Flyers are plastered everywhere. Is this the big event you sensed? It is a guild competition. Elizabeth explains the stakes, a brutal tournament where every major guild sends their strongest representative to fight. Drums thunder through the streets, bookies are shouting odds, and the crowd goes wild, scrambling to throw their money on the favorites. Li Ping grabs Elizabeth, who is looking surprisingly modern in her outfit, and drags her toward the colossal arena. But at the entrance, a hulking green bullman blocks their path. No magic signal, he grunts. Where are your tickets? Elizabeth, let me handle this, Li Ping says confidently, producing a heavy pouch of coins. Poster said 10 coins a seat. We're buying. The guard smirks, crossing his massive arms. Sure, normally. But I bought every last one. Now they're 200 coins apiece. Li Ping mentally curses the scalper, but Elizabeth doesn't hesitate. She casts a spell directly on the brute's mind. Dazed, the guard hands over a VIP pass without a fight. They stroll inside. Li Ping visibly impressed by the sheer opulence of the luxury box. The shadows of the VIP area hide powerful figures, a mage smoking a pipe while scribbling spells, a sturdy dwarf, and 2 stunning women from the Holy Guild. The divine energy is palpable. The blonde is Luna, the redhead, Anna. Anna eyes the newcomer suspiciously. Are those 2 even on the guest list? Ignoring them, Elizabeth orders Li Ping to fetch snacks, but the two saints do not look away. They are watching them like hawks. Suddenly, a voice booms over the arena speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale of the guild competition. The announcer roars the lineup. King, the sword genius of the Holy Guild, General Gala, the beast from the Giant Bear Guild, the elegant Travis representing the Elf Guild, and a special wildcard guest sponsored by the Holy Guild. Representing the Card Guild, it is Yi. It is a battle royale. Folks, everyone fights at the same time. A goblin cheers as the bell rings. Tension floods the arena. The elf eyes the massive General Gala. Look at that brute, she thinks. Big, stupid, and useless. Gala roars like a maniac, shaking the ground. Yi looks frail, clearly just a political entry who only made the cut by assisting the Holy Guild. That leaves only one true threat in this arena. The man in blue. The sword genius. King. Gala stomps the ground and charges. The elf draws 3 arrows in a blur, firing at each opponent simultaneously. They all dodge, but the arrows are not meant to hit. They strike the floor, instantly bursting into massive roots that snake out and ensnare the fighters. Gala rages, straining against the vines, but they only constrict harder. That is Gumroot. The elf smirks. The more force you exert, the tighter it binds. King does not panic. He calmly grips the hilt of his blade. With a single flash of blue steel, he shreds the magical vines. Meanwhile, he just stands there, watching, doing absolutely nothing. My apologies for killing your plant, King says smoothly. No problem, the elf retorts. You can just pay me back with your life. She fires again, the arrow transforming into a dancing butterfly strike. King stands his ground, muttering a warrior's mantra. Doubtless, clear, altruistic state bluebird. Power crashes against power, but in the blink of an eye, the elf's arm is severed. It hits the ground and shatters like glass. King points his blade at her throat. Yield, you have lost. The elf chuckles. You truly deserve the title of genius. But so do I. Suddenly, King is swarmed by exploding mana butterflies. Boom! His sword is blasted from his grip. Smoke clears. King stands, battered and bloody, but alive. The elf spits a seed from her mouth into the dirt. Instantly, a magical plant sprouts. She plunges her stump into the plant to regenerate, but, crunch, General Gala stomps on it, crushing the new limb crooked before it can form. He grins over his shoulder. Now, Gala rumbles. It is the samurai's turn. King senses a disturbing aura radiating from the brute. While the audience screams for blood, feeding off the chaos, King magnetically recalls his blade to his hand. Gala flexes, his muscles rippling. Technique is nothing. Power is everything. And I'm going to crush you. He leaps, unleashing 70% of his raw strength. King dodges by a hair, slashing his blade across Gala's chest. Clang. The blade bounces off Gala's skin like it hit iron. Unfazed, Gala ramps up to 80% and swings. King blocks, but the impact flings him across the arena. King looks down, his blade is bent, twisted. Gala charges again. 90%. King frantically dodges the barrage. Up in the VIP box, Li Ping watches intently. Who is your money on? Elizabeth, Li Ping asks. She stays silent. Nearby, Anna narrows her eyes. Something is not adding up. That sword was forged by ranked dwarves, Anna mutters. How did a mere punch destroy it? Luna looks nervous. Should we stop the match? But Anna intervenes, not yet. Meanwhile, up in the super VIP section, a guest asks, shouldn't we stop this? Bowie replies, I think those two have it under control. But the boss, the president of the Card Guild. Isn't that the girl's father? The boy beside him notices the president trembling and realizes exactly why. It's the apostle magic radiating from that brute. He's furious, sure, but he's terrified because he just spotted our protagonist. Li Ping is here. That little demon whispering in his mind. He's watching to see if she uses the deck right. She has to meet the great hero's expectations. Down in the arena, the brute goes berserk. Blue Blade can only retreat as the giant rips up the stone floor like it's a bedsheet. Blue Blade leaps to dodge, but he's snatched out of midair and slammed into the ground, trapped inside a ball of crushed stone. The brute reaches for the stone prison, but suddenly a micro-cut. He steps back, but it's already over. His hand is gone, clean off. He screams that he'll kill Blue Blade, But the swordsman just repeats his mantra, absolutely fearless, doubtless, surprised, confused, altruistic state. The brute tries to react, but a ranged slash drops him instantly, writhing in agony. Blue Blade gives him one last chance. The brute sneers he doesn't care. He's done playing games. He remembers the forbidden drug. Blue Blade warns him. If you surrender the power granted by the Black Guild, I will spare your life. But the brute crushes the pill in his teeth, forcing his power to the realm of the Demon King. But before the transformation takes hold, his head flies off, rolling toward the card user who's been standing amidst the trap the whole time. It's actually the little elf girl, our protagonist, saved flashback to the card guild, where she's been practicing relentlessly with the decks. Drinking the herbal tea our boy gifted her, she continues to evolve, growing stronger every single day. Her father returns from a trip with news he assisted the Holy Guild against the Apostles and earned a special reward. She assumes it's the bag of Apostle remains, but no, it is a direct invitation to the finals. If she wins, the Card Guild gains official recognition, but the pressure is immense. She feels insecure. I can't compete with those geniuses. She worries, but he shuts that down. None of that matters. She needs confidence. They have evolved. They aren't the same weaklings they once were. When the time is right, she'll wield Li Ping's deck and claim victory. Back in the arena, trapped in vines, she calculates, even with Li Ping's deck, my current strength limits me to 6 cards at once. For the rest of the battle, I have to rely on replicas, and that severely weakens my attack power. But I can't retreat now. Determination is everything. She reaches for her belt, draws a card cut. She slices through the vines easily, that severed head on the ground. It looks alive. Blue Blade speaks up. Good strategy, hiding your power until the end. But you're still no match for me. Just admit defeat. She responds by launching a volley of cards he dodges effortlessly. Wow, the guild owes you a favor. I don't want to hurt you. Final warning. The crowd murmurs, confused by this strange card-based combat. Suddenly, she flings a flying sword card. Blue Blade scoffs. I know these are feints. You're setting up a big attack, but I won't give you the chance. He lunges. Ready to strike, panic hits her. He saw through the plan. She steps back, planting her foot on a trap card. It launches her high into the air from above. She rains down a barrage of cards, but Blue Blade leaps, weaving through the storm. She casts a circle formation. He blocks again, but the cards swarm him, wrapping tight around his sword and body. They're weakening the key. Blue Blade growls, foolishness, force me to get serious, and you will die. But she bought enough time. She raises both hands, cards glowing, release. The cards coalesce into a gigantic dragon of spades. The crowd goes wild. A dwarf observer leans in, desperate to know who crafted such powerful cards. Various effects. That crafty Li Ping. The audience is mesmerized. Wow, are they really fighting with just cards? How is that even possible? Blue Blade realizes the danger. He pushes his altruistic state to the maximum level. He launches a massive bluebird construct straight at the dragon. The two avatars collide mid-arena in a catastrophic explosion. The cards shatter, raining down like confetti. She despairs. He's too strong. I can't win with just replicas. But she's terrified to unleash the real deck. She can't control it yet. Blue Blade sees his opening and goes for the kill. You force my hand. He unleashes a devastating slash, cutting through her defenses. She crashes to the ground, defeated. It's over, he declares. She nods, accepting. It's okay. I lost. No point continuing. But suddenly something launches itself at Blue Blade's back. It burrows into his skull. His eyes snap open, glowing a sinister purple. He's been hijacked. The severed head of that creature has taken control of his body. The great apostle speaks through his lips. This vessel is magnificent. Now, how does this key sword work? He immediately unleashes a wave of destruction at the city. Thank God for the protective barrier. Otherwise, the entire audience is dead meat. Li Ping turns to Elizabeth. What do we do? Should we help them? Elizabeth doesn't hesitate. No. If you intend to dominate this world, you must adapt. You have to get used to chaos. This is nothing. Far greater catastrophes are waiting for you. Li Ping shrugs, accepting it. Meanwhile, the terrified father is spiraling. Damn it, did they know we were going to be invaded? Is that why they came to test us? He clenches his fists. I need to put on a performance that satisfies Mr. Li Ping and the Queen. Beside him, the veteran strategist analyzes the situation. If you step in to save your daughter now, you prove you lack the fighters to handle the Black Guild yourself. And when the Holy Sword seeks allies, they will bypass us completely. The devil is whispering in the Blue Blade's ear, plotting his move. But down in the arena, our elf is furious. Her hatred for the Black Guild burns hotter than fire. She isn't planning on needing a rescue. She activates the new deck. The Apostle freezes, completely confused. What is this? Her magical power? It just skyrocketed. I need to kill her instantly. He launches a lethal attack, but boom. A heavy knight with a massive shield materializes to block it. Li Ping tilts his head. Huh, that looks somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Even the dwarf and the analyst in the stands are baffled. Wait a second. This is leagues beyond her previous deck, if I'm not mistaken. That is a phantom of the 13 Sacred Knights. The veteran turns to the father. Boss, is this the secret trick you used to defeat the 6 demon pillars? The father shakes his head. No, I used number 9 back then. She's only channeling number 5. I just hope it's enough. In the arena, Lai Fu commands her cards to purge the creature from its host. But the Apostle dodges. Damn, how do mere cards pack this much force? He leaps away, thinking he has found an escape route. Smash! He slams right into another knight's shield. The impact sends him flying into another, and then another. They are bouncing the demon around like a pinball. Desperate, he slashes his blade to stop his momentum in midair, but a shield knight materializes behind him, trapping him in a rigid box formation. Crush him, she screams. The 4 knights close in from all sides, focusing crushing pressure onto the helpless apostle. Under the immense force, he shrinks down, completely destroyed, and crashes hard into the dirt. Up in the stands, her father watches the dust settle. Mr. Li Ping and the Demon Queen will be pleased with this, right? Meanwhile, Li Ping leans over to the Queen, whispering, "Wow, is that Lai Fu? No wonder she looks so familiar, Elizabeth. Do you remember? That's the father and daughter we helped out before." But Elizabeth ignores him. Her eyes are locked on the father, icy and dangerous. Who gave him permission to expose us like this? The poor man is practically vibrating with terror. He approaches them, voice shaking. You two are here. I didn't want to ruin your viewing experience, so I didn't announce my presence earlier. Please, forgive me. He is trembling like a leaf. Li Ping finally notices the older man standing there and beams. Oh, uncle, I should have known you'd be here. I just realized that was Lai Fu fighting down there. I have a lot of things to ask you. The father stiffens, sweat beading on his forehead. A lot of things. Could it be that? Is Mr. Li Ping unsatisfied with her card skills? Beside him, the other dignitary watches the interaction, baffled. Who is this boy? Why does the boss treat him with such reverence? The scene shifts to the grand banquet hall. Amidst the gathered crowd, Li Ping whispers to the queen, "Why do you think they invited me here?" Elizabeth doesn't even look up. It doesn't matter. Just take this chance. Learn about this kingdom. When you conquer the world, you will need to understand how to hold these political meetings. Li Ping no addies but hisses back. Stop talking about world domination so loud, people are going to misunderstand. Nearby, an elder with a warty face congratulates the elf's father. That victory was incredible, but the father cuts him off. Old Sword, we can discuss small matters later. First, I have 2 guests to introduce. This young man here is the person, who saved my daughter from the Apostles of Darkness. His name is Mr. Li Ping, and the woman beside him is... He freezes. The queen is staring daggers at him. Father and daughter both flinch. We can't reveal her true identity. The old sword asks, why the hesitation? The father wants to speak, but the fear acts like a mark on his neck, choking the words out of him. If I open my mouth, I die. Li Ping, seeing this, thinks, this father is so kind. He's afraid of exposing Elizabeth's identity and causing trouble for us. He is trying to protect us. Li Ping steps forward, nudging Elizabeth. Hey, Elizabeth, he whispers. From now on, just play along. Pretend to be a novice princess. It's better to hide who you really are. She rolls her eyes. I don't care. Li Ping turns to the group. Actually, we hail from a small nation in the south. I am a minister there, you can call me Li Ping. And this person next to me is the princess. Suddenly, a butler standing nearby speaks up. A princess from the south, that is my homeland, and I have never heard of you. The father quickly interrupts before the lie crumbles. It was Mr. Li Ping who taught me my card skills. Li Ping waves his hands modestly. You're exaggerating. I really don't have that much talent with cards. I actually wanted to learn from you. I'm even looking for someone to teach me swordsmanship. Nearby, Luna whispers to the blue sword. Did you hear that? He wants to learn swordsmanship despite creating such powerful cards? What is his plan? The blue sword answers her. Careful now, isn't the time for that. She laughs nervously, swallowing hard before turning to him. Mr. Li Ping, did you witness my fight? Was my card handling satisfactory? Li Ping blinks, utterly confused. What skills is she even talking about? Her father cuts in, voice trembling slightly. Li Ping, please be honest with us. Was there something lacking in our performance? Li Ping's expression darkens, casting a shadow over the table. I have no comments, he says coldly. I just never expected you to use my cards. Like that, Cold sweat breaks out on the father's forehead. I apologize. It was my stupid idea to copy the designs and form a guild without your permission. The elf chimes in frantically, insisting she did her absolute best in the arena. But suddenly, Li Ping shifts his tone, looking genuinely puzzled. Why is everyone apologizing? This is great. It means more people can participate in the games. You guys are the few who actually get it. They stare at him, stunned. You mean, since the cards carry such immense power, spreading them is good? Exactly, Li Ping nods. Because ordinary people will be able to learn. The father's eyes light up. I see a masterstroke to promote the guild. Li Ping freezes. Oh, crap. They are talking about actual magical power, not just a card game. Meanwhile, the man with the monocle sits silently at the table, her men observing everything. Interesting, he thinks. That girl possesses an overwhelmingly dominant magical aura. But the other one, he is suppressing his presence completely. Even with my demon lens, I see nothing. Suddenly, Elizabeth shoots him a sharp, knowing glance. Sweat trickles down his neck. Damn it, have I been discovered impossible? I am using the demon lens to observe from the shadows. There is no magical reflection. She shouldn't know. So why do I feel this crushing weight of oppression? Elizabeth turns to Li Ping, her voice dripping with casual malice. Can I kill one of them? Li Ping jumps, startled. What do you mean? Thinking fast, he whips out a pudding. Save the questions for after the meeting. Here, take this. Her expression instantly shifts from murderous to adorable greed as she snatches the treat. Beside them, the old swordsman clears his throat loudly. Enough chit-chat. Let's return to the matter at hand. Regarding the events of the competition, I have gathered you all here for a reason. We need to discuss an alliance. We must eliminate the Black Guild immediately. A waiter steps forward and places a grim object on the table. It is a bag filled with black gears, every single one confiscated from players during this championship. Li Ping leans in. Black gears? What are they? The father answers grimly. When someone accepts power from the Black Guild, they implant this gear inside the body. It grows parasitically alongside the host's power. The drunken dwarf speaks up from the corner. 30 gears found in one competition. The Black Guild has infiltrated deeper than we thought, Luna interjects. But that muscle-bound fighter passed the sword purification test. Did he accept the power after qualifying? Anna shakes her head cautiously. Maybe not. Perhaps the Black Guild found a way to bypass the purification entirely. The man with the monocle adjusts his glasses. Only those with a very low degree of fusion trigger the detection. That means the most dangerous ones don't even need to hide. There are stages. Some accept the gear, lose control immediately, and degenerate into apostles. Others resist the initial shock but cannot control it. They become great apostles. But in the final case, if a host accepts the gear and fully masters the Demon King's power, they rise as a pillar servant. However, the outcome is always the same absolute loyalty to the one who granted the gear. The blue sword speaks up. I almost became a black apostle myself. The monocle wearer shakes his head. Impossible to say for sure. You were controlled, yes, but not fully integrated. But given your immense abilities, had you truly fallen, you wouldn't be a mere grunt. You would have become a pillar of the Demon King. The old swordsman sighs. Thank the gods the boss was here to intervene. I wouldn't have known what to do with these creaky old bones. I was once a member of the Holy Guild, the guildmaster says. I had a duty to act. The blue sword turns his gaze to the young ones. When the guild fell under attack, I was away on a mission. I couldn't stand against the black apostles then. But today, I witnessed the card skills that felled one of the 6 pillars. My defeat has convinced me. Yili Fu, you are a formidable warrior. But the girl shakes her head, pointing immediately to Li Ping. It is all his doing. I only have this power. Because of the cards he gave me. The dwarf eyes Li Ping suspiciously. Where exactly did you learn to craft such things, boy? Are you a blacksmith? His gaze drops to the weapon strapped to Li Ping's back, recognizing the work of a master. That sword, it is priceless. Li Ping shrugs casually. Oh, I just like to tinker with handiwork at home. Just killing time, really. No professional blacksmithing involved. The dwarf chuckles. A very humble young man. Meanwhile, Luna murmurs, if only the Sword Saint were here. The Black Guild wouldn't dare invade. Anna rolls her eyes. You've had too much to drink. Luna. Li Ping turns to Yilifu's father. This Sword Saint, is he truly the strongest? Where is he now? But the Guildmaster shakes his head. I am no longer a member of the Holy Guild. I cannot speak on that matter. Then, the old swordsman speaks up. It's all right. Boss, I can't keep a lid on this forever. Bad news travels fast. The dwarf grumbles. So the whispers were accurate. Monocle Guy concludes. Following the rebellion within the Holy Sword Guild, their combat strength didn't just dip, it plummeted. But worse, the Sword Saint has vanished without a trace. That is precisely why the Black Guild sees this as their golden opportunity to strike him. The wizened Sword Elder nods grimly. It is true. The Sword Saint sent his last correspondence nearly half a year ago. Since then, absolute silence. Li Ping looks puzzled. A rebellion? The Saint disappeared. The butler steps in to clarify. To be precise, he departed to capture the traitorous Axe Elder. He never returned. The Blue Sword speaks up. My final directive was to track down the Saint. But when I arrived at the coordinates, there was nothing. Luna interjects. Wasn't the Sword Saint stronger than the fugitive he was hunting? How could he possibly lose? The Sword Saint's might is unquestionable, Blue Sword asserts, but when I reached the mountain range, everything had been leveled. I can't even fathom the cataclysmic battle that took place. Half the region was reduced to a wasteland. The Sword Elder adds a chilling detail. It happened because the Axe Elder acquired a supreme form of magic. All we know is that it involves a colossal axe known as the Demon's Burial. Its power is truly horrific. It radiates an aura of pure malice. The dark strength it grants its wielder was enough to overpower even the Sword Saint. The dwarf shakes his head. I've seen every S-rank weapon forged in my kingdom. There is no record of any Demon's Burial axe. It appears to be a dark masterpiece engineered by the Black Guild themselves. Li Ping glances over at Yili Fu before asking the next question. I still don't get it. Who is this elder, and why would he turn traitor against the Holy Guild? The boss breaks it down. Inside the Holy Guild, the Sword Saint reigns supreme. Beneath him, 5 elders serve as pillars to guide the disciples. You have the Sword Elder sitting right there at the table along with the Dagger Elder and the Spear Elder. Then there were the Shield and Axe Elders. But everything changed the day the Axe Elder defected to the Black Guild and ignited a civil war from within. He slaughtered the Spear and Dagger Elders. The Shield Elder fell in combat against the Black Guild's forces. The Sword Elder sighs. I am the last one standing. During the coup, many of our own turned against us, including my own beloved son. Sir Buthorn Tyrus. Li Ping connects the dots. Tyrus the Centaur Swordsman. The old man looks up, confirming. Yes. That is my boy. Do you know his fate? Without a shred of hesitation, Li Ping answers, He's dead. The father's expression remained stone cold. It matters not. That is the inevitable end for a traitor. Our only priority now is uniting to crush the Black Guild. The dwarf pipes up. My kingdom can supply armaments, but crafting rank of gear, that's going to be tough. We're running low on spirit stones. Monocle guy adjusts his lens. Sword Elder, you've admitted you're on the brink of collapse. What makes you think our assistance guarantees victory against the Black Guild? It all hinges on the boss. The Sword Elder declares, I believe you should dissolve this card guild immediately. Come back. Resume your post as vice president of the Holy Guild. The boss raises an eyebrow. You want me to step back into my old role? I've been gone a long time. It doesn't feel right. But the Sword Elder is adamant. If I say you are qualified, then you are. Cards are weapons now, just as lethal as daggers or throwing knives. We can establish a new division. We'll even appoint Yili Fo as an elder. Elifu looks like a deer in headlights. Wait, me no, I'm nowhere near qualified to be an elder of the Holy Guild. The Sword Elder ignores her panic. If you agree, boss, the transition will be seamless. The guild's entire treasury and resources will be yours to command. Even I will submit to your orders. The butler leans in, whispering, Sir, consider this carefully. Helping them from the inside would be far easier than trying to build a new guild from the ground up. The boss turns his gaze to Li Ping. What do you think, boy? With the Holy Guild's backing, the card technique would spread like wildfire. Li Ping blinks, taken aback. You're asking me, well, in my homeland, we have a saying. It is safer to become an executive in an established corporation than to gamble on starting your own empire. However, the truly ambitious always choose to build something that belongs to them. Ultimately, the choice is yours, sir. To the boss. Li Ping's words scream one thing. Do you want to be someone else's tool? Or do you want to rule? If you lacked ambition after everything I've given you, I'd be disappointed. Yet, he hesitates. The Sword Elder's pressure is immense. Refusing now means insulting the entire Holy Guild. The Sword Elder presses on. Boss, if the offer isn't enough, name your conditions. The boss stands abruptly, cutting the tension. Elder, say no more. I didn't found this guild for money or glory. I did it to push the limits of my card arts. Li Ping, witness my resolve. The Sword Elder looks baffled. Boss, are you certain? Have you truly thought this through? The old man eyes the boy suspiciously. I sense zero power coming from this Li Ping kid. If the boss claims this boy taught him, it must be a lie to cover his real motives. Aloud, Li Ping cheers. Great choice, boss. But internally, he's crying. Damn it. I really wanted to use those Holy Guild connections to steal their swordsmanship techniques. Unaware of his students' regret, the boss continues. Boss. Look, Sword Elder, I'm not joining the Holy Guild, but don't sweat it. Taking down the Black Guild, that's on me, and you will have my full backing. The Sword Elder nods solemnly. The pact is sealed. The Card Guild is now officially recognized as legitimate. Lei Peng shoots a glance at the leader. Bold move, boss. Whatever keeps you happy, Mr. Lei Peng. The others chime in, pledging their best efforts. The Sword Elder turns to the dwarf. When does your king leave seclusion? We need rank of weaponry for the war ahead. The dwarf prince hesitates. He can't give a date, but he drops the hard truth. They are critically low on grinding stones. They are impossible to source. The kingdom of Aristoteles has completely cut off their supply chain. That is why the king locked himself away. He's hunting for a workaround. The elder pivots to Tagore. He eyes the man with the monocle. Can you supply arms and combat spells? Tagore shrugs. I am neutral here. But if you just need access to magic. Sure. The elder proposes a deal. 2 months. In 2 months, we unite. Until then, we fix these supply issues. Anyone else have something to add? Lei Peng throws his hand up. I'm in. The elder blinks. You mean for the assault on the Black Guild? No. Lei Peng replies casually. I want to join your guild. I need to learn the sword. Been lazy for a while, but hey, never too late to start, right? The father and daughter stare at him. Is this a joke? He actually wants sword training. Lei Peng points a thumb back. Her idea. If you want to know why, ask her. Elizabeth is busy devouring her infinite pudding. It really is magical. But naturally, neither of them dares question the queen's orders. The sword elder sighs. Fine. But styles vary based on mana. What is your magic power level? Lei Peng scratches his cheek, looking awkward. Tested that a while back. It's low, like 0. I am useless with magic. The butler steps forward. Without magic, you cannot master the elder's techniques. It is impossible. Lei Peng frowns. Isn't there a basic style pure blade work? No mana? The elder nods slowly. There is. But only one person has mastered it. Our president, the sword saint. Find her, and she might teach you. Turns out, the saint is a she. The boss chimes in. Lei Peng, she is probably the only one on earth qualified to train you. Poor Lei Peng stands there, shoulders slumping. Great. Nobody actually wants to help me. You are just sending me on a wild goose chase to get rid of me. Suddenly, Tagore speaks up. Wait. He scribbles a rune in the air. It floats, glowing. I picked up some sword magic recently. Might be useful. Lei Peng grabs the glowing rune, staring at it blankly. How do I even use this? Meanwhile, Elizabeth scrapes the bottom of her pudding cup, empty. Lei Peng waves the rune at her. Hey, check out this skill. Her eyes flash with rage. I just finished eating, and you are already boring me with business. She crushes the cup, and instantly, Tagore is crushed into his chair, body exploding under the pressure. Had to squash a bug trying to act clever, she mutters. The scene cuts abruptly to a scorching desert. Boom! An explosion rocks the dunes. Enter the sword saint, powerful, slim, and exactly what our hero needs. Her name is Chissy Saugus. Come out, she screams. Stop hiding. The axe elder steps from the shadows. What is your problem? Why come here and start a war? Chissy glares at him. Axe elder, I am here to purge your sins. Joining the Black Guild was a mistake. One you die for today. She slashes with a bare hand, force tearing a canyon through the desert. The axe elder blocks. He fires a wave of black aura. She sidesteps it like it's nothing. You are too late. The elder sneers. My bond with the demon burial is nearly complete. Your little threats, they mean nothing now. Now, I break you. Chissy shakes her head. Keep going, and that axe will consume you completely. You will lose your soul. Wake up. The bearded man laughs manically. Lose myself, so what? For this kind of godlike power, it is a privileged demon burial. Take me, I am yours. Dark energy floods his veins. His body warps. What the hell? He's growing. A woman's chest. His voice shifts to a feminine purr. Resentment. You try to abandon me, I think not. The grotesque morphing finishes. From the neck down, the bearded elder is now a voluptuous woman. Chissy stares. You idiot. You are just a puppet for that black gear now. The creature that was once the axe elder smiles. Are you talking about this? She grips the gear and rips it out, tearing the elder's hideous face off right along with it. And there she stands. Welcome back. You're a sight for sore eyes. This is what a true power-up looks like. She smooths her hair back. Now, that's much better. Chi-Chi declares she's about to destroy this woman. She draws her blade, phantom a weapon forged by the dwarf king himself from the remains of the ghost horse king. The seductive, nameless demoness levels her massive axe. Come at me, stinky. In a heartbeat. The sword saint teleports behind her mist. Slash, the desert explodes. Sand geysers erupt, and a massive crater rips open. Chi-Chi scoffs. The axe elder is dead. No reason to show mercy now. It's over. But then, her sword, it cracks. It shatters. The demoness glances back, bored. My body felt a little tickle from that one. But if you can do that, you're strong. Got any other tricks? Chi-Chi starts to sweat. That sword was practically indestructible, yet it barely scratched her. The demoness smirks. If you're done, I'll start my warm-up. Watch closely. She literally starts calisthenics, stretching her legs, extending her arms. While Chi-Chi summons an arsenal, she grabs a scroll, launches everything, fusing a spear, a scythe, and a dagger into one. The air detonates. A pentagram flares in her eye as she invokes space distortion. She fires a sphere of black light at the demoness. The demoness, finally limber, smiles, getting flexible now. Chi-Chi throws 2 scrolls to box her in as the distortion closes the distance. The demoness, still warming up. "Stop underestimating me," Chi-Chi screams. She resorts to destruction sorcery, heaving a massive hammer. She strikes the distortion, driving the spear tip through the scrolls, unleashing hell all at once. But in 0.0001 seconds, the demoness smirks and swings. In another 0.001 seconds, her slash shears through absolutely everything the Sword Saint threw at her. It tears across the entire desert. In 0.0004 seconds, the blade is already at Chi-Chi's face. She feels the chill of death. She knows she's about to be cleaved in two. Desperate, she invokes the protection of the 7 sword guards, but the strike lands, shattering the phantom blades in 0.05 seconds. She stares death in the face again. This time, there's no escape. The impact hits. The swords turn to dust. In less than half a second, she's finished, collapsing to the sand. The demoness looks down from the sky. Disappointing. Now that she's loose, it's time for business. The axe-wielding demoness scans the horizon. Her magical eye activates, sweeping across the entire planet in an instant. And look who she finds: Elizabeth. "Found you. I'm on my way." Meanwhile, Elizabeth is scrambling for the remote and grabbing snacks. She tells Li Ping, "You're always right. Staying home, eating chips, and watching TV is way better. Let others worry about world domination." Li Ping flops onto the couch. "Man, I'm mentally drained. This whole ruler of the world gig isn't for me." The queen reassures him. "We made a deal. I'll handle it, so don't worry." Li Ping sighs. "Hey, Elizabeth, you should have warned me." "Before pulling a stunt like that?" She crunches a chip. "You're such a demanding boy." Flashback to the explosion. Tagore blows up. The old sword jumps, startled. The butler draws his weapon instantly. Everyone tenses up. Even the poor blue sword, barely hanging on, summons the last of his strength. Meanwhile, the dwarf sips his drink, grinning. This show's gonna be good. The boss stands up, demanding order. "Listen to me." He turns to Li Ping. "Sir, care to explain?" Li Ping stands there, speechless. Elizabeth cuts in. "With your security level, it's no wonder the Black Guild walked right in." "What do you mean?" Li Ping asks. Elizabeth commands the room. "Pay attention." She casts deconstruction magic. On the power Tagore gave Li Ping, it hits the floor and reveals a parasite. The creature scuttles around, hunting. It locks onto Li Ping and lunges. Li Ping freezes as the thing flies at him. Is all excited to feed. Elizabeth casually flicks her finger. Splat. Crushed. The butler notices something else. Tagore's body is disintegrating. Even his flesh was just a spell construct. Luna gasps. "So even a big shot like Tagore was with the Black Guild?" Anna adds. "Makes sense why they're recruiting so fast." "With heavy hitters like that, who would say no?" Elizabeth scoffs. "Their techniques are laughable. Just a pile of junk gears." Li Ping bites his nails, looking clueless. What the hell was that parasite? Goldsaw barely flinches, muttering that a bite wouldn't have hurt anyway, before turning to demand how Elizabeth detected the parasite. She responds with nothing but a glacial stare and a cold dismissal, telling him to mind his own business, which pushes the elder to his breaking point. He barks that the Holy Guild might be weakening, but they won't stomach such blatant disrespect, leaving the poor guild boss sweating bullets. This elder has an ego made of glass. He can't handle a bruised pride, completely unaware of the monstrous true identities of Mr. Li Ping and the Demon Queen herself. If he actually manages to offend her, the fallout won't just be bad, it will be apocalyptic. Desperate to de-escalate, the boss begs Mr. Li Ping for an explanation, but Li Ping just scratches his head. "I'm just as lost as you are," he admits. But before he can finish, Elizabeth hooks her arm through his, pulling him flush against her body. Ruthlessly weaponizing her feminine charm to silence the room, she drags him toward the exit, declaring that it is time for afternoon tea. "We'll talk later." Bye, Li Ping chirps, waving happily to the boss, who watches them leave with the sinking realization that the chief is going to blame him for this entire disaster. Elizabeth glances at Li Ping, coolly asking if he's finished playing nice. The boss stands there in stunned silence as they vanish, while the elder commands the butler to launch a full investigation. Starting with the southern region, meanwhile, back at the mansion, Li Ping complains, telling her next time, "Give me a heads up. If we're going to start trouble, I need to be mentally ready." Elizabeth ignores his whining, her mind locking onto two critical details. First, that man's eye was unmistakably forged by Jim, the red-eyed demon, and second, the dark magic signature involved. It was distinct from the Black Guild style, meaning there is a third, more powerful faction lurking in the shadows that hasn't made its move. But perhaps it's irrelevant, since Amelia already annihilated the Black Deal's headquarters, leaving only scraps and stray demons. Perfect for Li Ping to play pretend adventurer with. Li Ping collapses onto the sofa, shuddering at the memory of the parasite. "Seriously, how did you spot that thing? Was it magic? You have to teach me. I have zero talent for this stuff." Elizabeth analyzes him silently. To detect a parasite like that, one must be powerful enough to see the reflection of magic itself, a feat only she can perform. However, Li Ping's outfit operates differently. It doesn't see magic, it instinctively senses malicious intent, detecting a threat before the enemy even strikes. Effectively, his laundry is more powerful than most sorcerers. She crunches on a chip, scowling. "I'm not teaching you a thing." Li Ping groans, asking what he's supposed to do then. "Is swinging a sword 1,000 times a day actually enough? I need real techniques." But the sword saint is missing in action. "Come on, teach me just a little." Elizabeth shuts him down cold. "No. Remember, our agreement has 3 strict conditions. Condition 1, you must conquer this world relying solely on your own swordsmanship and magic. Condition 2, aside from the clothes on your back, you cannot use any other items you have created. And Condition 3, I tag along. But I will never teach you magic or sword skills." Li Ping protests, asking when they signed that contract, but she simply says, "Just now." "Fine." Li Ping sighs, defeated. "I'll ask Uncle Boss." "Sure. He switched to using cards, but he must know something. I bet he can still teach me the basics." Suddenly, Alpha, the sacred sword, floats back into the room with bad news. "Don't bother," Alpha warns. "I checked the humans, and I didn't sense a shred of pure swordsmanship in any of them." Li Ping asks what he means by pure. Alpha explains that in this world, everyone pollutes their blade work with magic enhancements. True, pure swordsmanship can only be achieved by someone completely devoid of magical power. Li Ping freezes, realizing the implication. It makes perfect sense. In a fantasy world, why rely on raw skill when you can buff yourself with mana? He stands up, eyes wide. He knows exactly what he needs to do now. Alpha tries to stop him, but our boy has already bolted out the door, leaving the sword confused. Alpha hovers around the living room, wondering why his master prefers this strange dwelling over conquering the world. He decides to inspect the area, floating past a microwave, an electric fan, and a cleaning robot, utterly baffled by these artifacts. What in the world are these things? Suddenly, a wave of terrifying, razor-sharp killing intent slices through the air, shocking the sword. No, that wasn't Li Ping. His aura isn't this sharp, and it wasn't Elizabeth. Her bloodlust is far more chaotic and violent. He traces the murderous aura to the kitchen counter and freezes in disbelief. It's coming from the cooking utensils. "I am the legendary sacred sword. Surely a kitchen knife isn't threatening me," Li Ping suddenly yells from the other room, startling Alpha. Terrified by the demonic appliances, the poor sword flees the house, refusing to stay in that haunted kitchen a second longer. Meanwhile, Li Ping is oblivious to the drama. Holding up a dusty book, he finally managed to locate the Tai Chi sword manual. Promising to prolong life, cure disease, maintain fitness, and unlock the mysteries of nature, Li Ping opens it with renewed confidence. "I kept this on my shelf thinking it was garbage, but now I'm glad I didn't toss it." He scans the pages, absorbing the contents. Incredible! There are only 13 movements, simple enough for anyone to learn. But the real question is, can I actually kill anything with this? He presents the sword manual to Elizabeth, hoping for some insight. But she is currently too busy stuffing her face with potato chips to care. She feigns exhaustion, claiming she just wants to lay around. So our hero shrugs and decides to find Alpha to test the techniques instead. Watching him walk away, Elizabeth smiles slyly, thinking, "You have absolutely no clue how to refine your blade work yet. You will inevitably hit a wall, unable to break through, and that is when I will step in to guide you, finally proving my superiority." Li Ping retreats to the garden, calling out for Alpha, only to find the spirit has reverted to his inanimate sword form. Our hero asks why he's hiding in that shell. When the blade remains silent, Li Ping threatens to start training without his consent and cracks open the manual. Let's begin with the first movement, he declares, extending his arm with precision, executing the form known as the dragonfly skims the water. The scene shifts to 3,000 kilometers away, where the massive toad, an old friend of Wang Kai, is being brutally pulverized while trying to cast defensive magic. The demoness stands over him, commanding her minions to finish the job, striking with a terrifying blend of agility and lethal grace. With overwhelming power and flexibility, she lands a devastating kick to the toad's stomach, launching him across the battlefield. He crashes into the earth, broken and defeated, a gaping hole visible in his chest as she slowly stalks toward him. "You have so many high-level beasts protecting you," she sneers, "but I am done playing games. I will wipe them all out so you have nowhere left to hide. From this day forward, your peaceful life is extinguished." Suddenly, a shimmering barrier manifests above the toad, and Wang Kai is revealed, watching calmly from above. The demoness instantly recognizes him, realizing a troublesome enemy has arrived. While Wang Kai simply glances down and lets out a dismissive little bark, the battered toad seizes the chance, telling Wang Kai he is tapping out for a break, before vanishing into a cloud of smoke. The demoness issues a cold warning that he should move if he wants to live, but Wang Kai has already begun his tactical analysis. He identifies that she is not on the whitelist, flags her as a high-risk entity, and immediately activates the core protocol. The rule is absolute: no one disturbs the master. He escalates the threat to level 3 and deploys a full-scale missile barrage. The entire horizon disappears in a massive explosion, while far away, our boy Li Ping is peacefully practicing his Taishinga techniques. After some time, he feels a surge of confidence, thinking, "Wow, I actually nailed every move. This is surprisingly easy." Suddenly, the Sword Alpha manifests back into his humanoid form. The protagonist asks what happened, but Alpha looks disoriented. Alpha slowly opens his eyes, announcing his recovery, prompting Li Ping to ask for some professional pointers on his swordsmanship. "I have been training hard," he says, but Alpha looks bewildered, asking what swordsmanship he is even talking about, earning a patronizing head pat from Li Ping. I know. The moves I've been doing are just for cardio." Li Ping laughs, admitting they are useless for actual combat, but Alpha is spiraling internally, remembering the terrifying aura of the weapons inside the house that caused him to flee in fear and pass out by the tree. That terror is why he reverted to a sword. His soul was so thoroughly suppressed that he lost consciousness entirely. If Li Ping had not practiced and inadvertently fed Alpha energy, the spirit would have remained a mindless blade for eternity. But Alpha wonders why the master saved him and woke him up only to ask about training, imagining a cruel monologue from Li Ping. "My little boy, the ocean of power is deep. And now you understand why I never bothered using you before, or why I never worried about finding the Demon Queen. Compared to the arsenal I possess, you are nothing but a piece of rusted junk." Trembling with inadequacy, Alpha stammers an apology for his foolishness, diving headfirst into an existential crisis about his purpose and identity. "I do not know who I am anymore," he cries, reverting to sword form and screaming that he needs to escape, flying off while a confused Li Ping shouts after him, "I just needed a teacher." Li Ping sighs. Meanwhile, back with the demonist, explosions are rocking the landscape and she is getting worn down. She shouts, asking if he really intends to remain a lapdog forever, demanding he cooperate so they can destroy this world together. But Wang Kai just barks at her. The demonist scoffs that he lacks gratitude, claiming she only asked for an alliance to save time. She is done fearing him, launching a slashing attack that sends a cutting blast his way, but Wang Kai simply hops to the side. The attack rips through the earth, and Wang Kai analyzes the trajectory, realizing the strike will penetrate deep into the crust. It risks disturbing Li Ping's peaceful life by causing a magma eruption that would destroy the region. This must be stopped immediately. He extends a tiny mechanical hand to catch the energy wave, giving her an opening to launch a second vicious strike. However, Wang Kai deploys a second hand, catching the follow-up attack, and begins draining the energy from both blasts simultaneously. The attacks dissolve into nothingness as he refuels his own reserves, causing the furious demoness to scream in outrage. "You scoundrel, you are absorbing my power," she yells, while Wang Kai calmly thanks her for the delicious meal. "If you wish to leave, I will allow it," he offers, but she draws the massive demon burial axe, refusing to back down. "This strike was meant to execute that heartless man, but I have no choice. I will have to finish you off first." You mutt. The eternal torment of waiting, the sadness, the fury of abandonment, and the resentment I've accumulated for 500 years. All that accumulated rage gathers into a single point, ready to detonate. You filthy dog, now that you've witnessed this, prepare to be sliced in half and die. She hurls the resentment of the final deadline straight at him. Wang Kai, completely unfazed, scratches an itch before casually reaching behind his back. He pulls out a small mirror, a simple, flawlessly smooth creation crafted by Li Ping himself. The massive attack slams into the glass and instantly reflects. The demonist is stunned, and even the Axis Eye watches in total disbelief. The rebounded power shoots off into the galaxies, obliterating several planets in the distance. The demonist stares, paralyzed by the sight. My 500 years of resentment, gone just like that. Wang Kai then deploys a swarm of drones. The demonist tries to react, but it is too late. The drones encircle her, constructing an inescapable force field. Wang Kai, now lying down comfortably, quips, "You're the second strong woman to invade this place, but after getting thrashed by the first one, well, I upgraded my systems to handle the risk." He cranks the force field output to 50%. The demoness begins to dissolve and explode. She cries out in agony, screaming that a weapon like this won't stop her, that she refuses to give up, but the dial is already hitting 100%. As the eye of the weapon pulses, everything detonates. The demoness collapses to the ground, defeated. Wang Kai stretches his limbs, commenting, "Man, the opponents lately are getting seriously tough. I'm gonna need another upgrade." Suddenly, a hand bursts from the ground, startling Wang Kai, and there she is, the Sword Saint, making a perfectly timed entrance to teach our boys a lesson. Turns out, a legendary lucky pendant is the only reason she's still alive. Meanwhile, back at the house, Elizabeth is trying to relax in front of the TV, but she is getting absolutely bombarded with commercials. She's losing her patience. Damn it, so many ads, I'm telling Li Ping to buy me a premium subscription right now. She reaches for a snack, only to realize her chips are gone. She peers into the empty bag. The best part is always at the bottom. She sticks a finger in, savoring the salty dust, and makes a playful comment about how satisfying it is to lick up every last crumb. She tosses the bag in the trash, slips on her sandals, and kicks open the door. It's almost time. Li Ping must be suffering out there with his sword training. He has no idea the pain I endured to master the art of the blade. Just when he's on the verge of quitting, thinking it's impossible, I'll show up to guide him. I'm definitely the stronger one here. She calls out, "Hey, you're not slacking off, are you? How's the training going? I came to check on." Li Ping shushes her. She looks closer. He is sitting in deep cultivation, confused. She asks, "Wait, didn't you say you were practicing swordsmanship? Why are you sitting cross-legged?" He ignores her completely. Her annoyance spikes. "Hello, I am asking you a question." She scoffs. "I get it. You're struggling to make progress and feeling embarrassed. Trying to avoid the problem by ignoring me. Well, that won't change anything. But if you lower your head and beg for my guidance, maybe I'll teach you a trick or two. Of course, there will be 2 or 3 conditions." Just then, Li Ping finishes his cycle, opens his eyes, and says, "Elizabeth, oh, you're here. Didn't realize you were talking. Sorry, I was deep in meditation." She crosses her arms, still irritated. "So that's it. You act like you're practicing, but you're confused. You were supposed to be swinging a sword. Not meditating." Li Ping waves a simple wooden stick in her face. "You think this is useless? These are strengthening exercises. Cultivating body and mind is crucial. While you were eating chips and napping, I mastered the 13 Tai Chi sword positions. Want a demonstration? Then you can guide me." She lets out a smug little laugh. "All right then." Internally, she thinks, "If you want to make a fool of yourself, I won't stop you. Do you really think you mastered any sword skills in such a short time?" Li Ping twirls the wooden stick effortlessly. The most important thing in Tai Chi is a calm mind. Eyes closed, posture straight, he flows into the first movement. The dragonfly touches the water. Elizabeth observes, analyzing. Okay, quite a bit of power for a single move, but he is the legendary hero. And I've lived with him for a year, so I'm used to this. But it's too calm. I don't feel any threat at all. Where is the destructive power supposed to come from? Li Ping transitions fluidly into the second movement. The swallow captures insects. Then, the third movement, dust floating in the wind. Suddenly, in the sky above, a massive tornado begins to form. Elizabeth is shocked. Wait, the energy signature is changing. Li Ping doesn't stop. Time to switch stances. He tosses the branch into the air. Fourth movement, sudden storm. Elizabeth instantly braces herself, flaring her aura. How did he reach this level? Not so quickly, I need to surpass him. She draws her blade, her dragon horns manifesting as she transforms into her true, stunning form. Not bad, Li Ping says with a faint smile, but allow me to offer some guidance. He shifts into the fifth movement. Blue dragon, emerging from the water. Instantly, a colossal dragon rises from the depths, Elizabeth counters, activating her demonic sword of destruction, summoning a dark worm of her own to clash with his celestial beast. The two behemoths collide in a shockwave of power, but Elizabeth's construct shatters instantly, leaving only a tranquil blue sky in its wake. Seething with rage, Elizabeth grits her teeth. Damn it, this makes no sense. Why is the gap between us still this wide? Li Ping's voice cuts through her frustration. When the mind is calm, it lacks nothing. When you are still, you find peace. Every strike must flow from serenity. Regardless of the chaos around you, only then can you grasp the true essence of Tai Chi. He lightly taps the water's surface, rippling reality itself as he initiates the eighth movement, Moon on the Water. A massive, luminous moon manifests beneath their feet, a literal reflection brought to life. The atmosphere trembles, and Elizabeth roars, Li Ping, you sneaky little... You're playing weak just to humiliate me with these tricks again. Fine, if it's a contest of swordsmanship, I won't be outdone. As the spectral moon expands, she declares it is time to stop holding back. But the moment she tries to move, her feet leave the ground. She floats helplessly, realizing with a start, this bastard is manipulating gravity to finish me off. I won't let him. Suddenly, the entire landscape shifts. She is no longer in the arena. She stands upon the very moon he created. Li Ping, eyes closed, continues his lecture. As the Tai Chi sword advances, the mind becomes vast, mirroring the cosmos. You begin to comprehend the mysteries of nature. He transitions into the ninth movement, meteor striking the moon. The sky lights up with falling stars. Elizabeth looks up in horror. Damn it! Each one of those carries the force of my strongest destruction magic. And there are thousands of them. As the celestial bombardment descends, she shifts into her true demon form, eyes glowing with power. I was a fool to underestimate his swordsmanship. With a feral cry, she slices the massive moon in half just as the meteors crash down. You're wrong if you think you're better than me, she screams, carving a path through the falling stars and charging straight for Li Ping, who remains deep in meditation. My swordsmanship is the strongest in history. She unleashes a devastating slash, cleaving him in two. His form dissipates like mist, and the entire moon crumbles into nothingness. A sudden pang of fear grips her heart. Wait, I just wanted to defeat him. I didn't mean to actually kill him. Did I? But then, a new Li Ping manifests in the sky above, his voice echoing from everywhere, in the vast emptiness. Be sincere and calm. Elizabeth stares up, bewildered. What is happening? Li Ping continues. The state of mind must be expansive. This is the embodiment of Tai Chi becoming one with nature. Remember how the last battle ended with our warrior, Li Ping, facing the demon queen. He remained perfectly tranquil, teaching that in the void, sincerity is key. She had looked up in confusion then, too, but Li Ping simply reiterated that the mind must stay tethered to the natural world. He executes the 10th movement, holding the moon, and effortlessly reconstructs everything she had just destroyed. Elizabeth's relief turns to fury. She hates that she worried about him, even for a split second. Her resolve hardens. She decides to end this now, once and for all. Casting a terrifying aura toward the heavens, she unleashes her full magical potential. Facing him, she vows to match him move for move, but Li Ping remains unfazed. He tosses the moon upward, warning that the final stage of cultivation requires no sword at all. He activates the 11th movement, Awakening of the Sword. Instantly, 3 perfect clones of him appear. Elizabeth laughs maniacally. You think numbers will save you? I'll play along. She summons a horde of eldritch nightmares to the battlefield. Li Ping, ignoring the monsters, continues his cultivation, chanting, "All things merge into one." The clones speak in unison, but Elizabeth screams, "Stop running," and launches an all-out assault. Yet, she realizes with dread that nothing is connecting. He stands untouched atop a massive yin-yang symbol. Elizabeth goes berserk, realizing he has become unreachable. Li Ping speaks calmly. "When you meditate, your mind naturally opens," Elizabeth snarls back. "Just because I can't touch you yet doesn't mean I'm powerless." She gathers every ounce of her energy into a single, cataclysmic barrage. Witness the ultimate blow of the Demon Queen, but Li Ping simply transitions to the 12th movement. 3 lives give rise to all. Above him, the very planet seems to explode into existence as Elizabeth's blade descends. She watches in shock as her attack, her life's greatest technique, disintegrates the moment it touches the universe he has created. It is erased effortlessly, turned to dust against the infinite cosmos contained within a single drop. A single drop of water splashes onto a leaf, and in that fleeting instant, realization strikes her like lightning. Standing before Li Ping, Elizabeth understands the harsh truth centuries of practice mean absolutely nothing against him. Our poet lectures that the mind wanders through time only to return to its origin, and that is where true peace is found. Elizabeth bristles with rage at being schooled, but then a sudden shift occurs within her. She calms down completely. Witnessing the vastness of his inner universe washes away her anger, perhaps stripping away her identity as a swordswoman entirely. She decides to accept his path, but just as she reaches out, her hand meets an invisible, otherworldly barrier. Li Ping announces the final move is coming, but Elizabeth counters, claiming she too has transcended time and space, needing no blade. She realizes that to kill a god, she must break the rules of this world, and she launches her final, desperate strike. She screams that this is the end, believing that the moment she dies, nothing else will matter anyway. She has no reason to linger in this realm, thinking she has won, but Li Ping simply whispers the name of the last movement. He slowly raises a hand, activates the 13th movement, "One is all," and stops her attack inches from his face. In a heartbeat, all the destruction she caused is undone, and he pulls her close, his eyes still closed. Nose to nose, he asks what she is trying to do. She freezes, and in the next second, they snap back to reality inside the house. Our boy casually addresses her she, who has just ascended to a 7-star demon lord, and asks if she thinks he is capable. She's baffled, but he clarifies he is obviously talking about swordsmanship, humble bragging that he only learned simple movements. The poor girl is dazed, confused, and dangerously love-struck, while our boy genuinely just wants some feedback. He asks if there is anything he can improve, but she just stares in silence until he starts feeling self-conscious, wondering why she's examining him so intensely. She shakes her head, realizes she is zoning out, and pulls away. He stands there awkwardly while she freezes like a statue beside him, realizing the vibe has turned incredibly weird. He decides to break the tension, and she finally mutters that even blindfolded, she could feel how much he guided her. She calls him an expert, but while he rambles about technique, she is spiraling into her usual massive misunderstanding. She convinces herself that Li Ping never wanted to learn swordsmanship. He was just pretending in order to force her evolution. He expanded her senses, pushed her to the brink of death, and broke her limits in ways she never imagined. He reset her to the start just so she could ascend, and she calls herself a fool for missing the signs. She actually thought she could defeat him one day. Please, he is clearly not interested in fighting for sport, and he won't risk destroying the world either. So if he is helping her, there is only one logical conclusion. Oh my goodness. Even the author might have to censor this. She is certain his plan is to breed the ultimate lineage in this world. Li Ping is trying to talk to her, but she hears nothing, too busy processing her new role as the mother of his child. She thinks he strengthened her body just to carry his heir, but suddenly snaps back and yells at him to stop teasing her. He gives her that innocent, dumbfounded look, but she is now certain that every time they fought, it was calculated. He was terrified of hurting her. In her mind, Li Ping trained her gently to prepare the vessel without breaking it. Otherwise, she would have shattered in the process. She decides she must swallow her pride and say it. She admits she will promise this to him, but demands he say the words first. Our boy is totally lost and asks what she wants. She tries to muster the courage to speak, but suddenly, a loud thud interrupts the romantic tension. Confused, he turns around, and of course, it is the dog, dragging a completely battered Sixie across the floor. Li Ping walks over and sighs, asking Wang Kai what that is, as the dog has once again retrieved a half-dead body. Seeing how badly beaten she is, he asks why Wang Kai hit her, but the dog strangely seems to take it as a compliment. Suddenly, the poor pup feels a violent aura washing over the room. Obviously, it is Elizabeth. She demands to know why this mangy mutt brought another person home, asking if he forgot the promise she made last time. Meanwhile, a sentient sword, the Alpha, is flying aimlessly through a distant garden. He is exhausted, having fled over 30 kilometers in terror. The poor guy just woke up, and this situation is beyond his comprehension. The legendary hero has gone off script and is in a twisted relationship with the Demon Queen. Worse, everything that damn Li Ping builds is stronger than him. In that house, Alpha is nothing but a piece of scrap metal. So, what is the meaning of his existence? Why is he only being used to chop wood? And what was the summoner's intention? Yet, despite the existential dread, he is determined to rediscover his purpose in this world. Just as he attempts to scrape together the shards of his shattered confidence, a desperate plea pierces the silence, causing him to spin around in a panic. It is the girl from the demon burial grounds, beaten and broken on the floor. The Alpha instantly recognizes her signature. She's a living spiritual weapon. He steps closer, demanding to know who did this and where her true form lies, only for her to gasp that her physical body was obliterated by a villain. She begs for salvation, and the Alpha's heart swells. Not only is she a magnificent specimen, but she actually needs him, triggering a wave of pathetic heroism. She winces, claiming her time is running out, prompting the Alpha to ask for orders. Realizing that finding a new spiritual vessel on such short notice is impossible, seizing the opening, she suggests the only viable option: she must temporarily fuse with his body to survive. The Alpha agrees without hesitation, arrogant enough to believe his energy reserves are vast enough to sustain them both. The evil spirit inwardly smirks, convinced she has played him for a fool, but her triumph is cut short when the Alpha suddenly bursts into manic laughter. He mocks her, asking if she truly believes he is blind to her schemes, leaving the spirit baffled even as she calculates her next move through her exhaustion. She realizes she has to brute force this weakling. Meanwhile, he's practically glowing with pride, assuming she sought him out because he is the legendary one. He believes she recognized him as the sacred weapon. Alpha, the poor guy, fresh from abandonment, is overwhelmed with emotion at finally being wanted. He extends a hand, declaring that he sees potential solely because it is her, asking had it been anyone else, he would have turned them away cold. The woman thinks she has stumbled upon the world's biggest imbecile, deciding she will just use him until she can upgrade to a better host, before turning up the charm. She beckons him closer with a sultry gaze. He leans in, asking what she needs, and she initiates her trap with a gentle touch. She pulls his face toward hers, commanding him to stare deep into her eyes, though the guy clearly lacks the nerve for such intensity. He stammers, asking for the next step, and she instructs him to look into his own eye. He awkwardly apologizes, completely missing the vibe. He vows that whatever grudge she holds, he will help her settle the score, and suddenly, a strange, hypnotic energy begins to snake its way toward him. The Alpha wonders what his own grudge might be, and under her hypnotic influence, he confesses that he is slowly losing the very meaning of his existence. She whispers that if he feels that empty, he should simply surrender his vessel to her, promising to handle all his burdens. With a surge of power, she leaps, invading his physical form. The Alpha's body begins to rise, now animated by her dark aura and completely under her control. Through his lips, she declares that vengeance is finally within reach, though she pauses, noting how disappointingly frail this vessel feels. For someone who bragged about being a sacred sword, the body is trash, but the intensity of the resentment harboring inside is undeniable. She decides to avoid that dog for now and focus on wiping Elizabeth off the face of the earth. The scene then cuts to someone stirring from sleep. Eyes flutter open to reveal Elizabeth looming over the bed. Poor Chi-Chi is about to endure the Queen's specialized brand of hospitality. The moment she wakes, Elizabeth is staring her down. Chi-Chi stammers, asking who she is and why she was saved. The Queen shuts her down instantly, stating she is in no position to interrogate anyone, before leaning against the bed frame to lay down the law. She is here to deliver a warning to the already terrified girl. Elizabeth was here first, and she does not share. Everything in this house belongs to her: furniture, air, and especially the man living here. Chi-Chi, utterly confused, just nods in terror. The girl cannot tell if she is just weak from her injuries or if this woman's aura is genuinely that oppressive. Suddenly, the door creaks open. It is dear Li Ping carrying a bowl of soup, only to realize their guest is already conscious. He walks right into a tableau that looks incredibly suspicious. The poor guy turns beet red, completely misreading the tension in the room. He starts backing out and closing the door without a word. Moments later, in the living room, Li Ping tells the girl to rest easy. He insists she stay put until her injuries heal, then gently asks for the story behind her battered state. She claims she was hunting a traitor from the Black Guild, deciding it is safer to keep her true identity under wraps for now. Li Ping sighs, wondering why every problem lately seems to circle back to the Black Guild, while Elizabeth raises a skeptical eyebrow. Elizabeth points out that the guild supposedly vanished recently, internally. She vows to beat Amelia into a pulp if she sees her. Those guys were supposed to be extinct. Chi-Chi then introduces herself, insisting that the Black Guild is very much active in the shadows. Li Ping introduces himself, explaining his recent ambition to become a hero, specifically to dismantle that very guild. He then gestures to Elizabeth, introducing her as Xiao Bai, his roommate. The girl seems to misinterpret their relationship, but Elizabeth cuts through the awkwardness, asking if Chi-Chi has anything else to confess. Li Ping interjects, explaining that despite Elizabeth's prickly demeanor, she was the one who changed Chi-Chi's bandages and healed her. Chi-Chi is floored. She realizes it was Elizabeth who used magic on her, which is baffling because healing wounds of this magnitude is no small feat. You would need power surpassing the leader of the elf clan to pull that off. She then notices the pointed tips of Elizabeth's ears, recognizing the formidable aura she felt earlier. Chi-Chi is now certain this woman is something strictly non-human and incredibly dangerous. Li Ping adds that magic is powerful stuff. He admits he is actually envious of his roommate's abilities, while Chi-Chi can only think that this entire household is filled with anomalies. She asks if they've called this place home for long. Li Ping offers a polite yes, but Elizabeth, she has no patience for small talk. She demands to know why the stranger is digging for answers. To Chi-Chi, the contrast is jarring. One radiates pure warmth, while the other emits a bone-chilling, evil aura. She's rubbed shoulders with the elite before, but this is different. For the first time, she can't even fathom the true depths of the power standing right before her eyes. Elizabeth isn't having it. She snaps that if the girl is healed, she can walk. It's time to stop occupying their space and leave. Chi-Chi is baffled by the hostility, but Li Ping steps in to diffuse the tension. Go easy on her, he urges. She's only just woken up. With a scoff, Elizabeth turns her back, muttering that he can do whatever he pleases. Chi-Chi, sensing the friction, struggles to her feet. She apologizes for the intrusion, desperation in her voice. There's someone waiting, a mission she can't abandon. She has to finish the job. The fate of the entire continent hangs in the balance. She raises her hand, commanding her blade to materialize, but the air remains empty. Silence. The two watch, perplexed. What's wrong? Li Ping asks. Panic sets in as she screams for her sword to answer the call. Instead of steel, a violent shockwave backfires, sending her crashing to the floor. She stares at her trembling hands, mind racing in confusion. The sword formations, they're gone, wiped from her memory. Elizabeth glances over, cold and clinical. You ruined yourself. You flooded your body with impurities. You pushed your body where it was never meant to go. Li Ping looks lost. Impurities. What are you talking about? Chi-Chi confesses the grim truth. Desperate to crush the Black Guild, she forged a forbidden pact with the Sea of Darkness. Li Ping is still in the dark, but Elizabeth scoffs. That place, it's a garbage dump. Yet, she hints, it shares a faint tether to their own power. Tears well up. The girl admits it. She was weak. She let the allure of temptation seduce her, and this is her punishment. Li Ping's heart goes out to her. He offers a lifeline. Why not stay trained with us? Learn the way of the sword properly. But before the words settle, Elizabeth cuts in like a razor. I never agreed to take on strays. I'm not teaching anyone else. Li Ping backs down, sheepish. Sorry. I just thought, since you hated the Black Guild, you'd want to help destroy them. Chi-Chi forces a smile through the pain. It's fine, she says, staggering toward the exit. I won't be a burden. She thanks them one last time for saving her life. You can't go on an empty stomach, Li Ping insists. He points to the table, a steaming bowl of his special instant noodles, prepared just for her. The bowl practically glows with spiritual energy, but she shakes her head, thanking him for a kindness she feels she doesn't deserve. I need to clear my head, she murmurs, making for the door. Seeing her resolve, Li Ping shouts a warning. Be careful, the wilds out there are full of danger. The moment the girl turns, Elizabeth snatches the bowl. Finally, she smirks, claiming the prize. At least she's smart enough to know her place, Elizabeth quips. Only I'm worthy of a meal this divine. Li Ping sighs. She was hurt fighting the Black Guild. Why won't you help her? Elizabeth just turns away. Not my problem. Do what you want. You. Outside. Chi-Chi collapses onto the grass. The adrenaline fades, and the memories come flooding back the blood. The battle. The fear. She sees the demon's blade slicing through the air. The final strike. There was no dodging it. Only the terrifying realization of the end. Impact. She hit the ground, broken. The protective crystal on her necklace shattered into dust, the only thing that bought her a second chance. Through fading vision, she thought she saw Wang Kai appear. Then darkness. Now, awake. The horror sinks in. If not for that gem, she would be a corpse. She laughs bitterly at her own arrogance. Strongest on the continent, what a joke. One hit, she whispers. I died in one hit. Footsteps approach. It's Li Ping. Didn't get very far, did you? He sits beside her. I get it, he says softly. I used to dream of the blade too, before I realized the farm life was more my speed. But I picked it up again recently, he admits, and I realize I'm just a fool. I'm powerless against a threat like the Black Guild. Chi-Chi shrinks back, shaking her head. You don't understand. It wasn't just swordplay. It was dark arts. I found it in the ancient ruins. She trembles. Demonic swordsmanship. Forbidden power. Power is power, our boy says with a shrug. You've still got it inside you. Just change your class. I know an old-timer who did a complete reset. He came back stronger than ever. But Chi-Chi isn't comforted. She looks destroyed. For a swordswoman, she cries, losing the way of the blade is worse than death. Li Ping looks up at the sky, in the vastness of the universe. Does it really matter? You can always start fresh. Why not try it with me, inside the house? Elizabeth's ears perk up. She's heard every word. Try it with him. Her mind races. She imagines Li Ping getting cozy, playing teacher to this new girl. The romantic tension is escalating too fast. Elizabeth narrows her eyes. I am not letting that happen. Suddenly, Li Ping hears Xiaobai's voice. Before he can blink, she teleports right between them. Did you come to help? Li Ping asks. Hopeful? She just sticks out her tongue. Dream on. I do what I want, she snaps. Then, locking eyes with him, she drops the hammer. Did you forget the rules? You don't give anything to anyone without asking me first. Li Ping stammers a denial, but she cuts him off. She knows exactly what he was thinking. Deciding this is a burden she cannot simply pass on to others, she whips out a spatial curtain and hurls it straight at Chi-Chi, commanding the girl to follow her, instantly vanishing into thin air, leaving Li Ping behind to muse that despite appearances, Elizabeth might have a razor-sharp tongue, but her heart is warm. Meanwhile, poor Chi-Chi opens her eyes to find herself floating in a terrifying void. Dragged directly into the infinite expanse of Elizabeth's consciousness, she realizes with horror that this feat is only possible for someone who has ascended to the Demon King realm. Elizabeth looms over her, declaring she is there to save her, but when a confused Chi-Chi asks how, the Queen cold as ice replies that first she must be completely unmade. Chi-Chi flinches in terror, barely dodging a lethal strike aimed right at her eye. Carapace bewildered, she screams, demanding to know why Elizabeth is trying to execute her, questioning why the woman with the power of a demon king who saved her once would now turn against her. Elizabeth ignores the pleas, launching a ruthless combo of attacks, simply telling her to hold still, promising it will hurt less that way. Another strike comes crashing down, and Chi-Chi realizes evasion is her only hope, executing frantic backflips to escape the onslaught. Finally spotting the source of the aggression, she sees Elizabeth hovering in the distance, radiating the aura of a peak 5th star cultivator. Refusing to accept death, lying down, Chi-Chi braces herself, but Elizabeth unleashes a barrage of energy, blast snapping that she has no time to chat. Suddenly, shadows surge up, snagging Chi-Chi's arm, and before she can react, she's crucified in midair, immobilized by her four limbs. Chi-Chi screams, struggling against the bindings, begging to know why this is happening. But Elizabeth merely observes that. The girl's mind is in chaos, losing the essence of demonic swordsmanship and attempting to wield such power in her state will only lead to her destruction. Chi-Chi writhes in agony, pleading for release, but a spectral hand manifests and begins to close in. The strike lands dead center on her face and she convulses violently as pentagrams blaze into existence within her eyes. Something alien inside her belly begins to fight back, struggling against the extraction until Elizabeth's spectral hand grips a parasitic worm, slowly dragging the vile thing out inch by inch until it is ripped free from her core, leaving the girl hollow and desolate. Gasping for air as she tries to recover, Elizabeth stares down at the squirming entity, demanding to know how it breached her plane, and interrogating its connection to the Black Guild. The creature hisses that if not for her interference, everything would have gone according to plan, but Elizabeth snaps that his excuses are irrelevant, watching as the possessed Chi-Chi begins to twitch, ranting that it will amass enough power to crush a demon king, muttering that every time she shows a hint of weakness, they try to take everything from her, and that if his original body is destroyed, he will simply commandeer hers. The entity fully dominating Chi-Chi now screams that Elizabeth is a shameless oathbreaker who betrayed their promise. However, Elizabeth looks unimpressed, noting that clearly something went wrong. The scene dissolves, shifting back 500 years to a pit of molten lava, where the Demon Queen sat at her cultivation point, vowing that to crush that damned hero, she needed to transcend her limits and break through to the next realm. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows, whispering that if she craved power, he could provide the shortcut. She opened her eyes, asking who dared disturb her, and more importantly, how he managed to infiltrate her sanctuary. The entity introduced himself as Azathoth, self-proclaimed Lord of the Sea of Darkness. Intrigued, she asked what he offered. The creature replied that all she had to do was say yes, and allow him to reside within her, promising his chaotic power would fuse with hers, ensuring that the legendary hero would never be a threat again. Elizabeth questioned the deal as a pentagram began to etch itself into her eye. The creature urged her on, insisting she was on the right path and only needed to accept, but in a flash, she snatched him up with her bare hand, sneering that he was trash if he thought she actually feared the hero. The creature stammered that she had no reason to worry, claiming he could never dominate a will as strong as hers. But Elizabeth had already peered into his mind, seeing his true plot to hijack her body the moment the hero weakened her. The creature panicked, claiming it was too late, that she had touched the spiritual sea and the contract was sealed, warning that refusing now would only bring disaster, but she simply scoffed, tossing him aside like garbage, declaring that she had mastered chaotic energy ages ago and his paltry offer would only tempt the weak. With that, she hurled him into the lava. Snapping back to the present, the possessed Chi-Chi launches a suicidal attack, screaming for Elizabeth to die. But Elizabeth effortlessly deploys an absolute barrier, blocking every ounce of the energy, leaving the creature baffled. Unable to comprehend why it is so impossibly hard to kill this woman, Elizabeth simply replies that the swordsmanship it is using was invented by her, so naturally she knows every single flaw, plus the title of strongest swordsmanship, is no longer hers to claim, leaving the monster dumbfounded that a mere 2-star existence could be so hopelessly outmatched. A demonic beast. This shouldn't be happening. Elizabeth scoffs, calling him a frog in a well, someone so blinded by arrogance that he cannot comprehend the vastness of the true world. Suddenly, the creature slams his palms against the ground, attempting to retreat while warning her to wait. She might be weak now, but the seal on her body is cracking. The beast struggles to free himself, claiming his hand is stuck, desperate for her to surrender, screaming that no magic exists that can break his contract. But Elizabeth just smirks. She tosses Li Ping's instant noodles right onto the creature's head. She doesn't need to cast a single spell when she has the master's cooking. The monster feels utterly humiliated, demanding to know how she dares insult him like this. But then, terror sets in. Something is wrong with those noodles. They are invading his very cells, aggressively draining away his chaotic energy. The creature begins to writhe in agony. Slowly, the power flows back into Elizabeth's pot. She sighs, admitting that in the end, she had to rely on Li Ping again. His plan worked perfectly, leaving her with nothing to do. Meanwhile, Li Ping is chilling in the garden, until a portal snaps open behind him. Our boy spins around. "That was fast," he says, asking if everyone is alright. Elizabeth steps out wearing an oxygen-equipped outfit, confirming she's fine. Li Ping just scratches his head, wondering why these women are always so dramatic. Elsewhere, Alpha is on patrol. The mysterious woman from earlier has finally located their hideout, creeping toward the house, but she freezes midair. She senses a terrifying presence, Wang Kai. She knows that dog. She knows she has zero chance of surviving a fight with him, so she immediately aborts the mission. However, the poor little dog is actually just recovering from the beating Elizabeth gave him for bringing Chi-Chi home. He remembers the blow, forcing him to stay grounded to repair himself. The demonist has no idea. She's baffled. Unable to understand how this dog seems to be guarding every single angle of the house, she decides to circle around, trying a different approach to avoid his gaze. But he's there too. She scrambles to find an alternative route, but an hour later, she's spiraling. No matter where she moves, he's there. She's convinced she's been compromised, believing this dog is toying with her like prey. Desperate, she mimics Alpha's form, declaring that if she doesn't defeat this mutt, she will never see that person again. She charges at him, screaming that he can kill her, but he will not humiliate her. Alpha scans the incoming threat. He charges up a dark energy blast, ready to delete her from existence. But then, the scan completes target identified as Master's item, Danger Rank D. He immediately switches to whitelist mode, zipping behind her and unfurling a banner that reads, "Welcome back." Obviously, she stops dead, utterly confused by the dog. Asking how this could be his home, Wang Kai simply barks and points a paw toward the building. He leads them closer, and now she stands face to face with Li Ping's house. She freezes, gazing at the structure nestled in the trees. The realization hits her she has finally returned to her birthplace. Centuries ago, Li Ping was hammering metal and carving wood. That is how he brought the very first axe to life. It was one of his greatest creations, the first weapon he ever imbued with consciousness. On that day, he named it Dazwin. If you've been paying attention, the plot twist was right there. The story dropped hints, like in the early chapters when the axe vanished overnight. Now we see the truth from the very beginning. She was the one chopping wood by his side. Until one rainy afternoon, when our boy rushed inside and accidentally left the axe behind. She felt abandoned, lying in the mud while he ran to save the laundry. The poor thing fell, begging for him to return, but he never came back. Over 500 years passed with her rotting on the ground, her mind fracturing, resentment building within the steel. Ages later, a group of apostles wandered by, handing a strange potion from the Black Guild to a test subject. The axe's first wielder found it odd that drinking a liquid would grant him strength, but he drank it without fear. Immediately, his body convulsed, and he felt a surge of power as a gear materialized on his chest, amplifying his strength. But the Dazwin axe, still abandoned on the ground, began to leech that energy. The group noticed the anomaly, glancing sideways just as the apostles in front of him exploded into mist. Sweating cold, the survivor demanded to know what just killed everyone. He approached the axe, which commanded him to kneel. He obeyed instantly, terrified, asking for her identity. That's when Daizumong manifested, introducing herself as the demonic burial. Back in the present, she stands before the house, furious after 500 years of neglect, yet paralyzed by nostalgia. Suddenly, the door creaks open. She stands in shock. It is Li Ping, casually stepping out to chop some wood. He glanced at his weapon, Alpha, and muttered that it felt like he was back in the old days, inside the blade. Daizumong's heart skipped a beat. She thought he was speaking to her. But then Li Ping addressed the axe by its new name, Alpha, chirping that it was time to chop some wood. She was absolutely livid. The audacity, thinking this so-called Alpha had replaced her. She tightened her spiritual grip on the handle in a fit of jealousy. She silently demanded he say something else, but when the axe obviously didn't respond, Li Ping just shrugged. Right, silent type. Let's get to work. But as he raised the weapon, Daizumong felt a jolt of familiarity. Li Ping paused, furrowing his brow. That's odd, huh? Why does this feel so nostalgic? He wondered aloud. Daizumong narrowed her eyes. Was he pretending not to know it was her? He swung. The wood split perfectly. Daizumong shuddered at the sensation. He set up another log and swung again. It hit her then. Even after 500 years, nothing beat this feeling. Li Ping frowned at the blade. Alpha, why are you vibrating like that? But he shrugged it off. The rhythm was too good to ruin. They moved as one perfect unit until a mountain of firewood piled up beside them. Wiping sweat from his brow, Li Ping smiled. Man, it's been ages since I felt a groove like this. I've chopped a lot of wood, but Shin's today felt just like the old days with Daizumong. Tears welled up in her spiritual form. Her master hadn't forgotten her after all. In that instant, centuries of resentment evaporated. Li Ping stared at the horizon. You know, if that barrier hadn't shattered, and if the world hadn't changed so much, I would have searched for her. It was a tragedy, really, because Daizumong knew this was the end. This was the last time they would chop wood together. She realized that without her core of resentment, her existence was fading. Her strength was gone, but she smiled, grateful to have been his creation, hoping his next weapon would serve him half as well. Oblivious, Li Ping tapped the blade. I'll probably need to forge a new axe soon. Alpha here. And is gonna be my adventure partner from now on. No more wood duty. He propped the weapon up and headed inside. Time to cook, leaving poor Alpha standing there. But suddenly, the weapon shimmered and transformed. She was still there, clearly under his accidental control. Damn it, she grumbled. We actually reconciled him. Now she had to figure out how to fit into this weird dynamic. Meanwhile, inside the house, Elizabeth turned to Shichi. So, what's the deal with demonic swordsmanship? Shichi sighed. It started 100 years ago, back when the Black Guild was just beginning to spread its influence. They were kidnapping people across the continent. Everyone was too busy trying to survive to actually fight back. However, when I earned the title of Sword Saint, I decided to take action. I went in alone to gather intel. Big mistake. My plans leaked. I got surrounded by their apostles and tossed into an abyss. I landed right in the Demon Queen's old cultivation site. That's when I felt it a strange, heavy presence. I found traces of the Queen's sword techniques etched into the walls. It wasn't much, but I started absorbing the residual energy. I drained that place dry. I evolved massively in just 3 months, but eventually, I hit my limit. My talent wasn't enough. I realized that no matter what, there were monsters out there I could never touch. I was desperate. Then, a voice spoke from the dark. It asked if I wanted power. Li Ping looked up from his prep. And what did you do? Shichi looked down. I accepted. I needed to destroy the Black Guild. It was clear Shichi already knew Li Ping was the legendary hero they were looking for. She hesitated, wondering if he would judge her for embracing the Sea of Darkness. But the creature couldn't fully merge with me. Instead of raw power, it gave me this tentacle weapon. Elizabeth waved a hand dismissively. Oh, that thing I sealed it ages ago. You just interacted with a clone of its consciousness. A clone? Basically? Li Ping perked up. Wait. You said tentacles? Is this weapon? Like an octopus. He paused, rubbing his chin. He hadn't cooked octopus in this world yet. Elizabeth's eyes lit up immediately. Is it tasty? She demanded. In my world, delicious, Li Ping replied, but I have no idea about the tentacle monsters here. Shichi looked between them, bewildered. We were just discussing the apocalypse and my tragic past. Why are we talking about eating octopus now? Enough talk, Li Ping announced. It's chow time. He unveiled the pot, and blinding golden energy exploded from the lid. Shichi recoiled, the magical pressure. What is that? You already know exactly what is about to happen. He had cooked up his signature infernal curry. Elizabeth was practically vibrating with excitement. She shoveled the first spoonful into her mouth. Delicious. Surprisingly, she kept her composure. Just a little spicy, she wheezed, immediately chugging juice. Okay, that is ridiculous. A 7-star demon defeated by curry pathetic. Too hot, Li Ping asked. Hang on, I'll chop some ice onions to cool it down. He grabbed an onion. This'll just take a second. With a flick of his wrist, the vegetable practically disintegrated into perfect slices. Shichi's jaw dropped. How could he possibly claim his swordsmanship was bad when he could pull off a move like that? The micro-diced onions vanished into the soup. All done. Li Ping grinned, serving up another round. Li Ping claims the heat has dialed down, but Elizabeth snaps back that she loves spicy food, telling him to stop mocking her tastes. He ignores the bickering and offers a bite. but Elizabeth looks ready to murder someone, though Li Ping remains delightfully oblivious. Chi-Chi, missing the killer aura entirely, reaches for the plate, looking slightly embarrassed but eager to accept the food. Suddenly, Elizabeth cuts in with the warning Chi-Chi needs to think carefully, because she can only choose one of 3 rewards. Confused, the group watches as Elizabeth reveals the prizes she can choose between a pot of curry, on a swordsmanship manual, or one of Li Ping's personal kitchen knives. Our hero looks completely baffled by this. He grumbles that he never agreed to give away his knife, but Elizabeth shushes him. This is a test of moral character, and he needs to play along. Chi-Chi freezes, realizing she's being tested. The correct answer must be hidden in their previous banter. She analyzes rapidly. The curry radiates such potent energy that consuming it would trigger an instant evolution. However, considering even Queen Elizabeth struggled to handle it, a mere mortal like Chi-Chi would likely be vaporized on the spot. Then there's the knife, a blade that makes any S-rank weapon look like a toy. But Li Ping clearly cherishes it. She realizes she lacks the strength to even lift it. The food is death. The knife is impossible. That leaves only the manual. Playing it safe, she selects the manual based on Elizabeth's advice, but before she can claim it, boom, the door explodes inward. Through the smoke steps Alpha, radiating pure hatred. Li Ping sighs, asking what his problem is now. Alpha roars that he's here for revenge and plans to slaughter everyone. Chi-Chi springs up, recognizing the demon burial technique. Panic sets in. She begs to borrow Li Ping's knife to counter the threat, but the moment her fingers wrap around the hilt, she is crushed by the overwhelming spirit dwelling inside the blade. It's not just a tool, it's a sentient force of nature. Her grip fails, and her mana drains in a microsecond. The poor girl collapses to the ground, completely spent. The knife tumbles from her hand, rolling toward Daisy Wang, who realizes too late that entering this room was a fatal mistake slice. The blade cleaves Alpha cleanly in half before flying back to Li Ping's hand. Li Ping stares in horror at the unconscious Chi-Chi, ignoring the bisected villain on the floor. He screams in confusion. He didn't even move, and yet chaos has erupted. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland where the 6th pillar of the demonic guild lies defeated in the dirt. A cyborg figure arrives, shocking the fallen warrior awake like a defibrillator to see if there's any life left. The brute rises, looking like an electrocuted bear, and immediately cries out for the Golden Dragon King. He's ready to keep fighting, virtually drooling with battle lust, but Beater cuts him off. The battle is over. Robot number 24 explains the grim reality. The president was devoured, the squad wiped out, and the target vanished. Beater dismisses the losses, claiming the outcome was predetermined. In the center of the carnage sits a golden dragon egg. The boss muses aloud, admitting he underestimated Amelia's survival instincts, though he claims he never intended to harm her. A dark tentacle snakes out, wrapping around the egg and absorbing it completely into his mass. The mirror portal begins to glow ominously, and the old man sustaining it starts to crumble into dust, noting that the power of a king-level entity operates on a completely different dimension. If he had just a little more time, the master would have fully resurrected. An insect-faced creature demands to know how the Black Guild ended up in this state. His connection to Dable was severed abruptly, and he wants a full situation report on the rest of the team. The subordinate apologizes, explaining that Dable sacrificed himself to protect the guild's secrets. Another figure, looking youthful, turns to the crumbling old man and asks if his research has advanced. The old man confirms he found the right materials, then asks why Jaguar's here. Jaguar simply shrugs. His cover is blown. He needs to find a new host body. The demonic pillars question the flying figure's identity, and the robot explains that he is another controller of the Sea of Black Consciousness. Tagoria announces a change of plans. The invasion of the Dwarf Kingdom is postponed. The boss, perched atop the portal, laments the loss of so many apostles. Flashback to a few years ago, the old man, deep in his lab, believed he had finally cracked the code. He pressed the activation button. Elizabeth began to reconstruct. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he thought he succeeded. Number 24 praised the work, but the celebration was premature. The body began to warp into a corrupted mass. It disintegrated before his eyes. Despair washed over the old man as he realized the experiment had failed. Years of relentless study, yet the vessel remained unstable. He realized the cruel truth about his limitations. Human life is simply too short for this level of magic. To succeed, he would need to evolve beyond humanity, until a dark presence emerged from the void, promising that if he craved absolute strength, it could provide the means. The old man demanded to know its identity. The entity introduced itself as Azathoth, born from the Sea of Darkness, and proposed a lethal alliance. To demonstrate, chaotic energy struck a nearby rat, instantly twisting its flesh until it exploded into a giant, rampaging monstrosity. The old man watched, fascinated. He realized with this chaos energy, he possessed the power to resurrect the dead. Azathoth confirmed it. He had infinite energy at his disposal. But raw power wasn't enough. They needed vessels. And so, the gears began to turn, birthing the demonic cult's horrific incubation program. It didn't take long before hundreds of thousands of creatures were gestating in the dark. Azathoth, curious, questioned the old man. Why refuse the power for himself? The old man sneered. He had zero interest in personal strength. His sole obsession was resurrecting Elizabeth. Azathoth shrugged off the rejection. Suit yourself. The entity decided it would occupy their base for the time being. Internally, however, Azathoth was calculating. This damn Malfoy was cautious, paranoid. Standard manipulation tactics wouldn't work on him. To bridge the trust gap, Azathoth severed his own tentacles fragments of his consciousness and handed them over to guard the facility. Malfoy accepted the offering, dubbing Azathoth an apostle. The creature smiled, but deep down, a secondary plan was already in motion. Back in the present, Azathoth presses for an update. How long to reconstruct the Sovereign's body? Malfoy stalls, blaming the destruction of the base. Don't lie to me, Azathoth snaps. I know you can construct a Demon King-class vessel in mere minutes. He pushes further. Why not just hand over the Elizabeth clone? The atmosphere freezes. Malfoy's voice drops. Mention that again, and you die. The killing intent is so heavy, the subordinates drop to their knees. Is this the president's true power? Azathoth laughs it off nervously. Just a joke, partner. But internally, he's sweating. Malfoy is too dangerous to provoke. He can't reveal that he knows. Elizabeth's true location. Azathoth excuses himself to gather intel. Left alone, the old man turns to a mirror and starts licking it feverishly. Soon, he whispers, unhinged, my master will return to me, perfect and whole. And deep in the underground lab, a fully formed clone of Elizabeth floats in a tank, ready to wake. Scene shifts to Boss City. Elizabeth sent our protagonist, Li Ping, on a scouting mission. He's puzzled. The entire city looks like a massive construction zone. He spots a giant church and wonders about Annie. Time to pay the orphanage a visit. He knocks, but the door swings open instantly. Inside, the pig is scrubbing floors while everyone yells at him to put some muscle into it. Li Ping steps in. What the hell is going on here? The pig trembles, terrified to see the protagonist again. Li Ping ignores the fear. Where's Annie? Is she safe? The pig scrambles up, pointing to the second floor. She's resting. Do you think this is a game? Li Ping scoffs. Classic. Without Elizabeth's orders, this guy assumes everyone is useless. The pig pleads for help, exhausted from manual labor. Suddenly, footsteps approach. A girl fixes her hair. She looks different. Time flows differently in the outside world. Years have passed for her. The pig cries out, Big sister. Li Ping freezes, confused. He rushes to her side. You should be resting. She smiles, pointing at the sparkling floor. Look how clean it is. Thanks for the help. Annie beams. We're working hard for the church. Even the monsters are pitching in. Li Ping realizes he was essentially summoned just to be a janitor. Later, over tea, he studies her. You've grown, he admits. Annie nods. It happened when my magic returned. Li Ping awkwardly sips his tea, and the beast working as maids. Annie sighs. I'm not entirely sure. But things went crazy last week. Li Ping sharpens. The Black Guild. Annie nods. Yes. It started with the beasts here. They began mutating, transforming. People were screaming about an apostle attack. We were cornered. We thought we were dead. The pig asked his brother what was wrong, but it was too late. Nearby, the villain Tagore watched the chaos with clinical interest. Orcs, Tagore mused. Easier to break mentally than humans or elves, but they lose all reason. Useless as hosts. They're just mindless demolition tools. The corrupted orc lunged at his own brother. The blow should have been fatal, but when the dust settled, a stuffed panda had blocked the attack. The orc roared, fully losing its mind. Annie stepped forward, eyes glowing. I will protect this home. She summoned her entire plushie collection. Total warfare erupted in the streets. That explains the city's destruction. But Annie stood her ground. Her dolls tore the gears right out of the creature's flesh. The monster collapsed, disintegrating into dust. The pig wept over the fading remains of his brother. Annie knelt, apologizing softly. I'm sorry. I couldn't purify the corruption. From the shadows, Tagore frowned. A power like that? In a backwater city. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Forget the orcs. That girl. She's the perfect host. She spins around, her gaze instantly obliterating the half-creature behind her. But in the aftermath, a chill runs down her spine. Something is watching her. Cutting back to the present, Li Peng nods grimly. This confirms that the Black Guild has their dirty hands in this operation. Annie agrees, noting that the unseen observer feels connected to her lost memories. Li Peng immediately cuts in, telling her to set those worries aside. Her memories will return in time. But right now, he is here for a checkup. He needs to know, does she carry any lingering psychological trauma? He is checking on her stability. Annie reassures him, ever since he helped her recover. Her mind has been clear, just as Elizabeth predicted. She's ready to use her bloodline to fight for global peace. Li Peng flashes a knowing smile, agreeing with her resolve. Leaving it in her hands was indeed the right call. He sighs, admitting it is a shame. Really, Elizabeth. She does not actually give a damn about peace, and since he is magically challenged, his hands are tied. In fact, if the world truly had to rely on a so-called legendary hero, everything would spiral into absolute chaos. Annie begins to tremble, her voice shaking as she asks what he implies. In her eyes, Li Peng is a being of unfathomable power too strong to even interfere. She believes if he actually stepped in, the shockwaves alone would wipe out the planet, forcing him to rebuild civilization from the ashes. She interprets his words as a dire warning: fix this, or everyone dies. But Li Peng just smiles, oblivious to her terror. He mentions that if Elizabeth approves of her potential, that is all that matters. Still shaking, Annie bows her head. She understands. She will not fail. She thinks he is entrusting this to her because of the terrifying power he revealed that day. But there is a massive problem. She is light years away from controlling that kind of strength. She starts to apologize, but Li Peng waves it off. He reaches behind his back and drops a heavy bag onto the table. It spills open rare fruits he promised her from his last journey. He actually remembered. Annie's mind races. He must have known her limitations all along. These aren't just snacks, they are magical enhancements. He is actively supervising her growth, ensuring she can master the burden he placed upon her. Overwhelmed, she thanks him, swearing to protect the city with her life. Li Peng nods. If that is her resolve, then he trusts the city is in good hands. He needs this area stable to fulfill his pact, paving the way for Elizabeth to rule the world. Annie pauses, confused by the world domination part, but she rationalizes it quickly. If the sacred hero is involved, surely it must be for a benevolent cause. Li Peng sighs, telling her to stop overanalyzing. It is not that deep. He just wants to conquer the world with Elizabeth because, according to her logic, total domination is the fastest route to peace. But Li Peng has a different method in mind. Hesitantly, Annie asks what that entails. That is a story for another time. Today, he needs her brain. He knows she is a scholar who has devoured countless books. He needs a breakdown of the continents and the major powers ruling them. Annie straightens up this. She can handle. She admits her intel on the Black Guild within the Demon Kingdom is spotty, but she knows the major players. The Dwarf Kingdom is the secondary power, yet directly linked to the Sword Saint, and the Guild of Swords, that is the heavyweight. Anyone wanting to make a move on this continent needs their stamp of approval. She pulls out a map, diving into the geopolitics. She details every warlord and ruler, but the bottom line is simple. The sword, Saint is the apex predator. Furthermore, their current city is geographically isolated. That explains why no apostle was ever dispatched to aid her. Li Peng nods. Just as he suspected, everyone is too busy guarding their own turf to care about the bigger picture. Annie presses him again. How exactly does he plan to bring peace to this fractured continent? Li Peng's expression hardens. True peace will not come from just wiping out the Black Guild. They need a unified alliance capable of stopping any evil that rises. Claiming he has zero strength himself, his plan is to build a specialized unit to hunt down the apostles. But there is a catch. He has no idea how to convince people to join voluntarily, so he is adopting Elizabeth's method. Annie's eyes widen as it clicks. This different method isn't just policy. The entire fate of the world is basically a wager, like a high-stakes bet between Li Peng and Elizabeth to see whose philosophy wins. Elizabeth chose brute force for instant results. But the moment she vanished, order collapsed. Li Peng intends to prove that unity and collective strength create lasting peace. He plans to tour the entire continent. He will handpick recruits for his grand design. And Annie realizes with a shiver she is just a pawn on their game board. The danger is real. If she fails to prove her worth, she will likely be discarded. But she shakes the dark thoughts away. If it serves the greater good, so be it. She must master the power he bestowed upon her and become useful to him immediately. Li Peng notices her intensity. He asks what is on her mind, but quickly pivots. He needs intel on the kingdom of Aristotle, the land famous for fusing technology and magic. She admits her knowledge is limited, mentioning only rumors of massive metal colossuses capable of shifting entire mountains. He is drained, barely possessing the energy to think, but concludes that location must be their first stop. Annie, however, cuts in with a warning. The Academy of Aristotle is currently on lockdown, making it a dead end. The better strategic play is the Elven Kingdom. Word is, a guild endorsed by the Sword Saint recently entered that territory and walked away with a massive boost in reputation. Who exactly earned that renown? It is obviously our duo, father and daughter. But the father knows the score. Entering the Elven Kingdom comes with a price. They must survive the purgatory of plants. He glances at Elif. Ready. Her answer is a confident yes. With a single flick of a card, the blocking vegetation is obliterated. But he cautions her the deeper they go, the deadlier the flora becomes. And amidst the twisting greenery, something is watching them, tracking their every step. Nearing the towering mother tree, Elif realizes the Sword Saint must have tipped everyone off. This isn't just travel, it is a curated gauntlet. Perhaps this spike in difficulty is an extra test designed specifically for them. Suddenly, the earth quakes. A monstrosity erupts from the soil, a 5-element plant. The father warns that this beast has reached its final stage of evolution. It begins rotating violently, unleashing a barrage of elemental orbs in every direction. Yet, he remains calm, telling her to stand fast. 30 years ago, he conquered this very path. Channeling that experience, he flicks another card to clear the way. The attack destroys the incoming projectiles, but the vines close in, trapping them. Dual ability, Elif shouts. They execute a flawless, synchronized slash, bisecting the creature instantly. Elif lowers her guard, assuming the beast is dead. That should have been the end of a final stage monster, but the father barks a warning. Don't get cocky. Never underestimate this thing. Prophetic words. From the severed stump, the plant's head regenerates, and this time, it is not alone. 4 mouths gape open, spawning even more heads, turning the air into a chaotic bullet hell of projectiles. Fire rains from every angle. Elif deploys a card barrier, gritting her teeth. They have to coordinate, or they die right here. But her defense fractures. Shards of her destroyed cards scatter on the grass. She admits it, she took this enemy too lightly. Blood spills, but these cards are versatile tools. He commands the deck to wrap around her arm, knitting the flesh back together. He suggests she hang back to recover, but she refuses to quit, insisting she can still fight. Fine. He relents, but stay sharp. Something is wrong. This creature is far more lethal than the standard variant. A sickly purple aura envelops the beast, and it begins manifesting raw elemental shards from its body. Darkness, ice, metal, and fire attack from all angles. The father grimaces. Even a veteran would struggle against this onslaught. Decades ago, the Sword Saint annihilated this thing in a second, but this is different. This mutation is leagues above what he faced 30 years back. Standard tactics won't work. The only path to victory is the true deck. Elif asks if he has the resolve to use the 10th card. No, he replies coolly. The 3rd will suffice. Before he can unleash it, an arrow slams into the earth between them. A strange new flora sprouts from the impact, releasing a shimmering pollen. The reaction is immediate. The 5-element plant shudders, terrified by the substance, and burrows back underground. Elif senses a familiar pulse in the air, her elven heritage resonating. A luminous spirit materializes before them. It extends a welcoming hand as the arrow dissolves into light. They know who we are, the father observes. But Elif is conflicted. She has to know, if Mother is really in that tribe, why didn't she ever come for us? Never doubt her love, he answers firmly. But the elven hierarchy here, it is more complex than you can imagine. The truth is waiting for them. They trek through the woods until the elven settlement finally breaks the tree line. The reception is icy. Whispers ripple through the crowd, glares fixed on the girl. Half-breed. They sneer. Some women openly gag, claiming they can smell human filth on her. Why? Elif asks, shrinking back. Why the hostility? Isolation. He explains. These people have never stepped foot outside. They fear what is different, and Elif counters, mentioning the powerful elves they have seen in the outside guilds. The father breaks it down. The world tree is surrounded by tribes in concentric circles. The closer you are to the center, the more resources you control. A commoner from the core is considered royalty compared to those from the outer rings. And anyone coming from the outskirts to the center, they are treated like trash from the periphery. But there are exceptions. Exceptions, she asks. Before he can answer, a blur rushes past them, a girl mounted on a swift horse. She halts, introducing herself as Blanchette, general of the tribe. I will escort you to the sacred land, she declares. Follow me. And without waiting for a reply, she spurs her mount, leaping deep into the forest. Ella whispers that the locals don't seem very welcoming, but the father cuts in with a grim reality check. Get used to it. He warns that this hostility is just the baseline. The deeper they venture into these woods, the more common this cold treatment becomes. They trail behind Blanchette, and Elif notices the unsettling phenomenon of the forest path sealing shut the moment they step off it. The boss explains the security measures. The elven forest is an impenetrable fortress to anyone without explicit authorization. As the great tree looms into view, the majesty of it triggers a wave of nostalgia. This is where his story truly began. Flashback to his glory days at 19, back when he was a rookie in the Holy Guild amidst a scene of absolute chaos. Panic everywhere, screams to clear the path, as a rampaging beast tore through the tranquil elven village, destroying everything in its wake. The creature was wild, untamable until he vaulted onto its back, grabbed the terrified elf girl's hand, and told her to breathe. That was his style. The elf was flustered, stammering her thanks, but he just flashed a confident grin and told her to forget it. He offered to help her properly, teasing that if she really wanted to thank him, she'd endure a quick joyride with him. And just like that, they were soaring, ascending to the upper canopy of the kingdom, a place forbidden to mere humans. The view was breathtaking, but the elf girl was a nervous wreck, begging to go back down, overwhelmed by embarrassment and fear. He asked why she was trembling, and she admitted it wasn't shyness, it was terror. She never thought she could master such a beast. The boss pointed down, warning her to watch out because her strict father was definitely watching them right now. He told her to hide her face, warning that if the old man saw an outsider controlling the steed, heads would roll. But then, the punchline, he admits he's lying through his teeth. Her father isn't even in the city. The poor girl is baffled, asking why he'd make up such a stupid lie, but he just tells her to ignore the details. He urges her to look around, and for the first time, she marvels at the landscape, admitting she's never been this high up before. Sensing the moment, he decides to dial up the charm, suggesting they take this adventure to the next level. They climb to the very crown of the great tree, and he pulls a classic move, spreading their arms wide like a scene from a romance movie. She gets swept up in the excitement for a split second before realizing the intimacy and turning bright red talk about a speedrun in romance. Under the starlight, with the beast resting beside them, he reassures her that they have time. The officials are gone for another 3 to 5 days. She whispers that his aura feels incredibly soothing. It makes her yearn to see the world beyond these trees. The boss smiles, realizing the door is open. He offers to be her guide, knowing plenty of hidden gems. She lights up, asking if he's serious, but he drops a reality check. As an elite elf, she has a life here. But she counters immediately, this isn't life. It's a golden cage. A political election is looming, and her father plans to pawn her off to an uncle just to secure a few votes. The boss's expression darkens. He understands that losing one's freedom is a fate worse than death. He promises to bring a teleport scroll tomorrow. They would escape together. She confesses that a simple life of freedom is all she ever truly craved. The memory seals with a kiss. Snap back to the present, where Blanchette is leading the group toward that same great tree. They must traverse a portal to enter, unaware that a shadowy figure is observing their every move from the distance. The spy watches them breach the entrance, revealing a sprawling green sanctuary dominated by the massive central tree. Blanchette steps forward to meet the welcoming party, dismissing her servant with a curt nod. She faces the elders, announcing her mission is accomplished. Elif whispers to the boss, asking who these powerful figures are. He warns Elif to watch his tongue. These are the High Elders. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive mana hits them. Elif stumbles, nausea hitting him instantly. An elder named Verton steps up, ordering Blanchette to stand down. Another elder, Elron, introduces himself, while the female elder, Avery, remarks that it has been a lifetime since she last saw the boss. He plays it cool, admitting that the years have indeed flown by. Sinclair steps up to pay his respects to the council. Elron stays icy silent, and Avery comments on how much the boss has aged since he was that reckless boy, but Verton cuts the small talk. He assumes the boss is here to recruit them into the Holy Guild again. The boss corrects him, not the guild, but a new heroes alliance. The target is the rising Black Guild, and he needs the elder's strength. Avery scoffs, laughing in his face. She points out the obvious: the Holy Guild is a shadow of its former self, crumbling and weak. Verton twists the knife. Everyone knows the Sword Saint has been missing for 3 months. The boss nods. That is exactly why he is here. He needs elven tracking to locate the saint. She is the linchpin of his plan, and the elves know her power better than anyone. Avery narrows her eyes. Tracking a being of that magnitude drains immense mana. She demands to know the price. What do they get in return? Elif steps forward, insisting that this isn't the moment for anyone to be obsessed with personal gain. Verton counters coldly that elves only aid the worthy, and the earth begins to tremble as a massive golden plant erupts from the soil. She declares that if they can slay this beast, they earn the right to discuss the alliance, just as the plant blooms with a blinding golden radiance. Elif glances at the boss, asking for his take. He tells her to stay calm. He handles threats like this for breakfast. Suddenly, the plant fires a searing laser beam, a light so intense it blinds the spectators, but the boss had already triggered the Guardian card. A shimmering shield materializes, absorbing the impact. The boss admits their power has waned since the old days, but he warns them not to mistake weakness for lack of resolve. He is determined to crush the Black Guild, and with that, the golden plant withers and collapses. Avery chuckles, noting that the little boss has actually put some muscle on his bones, while Verton is baffled that a mere card could channel sacred magic. Elif frowns, whispering that the attack didn't feel like a test of strength, it felt like an execution attempt. She opens her mouth to argue, but the boss silences her with a sharp look. That is when Elrond speaks for the first time. 16 years, the old elf murmurs. The boss nods hesitantly, while Elif demands to know why her father is being so polite to these hostiles. These people are clearly trying to sabotage them, yet the boss stands down. He finally drops the bombshell. The man standing before them is her grandfather. Verton realizes aloud that Nikita's daughter is already 16. Leaving Elif stunned, she had no idea she was staring at her own kin. The tension snaps instantly as Elrond starts throwing confetti and playing a trombone, shouting, "Bet you didn't expect this." The father and daughter are left completely dumbfounded by the mood swing. Avery sighs, reminding the old man she warned him not to goof around. Verton laughs that it was entertaining, while the boss, utterly confused, demands an explanation. Elrond grabs his hand, beaming. "Call me grandfather," he insists. causing the old man to feel awkward about the sudden shift in dynamic. Elrond asks where Nikita is, then waves it off, telling them not to worry and just follow him, giving Elif a knowing nod. "Do you get what's happening?" Elif whispers. The boss shakes his head, guessing that perhaps her mother repaired the bridge between their families. But Elrond looks deathly ill, his complexion gray, while Blanchette watches silently from the shadows as the group gathers before a massive tree. Elrond reveals that the tree they saw outside was a mere hologram. The towering entity before them is the true world tree. Its roots go back over 500 years, born when the first elder, Tavala, sacrificed her own body as nutrients to create it. Fueled by her sacrifice, the elves grew powerful and influential, but that golden age began to rot. As the tree withered, their power faded, causing many elves to abandon their home and flee to the outside world. This is why they strictly ban marriage with outsiders, to prevent the precious natural talent gifted by the tree from diluting further. That was the sole reason he opposed Nikita's relationship with the boss, but now he intends to show them the true heart of the elven domain. It is a secret even the Sword Saint is oblivious to. The boss frowns, asking what he means. Elrond raises a trembling arm, dispelling the illusion. Elif is hit by a wave of nausea as the image of the healthy tree melts away. The true, grotesque form of the divine tree is revealed, a rotting trunk composed of trapped, screaming elves and Elif gags, unable to look. "Why?" the boss stammers, his eyes widening. "Why does it look like Nikita is trapped in the center?" Elrond confirms the horror. She became a nutrient source to keep the tribe from going extinct. Through the twisted bark, the boss sees the withered, agonizing face of his wife, and he snaps, screaming her name. He grabs Elrond by the throat, roaring, "You brought her back just to turn her into fertilizer, you selfish demon. Bring her back." Elrond stands stoic, spit running down his face, and simply signals Verdun and Avery the time has come. Without hesitation, the two elders walk to the tree and press their palms against the rot, beginning to merge with the wood. In a split second, they are consumed entirely. A fresh leaf sprouts, and their faces appear carved in agony alongside the others. Elif, horrified, asks why they would do such a thing. Elrond turns to her, his voice devoid of regret. He explains that to become food for the tree, to sacrifice one's life for the survival of the tribe, is not selfishness. It is the highest honor, he claims, insisting Nikita surely felt the same, but the boss smashes his fist into the ground. "This is a nightmare," he snarls. Elif rushes to his side, asking if he's holding it together. Elrond continues coldly, explaining that each leaf buys the tree another year of life, but now that two elders have been sacrificed, he changes his proposition. Perhaps Nikita doesn't have to stay dead. "Resurrection is possible," Elrond whispers, a dark glint in his eye, "provided you are willing to pay the price." As he points a bony finger directly at Elif, the boss steps between them, eyes burning with killing intent. "Don't you even dare suggest it." Obviously, it's not just a conversation he's after. His eyes are locked on the artifacts hanging at her waist. That is the true deck, the legendary gift bestowed by Li Ping himself. The chieftain narrows his eyes in questioning. If this man is truly seeking the hero's ultimate treasure, beside him, Alex falls into a heavy silence, clearly at a loss for words. Elrond presses his advantage, his voice dripping with persuasion. He claims that if those cards are sacrificed to the World Tree, its power would be fully restored. And the implication is clear if there's energy to spare. It might even be possible to resurrect Nikita. He swears on his life that if the ritual succeeds, bringing Nikita back from the dead will be his absolute priority. The chieftain is left reeling, his heart pounding with the impossible hope that this could be true. But Elif steps in, her voice sharp with suspicion. She calls it out for what it is: madness. A life once lost cannot be reclaimed. It's a fundamental law, not to mention, those cards were entrusted to them to save the entire world, not to chase ghosts. But somewhere unseen, a hand is turning the pages of a mystical book, meddling with fate itself. Suddenly, Elrond's head snaps to the side with a sickening crack. He spins around, his demeanor shifting. He admits he can't guarantee success, but he dangles the bait if it works. The entire elven race will gain the power to crush the Black Guild once and for all. The chieftain's eyes light up with fanaticism. The destruction of the guild and the salvation of the continent are within his grasp. Elif screams at him, Desperate to break the spell, she warns that those cards are vital, losing them would mean bearing the weight of the world's end. But at that precise moment, the cards begin to levitate from her waist, drawn by an invisible force. The chieftain snatches them from the air, his face set in stone. He declares that he will bear full responsibility for whatever comes next. Gathering the deck, he demands the next step. Elrond smiles, instructing him to simply hand them over. Once the power is absorbed, Nikita will return to them. Elif pleads with her father, asking if he's truly willing to risk everything on a gamble. But he ignores her, handing over the deck, vowing that he would do anything, absolutely anything, to bring her mother back. The moment Elrond's fingers close around the cards, he sneers, calling the chieftain a foolish brother-in-law. Instantly, a massive branch bursts from the earth, and thick vines snake around the father and daughter, binding them tight. Elif struggles, but the grip is ironclad. She's completely trapped. The chieftain stares in horror, demanding to know the meaning of this betrayal. The unseen hand continues to manipulate the book, and Elrond bursts into maniacal laughter. He mocks them, revealing just how pitifully easy it was to deceive them both. The truth drops like a bomb. The elves have been pawns of the Black Guild for a long time. As the machinery of the trap reveals itself, father and daughter are paralyzed with shock. Elrond sneers, confessing that the man they knew has been gone for years. He is merely a vessel. On cue, a grotesque golden plant erupts from the ground, its petals slowly unfurling. Inside sits a figure casually sipping a drink, a clown, smiling with malicious glee. He reveals the grim reality: this entire tribe has been dancing on his strings for ages. Elrond drops to his knees, offering the stolen deck to his master. The clown accepts it, musing that the elves were so well trained he barely had to lift a finger. The chieftain screams for Elif, but she grits her teeth, telling him she's fine. In a flash, power surges in both their hands. Elif declares that they won't go down without a fight. They're taking these monsters with them. Light begins to pour from the cards in the deck, but Elrond spins around, activating a counterspell. A storm of magical flowers engulfs the two elves, suppressing their attack. Elif gasps as she feels her magical core being forcibly drained. Her father tries to shout her name, but his consciousness is fading fast. The clown claps his hands, congratulating Elrond on a job well done. He promises his servant a well-deserved rest. Instantly, Elrond's body goes limp, discarding him like trash. The clown begins to draw power from the cards, noting that they seem designed to summon spirits. But his grin widens as he realizes the fuel source it consumes raw life energy. As the chieftain's vision blurs, he thinks to himself that the clown is a fool. He doesn't know the true secret of the deck, so he'll never be able to wield it. But the clown begins to cackle, mocking that desperate hope. He scoffs, saying this is easier than he imagined. If the cost is life energy, all he has to do is force these puppets to pay the price. A terrifying hurricane begins to swirl at the apex of the forest. The elves below look up in confusion, wondering if an earthquake is tearing their home apart. But then, the nausea hits. Simultaneously, every living being feels their vitality being ripped away. The souls of the entire tribe, every man, woman, child, and beast, are dragged toward the center of the world tree. The chieftain watches in helpless agony as the truth sinks in. With the deck hovering in the sky, the clown continues the mass harvest. The life force of the entire elven race is funneled into the cards. The clown laughs, ordering the artifacts to drink it all up. Witnessing this atrocity, the chieftain realizes with clarity that no one in the Alliance stands a chance against a monster like this. The clown gathers the fully charged cards, his smile stretching impossibly wide. He announces the grand finale. He will unleash every single invocation at once, one by one. The abilities activate, including a devastating torpedo that cracks the very sky itself. And there, emerging from the fracture, is the same nightmare summon that Li Ping had once faced. Darkness finally claims the chieftain. Meanwhile, miles away in the safety of their home, Elizabeth is scolding someone, insisting they clean a pot of instant noodles that's seemingly grown a life of its own. A purple sludge oozes from the pot and flops onto the floor. Li Ping tries to start a serious conversation, but the purple blob inches toward him, menacingly preparing to absorb him whole. Suddenly, his little cleaning robot swoops in and crushes the slime effortlessly. Li Ping sits down, unbothered, and tells Elizabeth to pack her bags. They're going to the elf tribe. She raises an eyebrow, asking if he plans to conquer the island. He shakes his head, clarifying that he intends to persuade her people to join their cause. After all, he recalls her mentioning a high-ranking connection among the elves. She's the key to getting their foot in the door. Elizabeth runs the numbers in her head. Since elves possess a lifespan of 500 years, the target is likely still breathing. She agrees to the terms, but there is a catch. He needs to brew more of that exquisite light pink juice for her. Li Ping smirks, thanking her that request is child's play. But then, a question arises. What exactly is he planning to do with the crowd waiting outside? He waves it off, telling them to let the mob play with Wang Kai. Outside, the little dog sits there, the picture of calm. But the moment Li Ping turns his back, the atmosphere shifts. Chi-Chi steps up, declaring that no one else needs to lift a finger. She is officially part of the squad now. Annie scoffs. It is amazing he is even here, sure. But she is convinced Chi-Chi has no clue about the sheer scale of Li Ping's grand design. Alpha, however, cuts in with his own ego trip, claiming that he is the single most critical asset in this entire operation. Chi-Chi snaps back, flashing the martial arts manual she received as proof that she is the priority. Annie immediately fires back. She claims she also received a god-tier gift and is just mastering it. But Alpha just bursts out laughing. He thinks it is absolutely ridiculous for these outsiders to believe they are closer to Li Ping than he is. His bond with the hero runs deep. We are talking about a history spanning over 500 years. These girls are just trying to find their place. But Alpha, he literally exists for the hero. So, honestly, it would be best if the two of them just packed up and left. Annie counters cold if he is so great. Maybe he shouldn't be here either. Chi-Chi spots a hole in his logic. A true weapon of the hero wouldn't be harboring this much resentment and insecurity. Besides, he looks nothing like Li Ping's other masterpieces. Like Wang Kai, Alpha stammers, admitting he was recently imperfect. But Li Ping broke him down and rebuilt him. Now, he stands before them as the true sacred sword Alpha. Annie turns to Wang Kai, skepticism written all over her face, asking if that story holds water. Wang Kai sweats, recalling the forging process. The sword had snapped in half. Li Ping stood there in total shock, holding the two useless pieces. He didn't use an anvil or magic. He stood there thinking, grabbed an axe, and then realized, wait, he had some super glue. With a dab of adhesive, he stuck the two sides back together. Perfection. Wang Kai diplomatically describes it to the girls as a great invention. Alpha proudly points to the jagged scar running down the center of his face, claiming it is a beautiful symbol of Li Ping's love. Chi-Chi decides talk is cheap. There is only room for one person to serve both Li Ping and the Demon Queen. She is confident. With her recent power-up, she knows she can win this challenge. Annie steps up to agree. Even though she doubts her own raw strength, she knows the power of Raphael gives her the edge to crush Chi-Chi. Alpha loses his temper. He shouts at them to stop plotting to usurp his position. But the air is already crackling as they begin activating their powers. He yells at them to wait. Suddenly, Wang Kai raises a sign, commanding total stillness. Alpha freezes, asking for orders. Wang Kai shakes his head. He is not giving orders. Annie realizes that a crowd this size is just going to annoy the master. It could disrupt Li Ping's peaceful life. Chi-Chi nods solemnly. This is exactly why only one of them should remain. Wang Kai corrects them. The goal isn't to be the only one, but to have a distinct identity. Take him. For example, he is the companion pet. He stays home and does absolutely nothing. But when he steps outside those walls, he dominates every creature in the vicinity, ensuring no pests get close. But ever since that woman showed up, she has been overstepping so much that he can't even do his job. His perfect plan to monopolize Li Ping's attention is falling apart. Ruined, confused, Chi-Chi asks what the strategy is now. Wang Kai lays it out. As Li Ping advances through the world, he will face endless dangers and annoyances that threaten his peace. The three of them, they are the cleaners. Their job is to ensure the master lives a stress-free life, no matter where he roams. They must sweep away obstacles, ensuring his path is always smooth and devoid of difficulty. And obviously, the benefits of serving the master don't even need to be spoken. Whatever he offers, they accept. But rule number 1, never ask for anything. And rule number 2, Wang Kai gets first dibs on the leftovers from the trash. They all nod, understanding the hierarchy. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Wang Kai signals everyone to freeze. Li Ping steps out, asking what they are up to. He finds the whole group smiling innocently around Wang Kai. He asks if the dog is ready for the elven tribe. Li Ping says he just needs to grab some tools, then they move out. He heads to the back of the house, unaware of the tension. Elizabeth's shadow looms over the trio. She has been watching everything. The east is dominated by Annie. The south is held by Chi-Chi. Both are already under Li Ping's wing. Once he takes the Elven Kingdom, only the north will remain. He is systematically taking control of the entire continent. Since the moment he saved that father and daughter, his plan has been in motion. He hid his ambition well, but she sees it now. He has been silently preparing to dominate this world all along. The only question haunting her now is she also just a piece in this grand game? The group below is terrified. They wonder why the Demon Queen is standing there, staring daggers at them. Does Elizabeth think they are unqualified? Everyone looks to Wang Kai for salvation. The dog steps forward, claiming he will handle it, and begins pulling something from behind his back. Wang Kai claims he has a secret weapon to handle this tyrant of a woman. The crowd holds its breath. Is a legendary duel about to erupt right here? Nope. Instead, Wang Kai whips out a baby rattle and starts shaking it, putting on a pathetic, cute act. He opens his mouth to babble something about being a happy puppy. When a boot connects with his face, the poor mutt gets launched across the room and plastered against the wall like a sticker. Elizabeth isn't amused. She's already on edge. And this clown tries to play comedian. The crowd collectively winces. Yeah, the dog definitely read the room wrong. They swear they'd never try something so stupid. Elizabeth silences them with a glare. If these eager volunteers really want to tag along, they need to get one thing straight: death is a real possibility. And she won't be there to save their necks every time. Everyone nods. They understand the Demon Queen's terms loud and clear. Just then, Li Ping strolls in revving a massive chainsaw. He says he's ready, but that is clearly another spiritual weapon. There's even a little spirit girl clinging to the handle. She asks if the squad is set and what exactly he's built this time. Li Ping shrugs. Since Alpha is reverting to a proper sword, he needed a new toy to chop some firewood. Plus, the spatial pocket magic she whipped up for him is seriously impressive. Truth is, she's always possessed that power. But now that her strength has returned, she can sync it perfectly with his inventions. Suddenly, Alpha flinches. He asks if it's really her. He stares at the spirit clinging to Li Ping's leg. Annie, who also has the sight, chimes in that spirit looks way more complex than Alpha ever did. Alpha scoffs. It doesn't matter. Li Ping can only see him, so he still holds the advantage in their master's eyes. Ignorant of the spirit drama, Li Ping is just hyped to visit the Elven Kingdom and loot some exotic plants for his garden. He declares it's go time, but Elizabeth interrupts. She needs to know exactly which two people are tagging along. Li Ping turns, explaining the mission is all about persuading the Elven tribe. Chi-Chi steps up. She claims she's the MVP here. She's visited the elves countless times and personally knows their current leader. Annie counters immediately. She argues that her newly awakened eyes will be a far greater asset during high-stakes negotiations. Alpha shoves them both aside. He tells them to quit dreaming. There are only 2 seats. And as the hero's exclusive weapon, he's required to stay by the boy's side, but Li Ping holds up a hand. For a diplomatic mission like this, walking in with a massive sword sends the wrong message. It looks too hostile. Annie beams with excitement. While Alpha realizes his chances just hit 0, Elizabeth orders them to cut the chatter. We're burning daylight. As the group heads out, Li Ping tosses a casual command over his shoulder. Alpha is in charge of guarding the base. The poor blade stands there, paralyzed by deja vu, abandoned again. Even after his glorious reforging, the rejection stings. Suddenly, a mental ping hits his sensors. Someone is requesting a response. Confused, Alpha checks the signal. It's that sneaky little mutt, Wang Kai. The weirdo who actually wanted to get kicked because he enjoys the punishment. A light bulb goes on in Alpha's head. He needs a punching bag to get stronger. And Wang Kai is available. Time to train until he breaks his limits. Meanwhile, Annie announces they're crossing into the territory. It looked like a solo trip, but the whole squad is here. Annie, Chi-Chi, our boy Li Ping, and the queen herself. Li Ping is fascinated by the local flora, staring at a massive tree, but Elizabeth's instincts are already screaming. Something is wrong. A tree that colossal should be teeming with energy, yet it feels completely dead. Li Ping notes that anything that huge must have a destiny. Elizabeth snaps her fingers, activating her magic. They need disguises now. In a flash, Chi-Chi is enveloped in a shimmering aura. Li Ping spins around to check out the new look thankfully. The transformation is already complete. Elizabeth lays down the law. Absolutely no clothes made by Li Ping allowed. If they wear his bizarre creations, their cover is blown instantly. Our boy looks genuinely confused. He shrugs. Okay, fine, and signals the advance. They push deeper into the forest, but as usual, the very plants are watching them. The clown is already aware of their arrival. He's holding Bosker, the Alliance representative, hostage. And now that he sees Chi-Chi approaching, the pieces are falling into place. The war with the Black Guild isn't coming. It's starting right now. He scrutinizes the trio flanking the wielder of the Shin Sword. His eyes narrow. Something feels off. Is there a resonance in their memories? He taps into the plant network, abducting the minds of the father and daughter to sift through their pasts. The vines project a montage of their history. Memories of Li Ping and Elizabeth flash by. Suddenly, the clown jolts back in shock. That woman, that's the real Elizabeth. He's rattled. It's been 500 years. How is she walking the earth again? And what's more disturbing is her demeanor. The arrogant, tyrannical aura from centuries ago, it's gone. The clown snarls a command: slaughter them all, but keep the man alive. Blanchette bows her head, order received. Back in the woods, the squad carves a path through the monsters with ease. Chi-Chi reaches a grove rich in 5-element flora. She frowns. It's strange that it hasn't shown up yet. Annie watches her, impressed by her friend's deep knowledge of the terrain. It fires Annie up to support Li Ping even harder. Li Ping nods appreciatively. Chi-Chi, and she is so capable, she honestly belongs in the Holy Guild. She opens her mouth to confess that, funny enough, she actually is the saint, but the words die in her throat. A presence spikes nearby. An arrow streaks out of the shadows, aimed for the kill, but Chi-Chi slices it out of the air in a blur of motion. High in the sky, Annie keeps watch. Her magical eye scans the terrain. I see rats hiding, she murmurs, but they are nothing to worry about. Chi-Chi wastes no time. She triggers the first technique from Li Ping's manual, her aura slamming directly into Blanchette. The assassin is impressed. Her stealth was broken so easily. Still, she launches a barrage of seeds. Futile effort, she scoffs. Annie summons her bear guardian for defense, but the seeds ignore them. They strike the earth, erupting into a tangle of massive vines. Standard technique, Chi-Chi notes, but the scale is enormous. Suddenly, Li Ping speaks up amidst the chaos. Do you remember our adventure a few months back? She nods, confused. Why bring that up now? Debris flies everywhere. The course is a death trap. Back then, he shouts, I would have been terrified. But now, I don't even need to pretend to be calm. He smiles, because I have Elizabeth by my side. With her, plus Annie and Chi-Chi, danger's a joke. He is absolutely certain of his safety. Elizabeth raises an eyebrow. Is he showing off? Maybe his plan for world domination has boosted his ego. He doesn't need to play the weakling anymore. His confidence soars as the girls shred the plant monsters. I'm not showing off. He laughs. I just want to stay by your side. Friends forever, right? Gulp. Instant karma strikes. A massive plant swallows him whole. He screams for help as he slides down its throat. The plant drags him underground. Chi-Chi spins around, horrified. Annie gasps. How did that happen? Elizabeth pauses. Was that a confession? Suddenly, the vegetation detonates, smoke billowing from the earth. Li Ping is gone. We need answers. Chi-Chi hisses. We interrogate the woman, now. Blanchette smirks. Target captured. Mission complete. Initiating self-destruct sequence. The plants glow ominous red. Boom. The entire forest incinerates. Slowly, a figure descends into the crater. It is Blanchette. Sacrificing 35 units is a small price to avoid the Sword Saint, she mutters. But the smoke clears. Annie managed to shield them. This just got complicated. The bear summoner groans. Annie's strongest puppets are damaged. Blanchett frowns. The target's energy signal has vanished. Only humanity's strongest swordsman remains. Blanchett sows more seeds. I need to end this fast. Behind the heroes, a botanical nightmare blooms. Insane growth speed. 6 colossal entities surround them. Destruction mode active. The forest crumbles again. Chi-Chi barely raises her sword barrier in time. A gigantic plant locks onto them. Flash. An explosion visible from miles away rocks the landscape. Blanchett sighs. Harder than expected, but it is done. Then, a chill runs down her spine. She trembles. Elizabeth stands right behind her. You have some explaining to do, the Sword Saint whispers. Blanchett tries to turn, terrified that the explosion didn't kill her. Elizabeth cuts her off. Silence. You value your life. Elizabeth's aura flares. Blanchett realizes falling into these hands is a fate worse than death. She snaps a mechanism on her wrist. Internal arrows trigger suicide move. Her body goes limp. Smart choice, Elizabeth mutters. She suspects a connection to the Black Guild. She walks away, but pauses. The sensation of being watched pricks at her neck. Ridiculous, she scoffs. 500 years on this earth and nobody respects me anymore. Elsewhere, the forest floor shifts. A sprout spits out a slime-covered Li Ping. Dazed and covered in goo, he looks up. The plant is blushing, and does it have a beard? Back off, weirdo, he yells. The monster inches closer. He screams for Elizabeth to save him. Suddenly, the creature flops over. It sniffs the ground, eating something that fell from his pocket. Realization hits. The monster isn't hungry for him, it wants the stuff leaking from his clothes. He pulls it out. His homemade organic fertilizer. The secret sauce. That was the gift for the elf tribe, but the little plant is practically begging for more. Fine, take it, just don't eat me. The plant blushes red and devours the fertilizer instantly. It consumes the lot and shrinks down, passing out from the potent mix. Good fertilizer, Li Ping notes. Maybe too good. He is safe, but now he has no gift to win over the elves. He starts walking. Elizabeth will track him down eventually. Meanwhile, Alron reports a loss of control. The clown chimes in. We need detection skills to locate the boy immediately. Then, a pause. How strange. The boy's magic acts like a veil, masking his true potential, but the clown sees right through it. The intel is confirmed, and the mask slips. He peered into their minds, replaying the game they shared. Now he knows the truth standing before him is the legendary hero. Boom! An explosion tears through the forest. Annie's little bear is battered and broken, but somehow, against all odds, the duo survives. But they're in trouble. Chi-Chi is bleeding out and her mana is tapped. Annie cries out, desperate to know if she's alright. Chi-Chi gasps, claiming she just needs a breather. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washes over Annie. Do you guys remember this? Let's rewind to the last chapter. Annie and Chi-Chi were mid-brawl when Annie's gaze snapped to the side. Her gut screamed danger, massive magic was incoming. A deluge of attacks rained down on her puppets. In a heartbeat, her creations were reduced to a pile of shredded plushies. Annie stammered, asking if the plants were attacking. No, Chi-Chi warned. Standing before them was something far deadlier, a creature known as the cartoon little mage number. 33,333. Annie asks if she sensed it. Chi-Chi nods. This monster radiates the aura of a hero, mixed with a terrifyingly evil energy. The monster raises its staff, charging power, but Chi-Chi doesn't wait. In a flash, she executes her third form strike, but the moment she looks down, her heart sinks. Her weapon has snapped. The little mage activated its matrix guard. Chi-Chi spins around, confused, only to get slammed by a shockwave and launched across the clearing. Thank God for the Yagda plushie, it catches Annie just in time. But she's pushing her luck. She's overusing the demon's red eye. She's terrified of losing control. The mage casts another spell, and a cartoon skeleton rises from the earth to join the nightmare. Chi-Chi touches down and thanks Annie, trying to act tough. I'll handle this, she claims. But who is she kidding? She's coughing up buckets of blood. Mixing her fencing skills with the hero style is tearing her body apart. Annie sees it and panics. Can the Sword Saint even lift a blade? Meanwhile, the cartoon mage isn't done. It conjures spheres of different elements, fusing them into a swirling purple orb. Annie knows that elemental fusion is high-level magic. Their odds of survival just plummeted. The monster locks on, preparing to fire. and Annie realizes the hard truth. They only stand a chance if the Sword Saint is at full strength. Suddenly, Annie clenches her fist. No, she can't think like that. She can't spend her whole life hiding behind the Saint and Li Ping, relying on them to keep her world safe. She needs to evolve. She needs to be worthy of Elizabeth and Li Ping. The mage releases the spell, hurling destruction their way. An elemental bomb slams into the earth. Dirt sprays everywhere, and a massive dust cloud swallows the battlefield. Then, a shocker. Through the smoke, Annie's giant snake emerges, jaws unhinged, swallowing the entire spell whole. She forces it down, actually absorbing the magic. Annie's horns flare, her bloodline is awakening. She dares the monster to bring it on. Chi-Chi senses the shift immediately. The girl just ascended to the level of a sovereign demon. No wonder the hero and the queen chose her. Annie commands her army, and the plushies charge. The enemy counters with matrix protection. Floating cubes materialize, but the snake weaves through them effortlessly. Annie knows the stakes. If a cube spawns inside the snake, and traps it, they're finished. But thanks to the demon's red eyes, she can see the future. She knows exactly where the cubes will appear. She fires a wind blast to create a diversion while her bird unleashes a storm slash, but the knight barely flinches, blocking with a matrix shield. Damn it, they unleashed hell on this thing. And the little monster just responds with a boo. Is it scared or just mocking them? The giant snake lunges and snaps its jaws shut. It's over, or so it seems. The snake swallows the enemy whole. Now, both creatures are inside, and the digestion begins. Annie tightens her grip. It doesn't matter how strong you are. Once you're in the snake's belly, you're done. Victory is close. The snake slowly drains the victim's magic until the beast becomes stronger than the prey. But it's too slow. The snake starts to wobble and convulse. The bloodline fights for control of Annie's mind, and her focus slips. Suddenly, the snake is torn to shreds from the inside. Here comes the slow-mo. In 0.01 seconds, Annie is blasted backward. In the very next millisecond, Chi-Chi senses death. She tries to look, but a colossal golden barrage is already screaming toward them. The attack obliterates the forest, carving a massive crater into the earth. Chi-Chi manages to throw up a shield, but it shatters like glass. And I hate to say it, but her armor didn't fare much better. Annie lies motionless on the ground. Chi-Chi realizes the bitter truth. This is her third defeat in a row. As the smoke clears, the enemy steps forward, the cartoon general. He declares he's there to clean up the mess. The scene cuts away, back to Elizabeth deep in the forest. Man, I really missed our demon queen. I almost forgot the sheer scale of her power. She has zeroed in on the epicenter, the exact location where the magical energy is most dense. As she scans the area for the culprit, a deck of playing cards suddenly slices through the air. A voice sneers, announcing that the big fish has finally taken the bait. Another maniacal laugh echoes in the dark. Elizabeth steps through an invisible wall, a barrier she recognizes instantly, just by the feel of the mana signature. She knows this power belongs to a demon king. She glares at the sky, shouting her challenge, asking if they seriously think a cage like this can hold her. She demands they cut the cheap parlor tricks. Right on cue, a massive Russian nesting doll, a matryoshka, materializes out of thin air. Elizabeth doesn't flinch. The doll engulfs her in an instant. It is hard to tell if the monster is shrinking down or expanding. No, it is definitely growing. It is titanic now, consuming the entire forest, multiplying layer upon layer in the blink of an eye. This is the cartoon clan's ultimate ceiling magic. The caster gloats, explaining that every single layer adds a debuff, slowing her down more and more. She is buried under 1,024 layers of containment. She should be trapped for eternity. Yet, Elizabeth just stands there, motionless. Then, a cold smirk curls her lips. The summoner panics. How is it possible that she is not being crushed by the pressure? Elizabeth is not just surviving, she is shattering the spell. She effortlessly blasts through the shells, sending magical debris raining down like confetti. She scoffs, revealing she survived inside a time barrier for over a year. Compared to that, this is nothing. The enemy grows desperate, summoning a massive Grim Reaper's scythe. Elizabeth just rolls her eyes, telling them to quit the games and get out of her way. Suddenly, the blade impales her midsection. She looks up to face a cartoonish Grim Reaper holding the handle. The creature grins and gives the scythe a sharp tug. Elizabeth's very soul is ripped from her body, dragged toward the monster. That is this Reaper's terrifying, unique skills. A direct hit ignores all level gaps and defenses to instantly extract the soul. The creature beams, certain of its victory. But the victory is short-lived. Elizabeth's soul reaches out and chokes the Reaper. Even in spiritual form, she is dominant. She calls it arrogant and demands to know who gave the order. "Speak now," she commands, "and I might grant you a swift death." For the first time in its existence, the Reaper feels the cold grip of mortality. It panics and disintegrates back into scattered playing cards. The deck lands in the trembling hands of a mysterious figure, utterly baffled that an instant kill soul extraction failed against this girl. Elizabeth snaps back to her physical body, and she is absolutely livid. She recognizes the magical signature. This is Li Ping's aura. She wonders if this entire trip to the Elven tribe was just another one of his schemes. A terrifying dark aura begins to radiate from her. She declares that testing others is fine, but testing her is a death sentence. Giant shadowy hands manifest and literally tear open the fabric of space. "I am the chess player," she hisses, "not a pawn on the board." She glares up at her hidden attacker. She advises them to commit suicide now, because if she gets to them, their end will be agonizing. But a purple creature steps forward, mocking the queen for her arrogance. It wants to see if she can back up those threats. Instantly, she is warped into a bizarre, cartoonish labyrinth. Elizabeth realizes the intent is to imprison her. She simply stomps her foot, and the shockwave obliterates the entire maze in a heartbeat. She gazes upward, calling out their sheer ignorance. Suddenly, a new foe emerges, the Cartoon Queen. The queen claims she will handle the intruder. Meanwhile, the Cartoon King lounges on his throne, eagerly awaiting his wife's victory. Elizabeth rockets into the sky. She conjures a gigantic hand of darkness and sits upon it like a throne, peering down at them. She finds it laughable that he dares to call himself a king in her presence. She warns him that he is woefully unworthy of that title. The king's smile vanishes. "Kill her," he screams. The Cartoon Queen draws cards that instantly transmute into sharp blades. Gripping her weapons, she prepares to strike, but Elizabeth is done playing. "Shut up and die," she snaps, launching a devastating blast. The queen activates wing protection, and miraculously, she manages to slice through Elizabeth's incoming magic. She seizes the opening to counterattack. Elizabeth blocks it effortlessly, but pauses. A single fingernail has cracked. The Card Queen swoops down from above for another strike. The battlefield is becoming a blur of motion. The queen slashes wildly, cutting through the air itself. She keeps up the pressure, unaware that Elizabeth has summoned something right behind her. The queen slices through the magical sphere, but it instantly regenerates. This battle is defying all logic. The Card Queen mocks the attack, calling them simple magic bullets. She goes into a frenzy, slashing at everything in a 360-degree radius. But it is a trap every time she cuts a bullet. It multiplies, overwhelmed. She fuses all her daggers into a single, massive claw. She spins like a whirlwind, striking in every direction, but panic sets in. She realizes this density of magic should not be possible. Elizabeth is flooding the sky with projectiles. She casually raises one finger, remarking that a basic spell like this is all she needs. "This is enough to finish you," she states. With a flick of her wrist, the barrage overwhelms the queen, piercing her from all angles. The queen disintegrates midair, raining down as torn playing cards. But Elizabeth eyes the debris suspiciously. "Full of cheap tricks to the end," she mutters. A vortex begins spinning, sucking in the surrounding energy, and the queen materializes once again. Behind her looms the monstrous cartoon dinosaur 999. Elizabeth understands these are the final two cards, one for magic absorption, the other for resurrection. The Card Queen, with the final sneer, prophesies Elizabeth's demise by arrogance, what she fails to grasp. And as the dinosaur's desperate struggle to contain such immense energy, the torrent of magic bullets isn't diminishing. In fact, they're multiplying, distorting the very form of the monster itself. The Card Queen, undeterred, vows to double the attack. The dinosaur's maw unhinges, unleashing a devastating blast upon Elizabeth. Its true power isn't merely absorption, it's to reflect magic back, amplified twofold, yet with effortless grace. Elizabeth parries the assault, coolly reminding them, "Don't forget your place." The Card Queen stares, utterly bewildered at her failed strategy. Elizabeth simply states that if the attack was born from her, even magnified by hundreds, it would never inflict a scratch. Her fist clenches, and with a terrible surge of energy, she conjures a heavy punishment. The trio is instantly overwhelmed, crushed by an invisible, suffocating force, a spectral aura man. Before her eyes, they disintegrate into nothingness. She muses that the attack was inspired by that idiotic dog, yet admits the results were quite satisfying. Then, the cards begin to flutter down, a quiet descent. Yet again, Elizabeth is startled. The card queen reappears, striking from her blind spot. Elizabeth, however, easily dodges. A deafening explosion rips through the air, leaving the queen trembling with terror. This time, however, she is undeniably sliced in two. Elizabeth then unleashes her full transformation, declaring that she will now take this a bit more seriously. But the problem, the resurrection jar activates once more. Elizabeth quickly grasps that its activation requires no direct input from the main body. The card queen materializes again, taunting. I warned you I won't die. But in an instant, Elizabeth's razor-sharp claws encircle her. Elizabeth activates the final confinement. Elizabeth declares she will now limit this endless resurrection, turning it into a tormenting game. She unleashes the dissolution punishment. The card queen perishes yet again, but from a single leaf, a dewdrop falls, and she materializes anew. She triumphantly explains that this solitary drop signals an entire ocean of power, assuring her eternal resurrection. Elizabeth, however, simply ignores the boast. Instead, she activates a poisonous punishment. Once more, the queen appears to die, but this time, her body begins to writhe in sudden, horrific agony. Elizabeth relentlessly unleashes a cascade of tortures, flesh stripping, the 1,000 needles, a light punishment, all while the woman is slowly, painfully crushed. Elizabeth's chilling warning echoes. The longer she remains ensnared within this infinite confinement, the more gruesome punishments will relentlessly accumulate. Finally, the mystical leaf that enabled her endless resurrection disintegrates, taking the woman with it. Elizabeth had concluded by twisting eternal life into eternal pain. The ultimate solution was simply surrender. The scene shifts dramatically to the king, who observes grimly. Apparently, we'll have to deal with this ourselves. He leaps from his grand throne, and the familiar daggers materialize around him. Then, he activates a polymerization ability. Objects begin to orbit wildly. A luminous circle coalesces, and a formidable spear bursts forth. The king's physique transforms. He is clearly powered up. He proclaims his ascension to a new realm, declaring himself a one-star demon king. I am the king, he thunders, and Elizabeth, you are the queen. Ha! But in this world, there's only one throne for the strongest. Elizabeth merely laughs. Why do you laugh? He demands. She responds, a faint memory in her eyes. A long time ago, there was another demon king who believed himself the strongest being in existence. And now, she continues, gazing at the card king, I understand how utterly foolish I was back then. The king, utterly confused, sneers, nonsense. You have no idea of my true power now. He lunges, spear first, activating the world-shattering martial art. Elizabeth counters with a world-shattering spell of her own. He presses on, unleashing another great strike spear attack. And seriously. Aha! Where are these devastating blows actually landing? For the first time, Elizabeth seems genuinely surprised. The attack appears to connect. She's sent hurtling backwards. What just happened? The king, triumphant, chuckles. I told you, you're weak. I truly am the king of this world. The king descends into a maniacal laughter, swaying side to side in triumphant delusion, but in a horrifying twist, he had already been transformed into a mere playing card. Muddle clutched firmly in Elizabeth's hand, and with a casual squeeze, she crushes him. She wonders if this was Li Ping's true intention, using these trials to reveal that she still has a long journey ahead, making it painfully clear she cannot yet defeat him. To dream of such a victory, just like the king, the Dal is as utterly foolish as that previous idiot. Still, Elizabeth stands firm, a quiet resolve in her voice. That's fine. Eventually, I will catch up. She then ponders why, With all the cards seemingly destroyed, she hasn't yet been released from this enigmatic space. Her gaze falls, and a shocking realization dawns: something is still missing. The throne itself then shifts, morphing into a bizarre, cartoonish duck. This creature of unknown magical potency lets out an indignant quack at her. The monster appears to be attempting communication. Confused and impatient, she snaps, "Disappear," and launches an attack. Her claws strike, but the duck creature seems to retaliate with the very same technique. A sudden understanding dawns on her. It possesses copy magic. What a second Elizabeth materializes, but this one wears a duck's face. So, we're going to face off now, huh? The duck-faced doppelganger taunts. Elizabeth glares, utterly disgusted, snarling, "Arrogant bastard." The scene then shifts dramatically to our dear Li Ping. It's been a while since his last appearance, and he's calmly, happily collecting fruits. He comments on how thriving the elf tribe is, marveling at the biodiversity, but while he is distracted, a shadow looms behind him. It is a grotesque zombie elf, decayed flesh, eyes bulging out. Meanwhile, back at base, a scout reports they have located the target. The tiny clown perched on a rose snaps at them. "What are you waiting for?" he demands. "Bring him to me, now." Li Ping continues his peaceful harvest, completely oblivious to the undead nightmare inching closer. The zombie lunges, but just as it strikes, Li Ping takes a casual step forward. The creature whiffs completely and face plants into the dirt, contorting its broken body. It flips over and charges again from the rear, but fate is on our hero's side. Li Ping accidentally drops a few fruits. They roll. The twisted monster steps right on one and slip. Boom! Another brutal faceplant. That had to hurt. While the undead creature writhes in agony, Li Ping is lost in thought. He squats down, scratching his chin. "This forest is incredible," he mutters. "In a magical world, plant growth really does defy the laws of climate." Behind him, the little zombie scrapes itself off the ground. With half its face rotted away, it prepares for one final, desperate lunge. Thinking he found a useful specimen, Li Ping grabs a spiky cactus and spins around right as the zombie flies at him. They lock eyes. Pure chaos ensues. Li Ping shrieks at the sight of the ghost, while the creature impales itself on the cactus, clutching its mangled hand. "This place is haunted," Li Ping screams, sprinting away in a blind panic. Behind him, the poor zombie elf is left sobbing in pain. The controller asks permission to activate the rest of the horde. This hero is slipperier than he looks. The clown grins. "Fine," he sneers. "Just hurry up and bring that brat to me." On command, the forest floor erupts as a swarm of zombie elves begins to rise from their graves. Li Ping tears through the woods, hyperventilating. Why on earth are there so many zombies in the middle of a sacred elven forest? He desperately needs to find Elizabeth and the team so they can bail. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, forcing him to skid to a halt. The tremor isn't natural, it is coming from behind him. He looks back and freezes, countless pairs of glowing green eyes. Me staring right at him. Before he can process the horror, he realizes the undead horde has already encircled him completely. Panic sets in. He glances around, trying to steady his breathing. "Stay calm," he tells himself. "I am the hero. I cannot die in a dump like this." But there is a massive problem. He did not bring Alpha with him. The earth beneath his feet begins to crack. Are they trying to drag him to hell? The corrupted elf screeches the order, "Kill him." The entire horde surges toward Li Ping. Sap. A blinding green laser slices through the front line. Our boy is saved. It is that little plant from earlier. Li Ping asks if it is the same one, and the creature actually blushes. The enemy elf tries to override the plant with magic, but fails miserably. He realizes the truth. The hero has accidentally tamed the vegetation. It is officially plants versus zombies out here. The plant fires in all directions, and Li Ping clings to it for dear life to avoid being bucked off. The plant mows down wave after wave, but the zombies just keep regenerating. The villain counters, activating a high-level plant control spell. Suddenly, Li Ping's defender freezes. It turns out some of these zombies are reanimated elders from previous generations. Their authority is absolute. The mastermind gloats. You cannot defeat the elf race when it comes to nature magic. He casts a specific curse, cancel evolution. With a puff of smoke, The massive protector shrinks back into a tiny sprout. It lands in Li Ping's hand, blushing, unable to do anything more. Meanwhile, the horde has not stopped. A literal tidal wave of corpses rises up, ready to bury our guy alive. He looks up, terrified. Is this where the hero's journey ends? The bodies collapse onto him, forming a suffocating sphere of flesh. But then, a maniacal laugh echoes. Vroom, a chainsaw roars to life, tearing through the corpse prison. The strike does not just slice the sphere, it cuts straight through to the elf controlling them. The puppet disintegrates instantly. The clown watches in horror. He knows corpse control magic only transmits sensation, not physical damage. Well, so why did the controller die as chopped up zombie parts rain from the sky? The chainsaw flies through the air and lands perfectly in Li Ping's hands. He recognizes it immediately. He crafted this weapon himself. But how did it find its way back to him on its own? The weapon's spirit materializes and clings to his leg, sobbing that it would not let its master be harmed. Nearby, a zombie begins to crawl toward them. More undead rise. One leaps from behind to ambush our hero. Li Ping shuts his eyes and swings the chainsaw wildly, screaming, "Stay away from me." This time, the clown is controlling the puppet directly. Suddenly, a cut appears on his own finger. He realizes with a shock Li Ping's chainsaw deals true damage that reflects back to the caster. It can actually kill him desperate. The zombies draw their bows. Not just hundreds of them launch a barrage of arrows at Li Ping. Our boy simply raises his chainsaw to block. But he forgets about the outfit he stitched. It has a passive effect. Return 100% of received damage. Instantly, the zombies are riddled with their own arrows. The clown clutches his hand in agony, bewildered. How can reflected magic cause physical wounds? This legendary hero is a monster who has mastered the laws of magic, but the clown is not done yet. He still has the territorial advantage here. With infinite magic to exploit, he will find a way to win. He gathers the corpses, fusing them into a gigantic, grotesque clown head towering over Li Ping. "Get away!" Li Ping shrieks, slashing blindly into the air. The strike generates a massive shockwave that obliterates the clown head and shreds the entire forest. Actually, the force is so strong it looks like it could slice through planets. The giant clown construct is split perfectly down the middle and collapses. The villain realizes he was defeated in a single move. As corpse parts rain down around him, Li Ping shivers, clutching his chainsaw. "Man," he whimpers, "these zombies are terrifying." Suddenly, the monsters snap out of their trance. They stare in horror at Li Ping, who looks like a total maniac charging at them with a chainsaw. The remaining beasts scatter in terror. Meanwhile, Elizabeth unleashes world-ending magic against that bizarre duck creature. It counters with Earth Reconjuration, perfectly mirroring her attack. Undeterred, Elizabeth weaves another spell. She vows to grind this insult into dust. But the duck thing shifts, curling into a protective cocoon. It twists and crushes together, forming a strange orb in the sky. Elizabeth figures if this is Li Ping's doing, then she knows exactly how to handle it. She draws her blade. Oh no. It's the form that drains the budget but delivers the power. She unleashes the art of world destruction. She slashes through the metal orb, slicing it clean open. But Elizabeth isn't satisfied. The clone inside is completely untouched. It assumes a terrifying demonic form. Who has the guts to face this duck-headed menace? Elizabeth burns with fury that Li Ping would waste such a valuable ability here. Then she remembers his words, magic levels don't matter. With true mastery of principles, anything is possible. Even the weak can topple the strong. She starts to wonder, was this entire trip to the Elven tribe just his elaborate plan to help her evolve? While the duck clone looks baffled, Elizabeth raises her fingers, ready to end this with a special trick. The duck triggers perfect replica. Both extend their hands, simultaneously activating the queen without a sword technique. Meanwhile, Li Ping is sprinting through the forest, holding his chainsaw high and screaming for everyone to stay back. But simply raising that weapon tears a hole in reality. The chainsaw rips through dimensions, opening a portal. It leads straight to Elizabeth's battlefield. She spots him fleeing through the dimensional rift, leaving the duck woman visibly confused. Suddenly, space twists. Elizabeth realizes she's lost focus, but the two of them are locked in combat. Li Ping keeps running until Elizabeth tumbles backward, falling right into his dimension. She sees him screaming, But the moment he spots her, he trips over a rock like a total idiot and face plants. Talk about a joyful reunion. She buries him. Li Ping suffers his first defeat, crushed under her weight. The chainsaw's spirit begs him not to abandon her. Furious at being ignored, she spins angrily in the sky. Since Li Ping isn't moving, the weapon decides to act. She shifts into her spiritual form. She slips into his backpack, promising never to leave father, but not before shooting Elizabeth a death glare. But Elizabeth isn't the demon queen for nothing. She senses the spirit's hostility and deliberately smiles to provoke her. Li Ping finally pushes Elizabeth aside, gasping for air. He admits that was way too close if he hadn't found her. Things would have ended badly. When Elizabeth asks what he means, she naturally jumps to a completely nonsensical conclusion. The creature had copied the demon queen's swordless art. She realizes now the copy was like a perfect reflection. In that distorted space-time, if their hands had actually met, a catastrophe would have occurred. It might have led to her total annihilation right there. She thinks Li Ping created that distraction just to pull her out of harm's way. He apologizes, leaving Elizabeth stunned. He says it's his fault they ended up in such a risky situation. He promises never to do it again. In Li Ping's logic, he just regrets bringing everyone here unprepared. He hadn't expected the danger levels to spike so high. Elizabeth doesn't let him off the hook. She pulls him close, telling him to stop showing pity. She declares she's ready for any test he has. It's been a while since he blushed, and he awkwardly asks what kind of test she's talking about. And if they aren't standing a little too close, Elizabeth interprets this as him respecting her dignity as a queen, not just training a partner. She convinces herself she knows exactly what he wants. She tells him there's no need to pretend anymore. Man, they're standing close, staring deep into each other's eyes. Suddenly, a noise interrupts the moment. It's the duck woman hands on hips. Li Ping turns and asks, what the heck is going on? He's instantly confused seeing the real Elizabeth standing next to the duck version. The real Elizabeth decides she's done playing. Since he's here, he should just remove whatever is standing in front of him. Of course, Li Ping has zero clue what she's talking about, but she shoves him forward anyway. She tells him to handle it, stumbling. He approaches Duck Elizabeth and flashes a crooked, awkward smile. She glares fiercely back. Suddenly, she begins to disintegrate. Activating perfect replica, Li Ping jumps back, startled. A massive clone of Li Ping starts forming. Elizabeth assumes he's doing this to prove she isn't on his level yet, but she's curious to see how he defeats something as strong as himself. Meanwhile, our boy is just anxiously biting his nails. Li Ping pointed out the anomaly, noting how the copy seemed desperate to take shape but ultimately failed. Elizabeth watched in silence as the figure dissolved into violent purple smoke, crashing to the earth and scattering into a pile of playing cards. The cards levitated, shooting straight into Li Ping's grasp. One look at the design confirmed it. These were the specific artifacts he had entrusted to his uncle. But what were they doing here? He turned to Elizabeth, asking if she had witnessed the transformation, but she completely misread the situation. To her, this was a lecture on hierarchy in the presence of absolute dominance. Cheap imitations and borrowed power would always crumble. The only path to victory was to cultivate a strength so unique, so overwhelming, that the universe itself couldn't replicate it. Elizabeth trembled. How deep did his power go? She was a 7-star demon queen, yet the gap between them felt infinite. Li Ping, however, simply muttered that he still had much to learn. She bowed her head, claiming she understood the lesson. A part of her wondered if he desired her, but she quickly dismissed it. She wasn't ready for that level of intensity. Ironically, Li Ping just wanted to help her train, but was terrified of accidentally crushing her. His stoic silence only deepened her misunderstanding. Every time he got serious, the pressure was suffocating, as if he could effortlessly challenge her entire existence. He raised a finger, breaking her train of thought. He asked why she didn't just teleport everyone to the sacred tree. With a simple wave of her hand, Elizabeth obliged, igniting a massive magic circle. The scenery warped instantly to a desolate wasteland. The sight was gruesome. Chissy had been torn completely in half, playing cards littering the blood-stained earth. Anne wasn't faring much better. When I said she was cut, I meant it. The damage was catastrophic, far worse than anyone anticipated. A massive crater separated their broken bodies. Suddenly, a golden hand materialized from the void, and a radiant angel descended from the sky, glowing with divine light. The entity lifted Chissy and Anne toward the heavens. A boy with pure white wings touched down, casting the resurrection of life. I have to say, summoning monsters from cards is starting to feel a lot like a certain trading card anime. As consciousness returned to the girls, a magic circle flared to life between them. The winged boy spoke, declaring that with his master and his people finally reunited, his watch was ended. Mission accomplished. He prepared to depart. The corruption faded from the elven field, restoring it to its former glory. The boy vanished into the sacred tree, leaving Chissy and Anne gasping for air on the ground. Elizabeth stood over them, radiating fury. Li Ping, completely missing the tension, looked at Chissy and innocently asked Elizabeth what had just happened. She snapped back, declaring she had no time for small talk. First, they needed to hunt down the architect of this disaster. Elizabeth unleashed a black hand construct, seizing the massive sacred tree and ripping it violently from the earth. Deep within the roots, a purple corruption pulsed. Li Ping stared blankly, having zero context for her rage, but internally, he was freaking out over the sheer strength it took to uproot a magical tree like a weed. The behemoth floated in the air, its severed roots dripping with that vile purple sludge. Embedded within the trunk was the fossilized imprint of an elf. Elizabeth noted grimly that the elven tribe had undergone some dark changes over the last 500 years. Down below among the flowers, Li Ping finally spotted them, his uncle and his cousin, Aleph. He shouted their names, rushing toward the tree. Suddenly, a corrupted root lashed out, barely missing him. Elizabeth retaliated instantly. Li Ping flinched, freezing in place as her devastating attack whistled past his ear. The blast wasn't meant for him. It struck something behind him. Elizabeth glared past Li Ping, her gaze causing the very air to fracture. The attack impacted a hidden creature, carving a massive crater into the earth and revealing a twisted amalgamation fused with the soil. The entity, a clown, cursed loudly. They had dismantled the plant defenses, wiped out the tribe, destroyed his tune cards, and even nullified his corpse magic. His grand master plan lay in ruins. Li Ping, hiding behind Elizabeth for safety, peeked out and asked if this lunatic was actually an elf. The clown spat back, lamenting that of all people, the first one he had to encounter was the one person he detested the most. He shouted Elizabeth's name with venom. Li Ping looked between them, asking if they were old friends. Elizabeth looked genuinely baffled. She bluntly replied that she had never seen this man in her life. The clown groaned, covering his face. Of course she didn't recognize him. The clown makeup was a disguise. He ripped off his hat and wiped away the grease paint in frustration. He demanded she look closely now. The narrative flashed back to a laboratory, a bald old man, and a small robot. They were initiating a sequence. A massive surge of 100,000 volts blasted through the system, electrocuting the old man. A strange, fleshy organ manifested. The old man confirmed the separation was a success. The robot asked if the sample should be moved to containment. The old man refused, stating the sample was unique. As the biomass hit the floor, it began to rise, coated in a thick, unnatural slime. The robot was skeptical, noting it looked like just another standard clone. What made this one special? The old man explained with a dark grin he had imbued this creature with a fragment of his own nature. It was, in essence, a living piece of his soul. Back in the present, the clown boy stepped forward, posing a riddle. Was he the old man, or was the old man him? The atmosphere grew heavy. Another figure emerged, a twisted clone, asking if victory here would finally grant him freedom from this hell. The robot coldly ordered the experiment to commence. The creature elongated its neck, declaring this the perfect moment to strike. But the target was faster. The clone dodged, triggering corpse magic. Before the creature could react, it was obliterated, crushed instantly by superior power. The machine called the victory anticlimactic, but the old man simply sneered. It was exactly what he expected from a seasoned conqueror. Survival of the fittest was the only law that mattered. Yet, the battle wasn't over. The hand that had crushed him began to dissolve into slime. The clone froze, panic rising as he realized he couldn't move. It was as if his very cells had been hijacked. Then, corpse magic erupted, obliterating the hand instantly. The attack tore through the construct, and the old man nodded in approval. It was good to see his creation had completely mastered the dark arts. As the hand regenerated, the figure stepped forward and knelt before his creator. The old man looked down. his voice cold and absolute. Since the subject had fully inherited the corpse magic, it was time for the next lesson, the mastery of black tool technology. With this, he would finally evolve into the perfect clone, destined to infiltrate the elven tribe. The robot suggested mass-producing these perfect soldiers to invade every kingdom at once, but the old man shook his head. That was the fatal flaw of perfection. If he kept splitting his soul to create more, he would eventually cease to exist as an individual. He decided to forge only this one, because he had poured his own humility into it, a weakness he had longed to discard. By excising that pathetic emotion, he had finally become perfect, believing himself truly worthy of the master. The clone bowed before a sleeping replica of Elizabeth, who thankfully remained dormant. Yet, the clone vibrated with pure, unadulterated rage toward her. The robot sounded an alarm, detecting a volatile electric current surging through the subject's body. Suddenly, the clone lunged, intent on tearing her apart, but the old man simply commanded him to know his place. A crushing pressure descended, and in a split second, the clone was flattened against the floor. The old man sneered, claiming he understood the creature's humility and loveless nature, as well as the hatred festering inside him, but the clone was lost, struggling to find a reason to exist, just as confused as his twisted creator. Unable to comprehend the old man's grand design, he simply accepted his reality. He was a tool, forged solely to execute another's will. The memory dissolved as the clone questioned if he was truly nothing more than a weapon. Back in the heat of the present battle, the jester declared that after decades of hiding in the shadows, he could finally emerge and unveil his true purpose. He was his own master now, and he would replace the original and slaughter Elizabeth, his two greatest desires. Li Ping glanced at her, asking if she recognized this lunatic. She replied with a bored expression that, unfortunately, she did not. No one actually cared about the guy, but Li Ping did the math. This must be some ancient grudge from back when she ruled the world. The problem was, if she had trampled so many people in the past, being under her protection now meant Li Ping was essentially walking around with a giant target on his back. Elizabeth mused aloud, noting that the once great elven tribe had fallen so low. She looked at Li Ping with curiosity, wondering how he would handle the situation. Now that the tribe had no warriors left to assist him, he shot back that he wasn't going to waste time on trivial nonsense. The only useful thing he could do right now was heal the corrupted soil. He suggested, rather bluntly, that maybe it would be better if she handled the garbage disposal. Her eyes narrowed as she asked if he really expected her to clean up his mess. The jester stood there, stunned by their bickering, before screaming out, demanding to know if she really didn't remember him. Was Malfoy truly so forgettable? Elizabeth paused. Are you with the Black Guild? That question instantly grabbed Li Ping's attention. Malfoy declared he was reborn, no longer needing to prove himself to her. Even though his mastery of corpse magic had been severed by the legendary hero, he now wielded the power of the elves and the black tools. He unleashed the sacred tree whip. Elizabeth calmly raised a hand. If you really are Malfoy, she said, then I need to silence you. In a blink, a massive black hand crushed him. Li Ping shouted for her to watch it, warning her not to crush the bystanders, and Elizabeth effortlessly teleported them to safety, telling him to relax. She wasn't in the habit of breaking his toys. Meanwhile, back in the grip of the shadow hand, Malfoy realized he was completely immobilized. Elizabeth demanded answers. Why was he here, and where was Amelia? She had heard rumors of attempts to revive that woman. What was going on? Malfoy rambled, claiming he was born from the destruction of love and the discarded humility of the original. He believed that if he could deliver her broken corpse to his creator, it would trigger a total mental collapse. Elizabeth's eyes went cold, and she squeezed her spectral hand tighter, crushing his bones. She told him to stop spouting nonsense and warned him she wouldn't ask a third time. Malfoy, choking on his own blood, muttered that he didn't get what was so special about her. He felt only hatred, because as long as she breathed, he would never find his own purpose. Suddenly, a scroll shot from his mouth, and Elizabeth's magic shattered instantly. She recognized the energy immediately, the power of a demon god. 2 playing cards materialized before Malfoy, depicting the clown from Li Ping's game. But this was no game. It was the supreme 3-star demon king. The entity offered Malfoy a deal: surrender his soul to 100 years of torture, and any wish would be granted. Malfoy pointed a trembling finger at Elizabeth and Li Ping, screaming for their execution. The summoned monster shrugged, calling it an easy job. Elizabeth scoffed, calling it pathetic for a superior being to take orders from a worm. But sensing her magic was blocked, she braced herself. This wasn't going to be a simple fight. The monster sneered that rules were absolute, admitting he'd been itching to test his dark arts against a master like her for ages. He wanted to prove who was the true apex predator. Elizabeth cast the Forbidden Time Zone instantly, just as he unleashed a storm of flying daggers. At first glance, his strike seemed simple, but the impact was direct and devastating, rattling Elizabeth to her core. The time zone should have frozen the assault in its tracks, but it failed. She realized with horror that against this clown master, raw magical output meant nothing. It was the power of rules, and his authority superseded hers. For the first time, a look of genuine concern shadowed Elizabeth's face. She screamed for Li Ping. He turned, flashing a confident golden smile, and the clown monster froze terror, striking him the moment he recognized his creator. The daggers were mere inches away, but the beast threw himself into their trajectory, using his own body to shield them from the blast. He groaned, thankful he'd intercepted the blow in time. As Elizabeth's magic dissipated, Malfoy stood there in utter bewilderment while the monster stalked toward him. The creature growled that he'd nearly been duped. Malfoy stammered, demanding to know why he feared Elizabeth, citing their signed blood contract. The monster didn't argue. He screamed, unleashing a devastating laser beam. He declared Malfoy's soul worthless and vaporized him on the spot. The beast turned back to Elizabeth and Li Ping, bowing his head. He apologized, muttering about how treacherous dark mages could be. Li Ping, staring at the pile of ash that used to be a person, was totally lost and asked Elizabeth who exactly she was chatting with. She asked if the creature wanted to go another round. He declined immediately, admitting it had been ages since he'd seen his creator. He hadn't realized they were allies now. With a final request to send his regards to the creator, he began to fade away. Swearing to cause no further trouble, he waved goodbye, and the two entities collapsed into a single Joker card. Li Ping stared at it, troubled. These were the exact cards he'd gifted to Boss. So how did things go so wrong? Elizabeth's voice was grave. He was underestimating the artifact. In the wrong hands, that deck was a catalyst for global disaster. Li Ping pushed back, confused. As far as he knew, that power was safe in Boss's hands, Elizabeth countered, interpreting his silence as a misunderstanding. She insisted the cards were merely tools, the wielder was the variable. Li Ping maintained that Boss was a good-hearted man. Nearby, amidst the splintered trees, lay the clown's corpse, cleaved clean in two. Elizabeth needed answers about the last 500 years. She raised a hand, commanding the dead to rise. The corpses of Boss and E-Leaf materialized, obeying her order to explain the situation, but despite their efforts to speak, no sound escaped their throats. Li Ping rummaged through his pack, noting they looked desiccated and tortured. It was obvious they were dried out. They just needed hydration. He poured a splash of water for each, and miraculously, life surged back into them instantly. Calling out his name, our boy smiled, relieved to see them healed. Magic truly was nonsensical sometimes. Just a sip of water brought them back from the brink. But the relief was short-lived. Boss and E-Leaf collapsed again, wailing that they deserved death for the trouble they'd caused him. They begged the Demon Queen for punishment, Boss insisting the fault lay in his own arrogance for overestimating his abilities. Li Ping told them to cut the drama and stand up. Boss finally explained the Elven tribe had been corrupted by the notorious Black Guild. They had been played, and the deck of cards was stolen. Elif added that her magic had been completely siphoned off. She remembered nothing after the drain. Boss recalled the clown seemed to have sacrificed his own life force. That was the last thing he saw before everything went black. Elizabeth listened, her expression hardening. She noted their mental confusion wasn't natural. Someone had tampered with their memories. She extended a hand toward them. She said she needed to fix this mess. Li Ping thought she meant healing, but Elizabeth instantly performed a forcible memory extraction. Both victims slumped to the ground as she raided their minds. Li Ping demanded to know why she was attacking them again, but Elizabeth's expression shifted cold. She claimed she understood everything now. When Li Ping pressed for details, she confirmed they hadn't lied. They genuinely knew nothing. As Li Ping busied himself splashing water on the unconscious victims, Elizabeth mused aloud about where to find real answers. The tribe was gone, leaving a dead end. Suddenly, a head popped out of the dirt, offering information. Elizabeth turned, and Li Ping recognized the intruder. It was the elf woman who had ambushed them earlier. The figure climbed fully out of the earth. She explained that Malfoy's death had broken her shackles. Li Ping thought that sounded promising, but Elizabeth remained skeptical. To prove her loyalty, the elf touched her eye patch. She lifted it to reveal a buzzing black gear, which immediately self-destructed. It happened in a blur. Li Ping thought the elf tore it out, but it was Elizabeth who had snatched the device free. She identified it as the infamous black gear, the vessel for the dark magic fueling their enemies. The elf claimed that with the gear gone, she was trustworthy. Elizabeth didn't care. She declared she still didn't trust her and launched another forced memory extraction. She grabbed Li Ping's hand, dragging him into the vision with her. They watched the memory unfold, the clown arriving at the sacred tree. He suffocated it with a vile purple substance, and as the elves consumed it, their forms twisted, turning reddish and grotesque. The flashback reveals a brutal scene. The elf attempted to sabotage the corrupted tree, only to be viciously whipped across the face the moment the clown installed his twisted device. Moments later, broken and defeated, she was forced to surrender 100 elite elves to the enemy faction as tribute. Mind control swept through the forest instantly. Elizabeth witnessed the entire tragedy unfold, right up to the second this brave woman was executed. As she fell, a whimsical cartoon archer materialized near her corpse, the very mechanism that miraculously preserved her soul within the summoning circle. Back in the present, Elizabeth is fuming. She declares the situation unforgivable, but she's not talking about the murder. She's mad that the juice Li Ping brought was supposed to be hers. She demands they stop sharing, but it's too late. The crowd is chugging the drink, absolutely floored by its incredible taste. Not only is it delicious, but their mana levels are skyrocketing, feeling revitalized. The elf steps forward and hands over a set of mysterious cards. She admits she held onto them hoping to save Bose and Elif, and miraculously, it worked. Elizabeth takes a closer look and gasps, it's the Archer class card. Suddenly, spiritual energy coalesces behind the group, forming a towering, ethereal elf woman. It's Nikita Elif's mother and Bose's long-lost wife. The spirit turns back, her eyes softening as she realizes the family is finally back together. Trembling, Bose calls out, asking if it is really her. They sprint toward each other, colliding in a desperate embrace. Bose squeezes her tight, terrified this is just a dream, whispering over and over how much he missed her. He motions for Elif to join them, but the girl freezes. She is paralyzed by confusion after all. She watched her mother die. Nikita smiles sadly, explaining that while her physical body perished in the real world, her soul was given a second chance, reborn inside the sacred temple. She reaches out, her spectral hand gently stroking Elif's hair. She marvels at how grown up and beautiful her daughter has become, causing Elif to break down in tears. There is a lifetime of things to say, but Nikita's expression suddenly shifts to panic. She warns them that her time on this plane is rapidly running out. Flustered, she dives into her backstory, recounting how her own father coerced her into returning to the tribe. She tried to help, but she was too late. By the time she arrived, countless souls had already been harvested by the enemy. The device was active, and the forest descended into madness. Ironically, as she frantically explains the horror, Bose and Elif just stare at her, thinking how cute and energetic she looks. Nikita is waving her arms around, animatedly acting out the tragedy. It is a long, dark tale, but the family is just happy to see her. Even though they know the tragic ending, Bose and Elif can't help but smile, blushing at her antics. Nikita pauses, pouting, and asks why they are staring instead of listening. Bose doesn't care about the politics or the war anymore. He pulls them both into a hug, declaring that the past is irrelevant. All that matters is cherishing these few precious seconds. He turns to Li Ping, acknowledging that this impossible reunion is entirely thanks to the young master. Nikita reveals the catch: she is trapped in the card. However, as long as they stay close to the creator Li Ping, the family can manifest and see each other. Her form begins to dissolve into light. She insists she has a duty to fulfill. Elif panics, asking if she's leaving them again so soon. Nikita shakes her head. She isn't going anywhere. She promises to protect Elif forever through the card. As she fades, father and daughter cry out. Her final words echo in the air. Those who believe in true peace shall live forever. With that, her spirit retracts back into card number 4. She rejoins the other harvested souls, and together they vanish into the upper atmosphere. Back in reality, Bose and Elif are sobbing uncontrollably. Elizabeth immediately realizes that their souls just traveled across dimensional barriers. Li Ping, on the other hand, is standing there with a blank expression, having zero clue what just happened. Meanwhile, the father and daughter clench their fists, eyes burning with resolve. They silently vow to serve Li Ping as his most loyal disciples for eternity. Elizabeth is still spiraling, trying to calculate the magical theory. She wonders how Li Ping cultivates energy in alternate dimensions to forge such soul bonds. It is god-tier magic. But naturally, the guy is clueless. Chissy is also confused, but she notices something practical while everyone was distracted drinking the juice. Bose and Elif's power levels surge dramatically. Anne theorizes this power-up is a reward for their bravery against the Black Guild. Chissy feels a pang of insecurity. She mutters to herself, realizing her position is threatened. Despite being the strongest physically, she feels like she let the hero down. Suddenly, the mood shifts. The blonde elf raises her hand, making a selfish, desperate plea. She begs Li Ping to save the entire elven tribe. Elizabeth instantly shuts her down. No, absolutely not. Li Ping, trying to be helpful, awkwardly turns to Elizabeth. He assumes she has some high-tier resurrection spell in her arsenal. Elizabeth breaks it down logically. First, her resurrection cap is 10 people maximum. Thousands of elves were slaughtered. Second, the corpses are tainted by the Black Guild's dark magic. Third, and most importantly, the sacred tree is dead. Without the tree, the elves have no future. Li Ping listens, then casually waves off the third problem. No tree, we'll just plant a new one. He starts quoting old wisdom, saying, it takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to cultivate a person. His point is simple. The investment of time is heavy, but a single seed carries the weight of infinite hope. Of course, this lunatic intends to grow a legendary world tree from scratch. He walks over to the withered stump, noting the damage. The roots are completely necrotic. Reviving the old tree is a waste of time. He kneels and places his palm on the barren earth. He grabs a handful of dirt, analyzing it. To him, it is just dirt no different from the soil in his backyard. But the real issue is... Elizabeth stared, disbelief written all over her face. Normal seeds took centuries to mature. Was this lunatic seriously planning to just replant the sacred tree like a common gardener? The elf interjected, voice trembling with grief. Lady Twyla had sacrificed her very life essence to summon the original tree. That was a miracle. Not something you could just replicate on a whim. Suddenly, Li Ping cracked a confident grin. He claimed he knew a method to grow a tree far faster than simply sticking it in the dirt and hoping for the best. He called out for assistance. Instantly, the four materialized, eager to receive his divine commands, but Li Ping waved them off. He didn't need a crowd. Just watching is enough, he said. Chissy, vibrating with excitement, declared that whatever he needed, she was ready to give it her absolute all. Instead, he asked, do you still have that twig you took from my house? Startled, she summoned the branch, hesitation in her eyes. Is this what you require? He took it from her grasp, shrugging casually, figured it wouldn't be a huge loss for you, so it's fine if I use it up. But Chissy's mind raced to the darkest conclusion. She interpreted his casual words as deep disappointment. He wasn't just taking a twig. He was reclaiming the sacred sword because she had failed him. Desperate to prove her worth, she bowed her head. She solemnly swore to reflect on her actions and be infinitely more attentive from this moment forward. Li Ping walked away, completely oblivious. Chissy punched the earth in frustration, apologizing to the wind and vowing never to falter again. Bo watched, thoroughly intimidated. He's incredibly strict, Bo whispered, even with the sword saint. Elif tried to soothe her. Compared to the atrocities she and her father had committed, Chissy's mistake was nothing. Meanwhile, Rennie spiraled into a quiet depression. even though she had been by the saint's side the entire time. Li Ping hadn't scolded her once. Had she fallen so low in his esteem that he wasn't even disappointed in her anymore? Was she not even worth a reprimand? Chissy stood up and made a shocking proclamation. She no longer deserved the title of Sword Saint. She ordered everyone to erase that name from their memories forever. In the background, Elizabeth nodded in approval. She praised Li Ping's method, publicly punishing the girl so everyone understood the weight of his expectations. But her curiosity was piquing. How would he handle this planting? Resurrecting that many lives was a statistical impossibility, especially for a man with zero magical power. Li Ping tossed the twig onto the barren soil. He dug into his backpack and produced a bag of fertilizer. Back home, he explained, this is how we get things growing. Plant it with this stuff, he noted, and it should shoot up faster than usual. It's all about the fertilizer. He sprinkled a few drops of holy water to fuse the mixture with the earth. Now, he dusted off his hands. We just wait for time to work its magic. But nature didn't wait. Instantly, the roots exploded outward, snaking aggressively through the subterranean soil like living veins. The ground heaved violently. An earthquake ripped through the forest as massive branches erupted, ensnaring nearby beasts in their path. At a mere touch, flesh transmuted into timber. The entire area was being consumed and terraformed. The group watched, paralyzed by confusion. Even the forest elves scattered in blind panic. The atmosphere shifted heavy, ancient, and powerful. This wasn't just a plant, it was the true descent of the World Tree. The barrier surrounding the area began to dissolve into mist. Li Ping, looking genuinely puzzled, turned to Elizabeth. Hey, do you have any idea what's happening right now? Suddenly, the first branch burst into bloom. Throughout the forest, thousands of buds opened, and from within each glowing flower, an elf emerged. They were expelled from the tree's embrace, landing softly on the mossy floor, blinking in confusion at their sudden return to the living world. The tree didn't stop. It expanded relentlessly. Mythical creatures like unicorns began to manifest from thin air. The elf with the eye patch stood frozen, unable to comprehend. He had no idea how such a torrent of magical power was flooding the forest. The sacred tree Li Ping had just planted was outpacing the ancient one by light years. Li Ping watched, jaw dropped. Okay, he muttered. This thing is growing way faster than I expected. Then it hit him. Planting it in elven territory meant the soil was supercharged. The roots were gorging on the ambient energy, causing this explosive growth. Tears welled in his eyes. When it came to magic, this world was truly incomparable. It was beautiful. Elizabeth calculated the cost with a shudder. To resurrect this many souls, she would have had to sacrifice 10 of her own lives. She could recover eventually, sure, but Li Ping, he had achieved the impossible without chanting a single spell or paying a drop of blood. She analyzed the phenomenon. Every flower acted as a vessel for a soul, perfectly cradling the spirit. Simultaneously, the roots greedily absorbed nutrients and magic to reconstruct the physical bodies. Elizabeth understood the theory, but the scale was insane. She had no idea how he fused spirit and body so seamlessly. It was flawless. Even the legendary artifacts she coveted were nowhere near capable of reconstructing life with such perfection. That was when the terrifying truth settled in her mind. The only way something like this was possible was if Li Ping were a divine being, an entity capable of rewriting the very laws of nature. She dropped to her knees. In that moment, she realized the gap between them was infinite. It was no coincidence the clown referred to him as the creator. Bo turned to Elif, voice trembling. Do you feel that? Can you sense the elven aura returning? I feel them, she whispered, eyes wide. It feels like Li Ping just resurrected. Everyone. I sense countless elves surrounding us. Meanwhile, Chissy stared at her hands, the same twig she had treated as a useless keepsake. He had used to perform a miracle. She commented that even with the omniscient vision of the demon's red eye, she couldn't decipher his methods. Li Ping just scratched his head casually. I just tried to help however I could, He approached the pair, dusting off his hands. The rest is up to you guys now. The blonde blinked, completely lost. What do you mean? The rest. Since there was not much left to do, Li Ping explained that the sacred saplings had not yet fully matured. He intended to leave their care in her hands, but the elder lowered her head, insisting she could not shoulder such a burden. Despite her rank, she was the very one who had brought harm to her own people. The guilt was too heavy to bear. A gentle smile touched her lips as she pointed to the group before them, singling out Elif, the daughter of the woman who had once saved her life. As a descendant of the elders, Elif was the chosen one to guard the sacred tree. The boss looked confused, while Elif asked nervously, Are you talking about me?" Li Ping grinned. Realizing the brilliance of it, her mixed human and elven blood made her the perfect bridge. So, it was the ultimate chance to heal the tribe's division. Elif hesitated, trembling at the sheer weight of the responsibility being placed on her. But two heavy hands landed on her shoulders. Both leaders bowed to her, vowing to support her with everything they had. He reminded her of her mother's creed: as long as they carry the title of hero, they must give nothing short of their absolute best. Lenchit, the one-eyed elf, grasped her hand firmly, pledging to continue his duty as general and protect the tribe. United, the three of them steeled their resolve, determined to do whatever it took to make their hero proud. Annie noted that the balance of power had shifted. The Card Guild would now oversee the protection of the elven forest. Chissy watched the scene in silence as Li Ping called out to Elizabeth, signaling it was time to return home. But he paused, sensing a disturbance. He tapped Elizabeth on the head, confused by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. A figure stepped forward, blocking his path. It was Chissy. She had a favor to ask, and the desperation in her eyes was clear. She demanded to know the true essence of the Tai Chase sword. Ever since she began practicing the 10 moves he taught her, she had struggled to rein in the power. She needed to know her flaw and begged him for guidance. Li Ping pondered for a moment before replying, "If you want the truth about that sword's secrets, you must learn to forget everything." Chissy blinked, stunned. Did he just say he forgot? He nodded, suggesting she return to the Sword Saint Guild to train. The three observers were shocked, convinced he was publicly humiliating her. Trembling with indignation, Chissy asked if he was mocking her swordsmanship, she the one who taught the saints of the Sword Guild. What exactly was he implying? That her technique was amateur? Li Ping admitted he could not articulate it well, but the fascination of the Tai Chi technique lay in the concept of the formless sword. He recalled seeing the guild's sword saint during a tournament, using a similar power that extended directly from his fingertips. He figured Chissy would find her answer if she went back. The moment he pointed his finger at her, reality shattered. Her soul was literally ripped from her body, instantly transported to a misty mountain range. What in the world was happening? She was swept away by an invisible force, and when her eyes snapped open, she stood before the towering Konglong Mountains, or wait, no. She was surfing on a flying sword, soaring through the skies toward this place called Konglong. Yeah, folks, I am just as lost as you are right now. She finally touched down at an ancient temple where a sword materialized in her hand. Nearby, children were practicing their forms. An old, bearded master stood before them. He simply stretched out a calligraphy brush, and on that signal, the children launched a synchronized attack on Chissy. In a split second, her sword clattered to the ground, defeated instantly. She appeared younger now. Perhaps this was a regression or a vision of the past. Whether she had de-aged or traveled through time remained a mystery, but she began a grueling cultivation regimen by the waterfall. The children attacked again. She glanced back for help, but the old master did nothing. Once again, she face-planted into the dirt. She landed hard, tossed into the air like a rag doll. Later, she sat at a table across from the old man, a giant incense burner smoking between them. He poured tea and slid the cup toward her. She lifted it, took a sip, and scanned the serene environment, asking if this tranquility was the meaning of the formless sword. She gazed into her reflection in the tea, and suddenly, she was floating above a vast body of water, sword in hand. Things are getting incredibly abstract here, but stay with me. I'm trying to make sense of this trip. She executed a graceful slash against the water, crouched low, and blood began to drip from her lips. The strain was immense. But then, a wave of calm washed over her. The atmosphere settled into perfect peace as she stared at the horizon. Body relaxed. She closed her hand, and the sword sank beneath the surface. She looked up, raised a hand, and performed a slow, fluid gesture. Small plants began to swirl around her. The seasons seemed to shift rapidly, leaves falling as time accelerated. We cut to someone sweeping the courtyard. It was Chissy, now an old, withered woman. Those same devilish children were still training around her, but with a casual sweep of her broom, she summoned a tornado that flung the brats into a corner. They were buried under a pile of leaves. Tea was served once more. The master sat with her, asking if she had finally mastered Tai Chi. Chissy lowered her head, eyes clouded with age and wisdom. "What do you mean?" she asked, explaining that she had completely forgotten why she came here in the first place. The elder replied that if she truly understood the lesson, then it was time for her to leave. Confused, she asked, return to where?" In a flash, she was restored the healthy, vibrant Chissy we remember. The master offered one final piece of advice she needed to find her true self and embrace maturity. "Do not seek to control the flow," he urged, "but become one with it. That is the essence of Tai Chi." Overwhelmed with gratitude, she confessed she didn't know how to repay him for such wisdom and begged to know his name. The master dismissed it as trivial, yet he finally obliged. "I am Jang San Feng. For the uninitiated, that is the legendary founder of Tai Chi himself." And just like that, she faded away, leaving the legend wondering who fate would bring him next. Meanwhile, little Pink stood frozen in shock. While he struggled to process the spectacle, Chissy hovered in the heavens, her power skyrocketing through the cultivation realms at breakneck speed. She had evolved into a 4-star demon king. Annie watched in disbelief, noting that the Sword Saint had just leaped across 3 entire realms in a heartbeat. Aereth and Bose were paralyzed with awe. They knew deep down that only a miracle worker like Little Ping could orchestrate a breakthrough this insane. Chissy touched down gracefully, bowing deeply to thank him for setting her on this enlightened path. She confessed that she finally grasped her past errors and vowed to adhere strictly to his teachings. Her next stop, the Sword Saint Guild. She planned to drop traditional swordsmanship entirely to teach everyone the ways of Tai Chi. Then, in the blink of an eye, she vanished, trailing light like a shooting star. Li Ping waved her off, thinking to himself just how bizarre and unpredictable these powerhouses truly were. One minute they possessed conviction, the next they changed their minds. He turned to the group, asking for their next moves and offering a ride via Elizabeth's teleportation magic. Ella announced her mission to rebuild her tribe. Bose decided to retrieve his cards first, then aid the guild before eventually returning to support the tribe. Annie declined the lift, claiming the teleport made her nauseous, but that was just a cover. She had her own secret destination in mind. Seeing everyone had their own agenda, Li Ping decided he and Elizabeth would head back first. He started poking her impatiently. "What's the holdup? Let's go home already." In response, she simply extended a finger with a lazy stretch. As the teleport spell engaged, the scene shifts to Chissy, soaring high above the clouds and gazing down at the world below. She spotted 2 figures standing before a massive gear members of her own Sword Saint Guild, Ash and the Elder, Bali. Ash, sharp in his suit, finally pieced it together. This was how their guild members were being twisted into these monstrous apostles. The beast looming before them was none other than the 6th pillar demon, Faradizag, roaring that he would demonstrate the true might of the beast race. Faradizag lunged forward, triggering 100% muscle release. Ash barely evaded the strike, panic rising as he asked Elder Bali for orders, but Bali stood firm, telling the boy to stop selling himself short. "Remember," Bali warned, "this old man has already reached the rank of a demon lord." With that, the elder drew his blade. He unleashed the needle flash ability. In a split second, the wolf was transformed into a pincushion, pierced by countless strikes across his body. Even his head and tongue weren't spared. Seizing the opening, Ash leaped back and weaved hand signs that looked straight out of a ninja anime. Concrete binding technique, the spell began to encase the beast, yet the wolf fought through the hardening cement, still charging with savage fury. Ash doubled down, activating blade vibration within the mix to flash harden the concrete prison instantly. The wolf thrashed violently within the trap, eyeing them sideways, as Ash poured every ounce of his energy into maintaining the seal. The concrete shuddered, and the very earth beneath them heaved upward. The pressure was immense. The wolf began coughing up blood. As the beast was crushed and slammed into the dirt, Bali watched calmly from a nearby beam, impressed by the young man's combat prowess. This is exactly why I have such high hopes for you, Bali noted. Ash signaled the vibration was complete, earning a rare nod of approval from the elder. Soon, you will even surpass the blue blade. Ash accepted the praise with humility, promising to advance one step at a time, but fate is rarely that kind. It could not be that simple. The concrete exploded outward as a thick plume of smoke rose. Ash frantically asked if Bali could feel that terrifying aura spike. Focus, raise a barrier now, Bali commanded. Ash instantly triggered the Blade of Darkness, defensive stance ready. He conjured 3 spectral swords for protection, but from the swirling dust, the wolf merely extended a lazy hand. With a simple flick, the defense was obliterated, the sword shattered, and the backlash sent Ash flying toward Bali, coughing up blood. The wolf stepped out, transformed into a sleek, sinister humanoid form. Man, I really thought you two would put up a better fight than that, he sneered. Realizing his rival was right, these gears were just conduits. To access infinite energy, he needed to submerge himself in pure chaotic power. Spreading his arms wide in triumph, he boasted, I have now surpassed even the power of Lord Malfoy. Suddenly slashed 2 clean cuts ripped through him before he could blink. Bali's eyes widened, instantly recognizing the arrival of Chissy. Zero drama, zero wasted time. The wolf collapsed to the ground, dead. As Chissy casually turned to the elder. So, what are you doing out here? Wow. I honestly thought that wolf would be a boss fight, but he barely lasted a single panel. The elder explained that he had traveled south, searching for a small nation that might ally with them in the coming war. Chi-Chi of the Black Guild acknowledged the situation but laid down the law. Everyone had to return to headquarters immediately before making another move. She had a major announcement dropping soon. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the perilous demon realm, deep inside a goblin cave, where a hulking minotaur-like figure stands ready. He remarked that the goblins in this sector were a different breed, entirely isolated beasts that had never laid eyes on a human before. The green-haired man scoffed at the danger, reassuring him that with the green sword and Mr. Travy in their ranks, they were practically invincible. Any goblin foolish enough to show its face would be wiped out instantly. The pink-haired man, presumably the infamous Mr. Travy, chimed in. He grumbled that, if it weren't for a massive debt he owed the Holy Guild, he wouldn't be caught dead in a dump like this. The mage, however, wasn't so confident. The very thought of facing barbaric goblins made her skin crawl. Man, I'm starting to worry. I'm getting serious bad vibes here. This is starting to feel like a twisted episode of Goblin Slayer. The Minotaur explained that the lack of recent competitions forced their hand. Desperate times called for desperate measures, hence the risk. Suddenly, the green sword locked eyes on a massive shadow ahead, swearing to protect the party. The mage's detection gem began pulsing violently, signaling a swarm of creatures closing in fast. The green-haired fighter peered deeper into the darkness. It was too late, they'd been spotted. In a heartbeat, a horde of drooling, grotesque goblins came stampeding toward them. Oh boy. From their guttural screeches, it was clear they were targeting the women. Yeah, definitely getting those horrific Goblin Slayer vibes now. I knew this was coming. The warrior whipped out his giant blade, roaring that he was ready for battle. The goblins looked twisted. Sure. So maybe the team stood a chance. Nope. Instant blood splatter. Travy was already slumped against the wall, life fading. He tried to stammer something about these barbarians having no magic, but a club to the skull silenced him forever. Just like that, the party was wiped out. The Minotaur was decapitated, the green-haired fighter sliced to ribbons, and the mage was already bound and helpless. A massive, obese goblin stomped forward, leering and declaring it was breeding time, but suddenly, an invisible force crushed its hand. It looked like an assault was imminent, but in the blink of an eye, the fat goblin was lying there, completely lifeless. Actually, he had been reduced to slime trapped in a terrifying illusion. The mage stood up, casually licking her fingers. Oh yeah, she's definitely the villain here. She scoffed, remarking that no matter how barbaric a creature is, they all turn into obedient dogs in the end. Floating before her was a mystical gear. Deep in these mountains, she revealed herself Ruth Bader, a 5-star sovereign demon. She leveled up instantly and called out to the shadows, declaring that the unseen observers could stop hiding now. A bald, insect-like abomination emerged, laughing maniacally as hands burst from its torso, and guess who just walked onto the stage? If I'm not mistaken, that's Dargor. He told her there was no need to mask her identity if she truly craved the power of the gear. In fact, she wouldn't even need to hunt down Malfoy. He could hand it to her on a silver platter if she did him a small favor. She narrowed her eyes, noting that the tension between him and the president was palpable. She asked point blank if he was planning to betray the guild. Suddenly, spectral heads began wrapping around him. It was her fatal attraction ability at work, but he just laughed. Telling her to stop wasting her mana, he had zero interest in carnal desires, nor was he interested in betraying Malfoy. Ruth was baffled, wondering what he actually wanted and terrified that he might be at the Demon King level. Realizing her charm had absolutely no effect, she backed down, addressing him respectfully as Lord Exodite and admitting she had no idea how to assist him. He smirked, complimenting her perception, and asked if she was afraid he wouldn't offer a fair price. He explained that the gear she coveted was nothing more than a transitional trinket. If she accepted his contract, she would gain power 10 times greater than that artifact could ever provide. Suddenly, a swirling chaotic power spewed from his mouth. He promised it was potent enough for her to bypass the Demon Lord rank entirely. She could jump straight to Demon King status, becoming stronger than if she had absorbed 1,000 gears. The reason for his generosity, her charm ability was incredibly effective, making her the perfect vessel for his plans. Mesmerized by the swirling chaotic energy and the promise of ultimate power, she didn't hesitate. If that's the case, she grinned, then we have a deal. Meanwhile, back at our dear Li Ping's residence, his little sentient plant was recovering on the floor. He marveled at how amazing the magical world truly was. The fact that plants could understand humans was wild to him. However, he told the little sprout he had to head back home. He wished it a long, healthy life. But the second he walked out the door, Li Ping's other plants turned to stare at the newcomer with menacing intent. He announced his return to Elizabeth, offering her some freshly sliced apples. Still in her adorable chibi form, she flatly refused. She grumbled that healthy apples couldn't compare to junk food. He admitted she was right, but warned her not to gorge herself. He told her to chill while he prepped a snack, but she tossed the healthy food aside, grabbed a Coke, and took a massive gulp. Li Ping wondered what had happened to make her so depressed. She finished the drink, let out a thunderous burp, and then her mood shifted to pure rage. She started spraying Coke everywhere in a tantrum. Li Ping began to sweat, wondering if she was furious because his performance as a hero hadn't lived up to her standards. To her, he is a paradox, he has zero magic, and his swordsmanship is hopeless. She is likely seething just watching a fool like him exist. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is spiraling, dwelling on the absurdity of it all. If he truly stands above the laws of this world, then her centuries of suffering and training were pointless. She comes to a grim conclusion: none of it matters. To him, she is just a stepping stone, a prop for his fame. Or perhaps even less than that, considering he does not even seem interested in conquering her. She has hit rock bottom. She collapses onto the couch, haunted by memories of when she used to rule the entire world. But now, even as a 7-star demon queen, existence feels hollow. Li Ping, on the other hand, is completely clueless about her rage. She is sad, moody, anxious, lethargic, and eating like a black hole. He connects the dots and figures it has to be that time of the month. But they have lived together for a year, and he has never seen her like this. Maybe demon physiology works on a different schedule than humans. He calls her for dinner, expecting her to fly over like usual. Instead, she just faceplants right onto the table. He announces he has whipped up some curry and a special stew. She barely reacts, muttering that she is not interested. She proceeds to shovel the curry into her mouth anyway, then waves him off, telling him to eat the stew himself while she hunts for snacks. But he lifts the lid, insisting she take just one look. She turns, and a blinding golden glow blasts her in the face. It is a medicinal soup, red dates, eggs, and tremella mushrooms. He starts rambling about the preparation method. He scoops up a spoonful and holds it out. She stares at him, clearly finding his enthusiasm creepy. But her expression remains stone cold while he just keeps smiling. He politely urges her to try it. Resigned, she opens her mouth and takes a sip. Instantly, her face transforms. Reality warps. She is suddenly teleported inside a steaming sauna. It is scorching hot. A voice calls out from the mist in front of her. Welcome to the brown sugar sauna. 3 tiny figures appear in the corner, chirping about how excellent the heat is for blood circulation and for restoring vitality. Each figure represents an ingredient, and they announce they exist solely to serve her. A towel lands on her just in the nick of time. Elizabeth clutches it, demanding to know what exactly they mean by service. The little woman on the right explains a full-body massage to nourish her yin energy and perfect her complexion. Suddenly, the broth-like water swirls. Elizabeth finds herself floating weightlessly as the 3 spirits spin her towel. Wham! She faceplants onto the floor. She scrambles to get up, shouting, "What do you think you are doing?" One spirit grabs her hand, soothingly telling her to hush, close her eyes, and just enjoy the massage. Elizabeth tries to pull away, but pauses. Damn it, it actually feels incredible. Another starts working on her back, whispering that this will bring her peace. There is no need to resist. It is an egg white massage, guaranteed to restore youthful skin. The 2 spirits work their magic for a while. Then, the red-faced spirit steps up. "My turn," he says. The little girl notes that Elizabeth still is not fully relaxed, but they decide she is ready. Since her foundation is solid, she can handle what comes next. Turns out, all 3 spirits are female. Elizabeth is confused by their ominous tone. Why would she need to handle it? She doubts these tiny things can hurt her. Then, the old lady cracks her knuckles, saying it is time to stretch some muscles. In a split second, the granny hulks out, turning into a massive bodybuilder physique. Elizabeth freezes, but before she can react, a massive hand clamps onto her calf. The buff spirit grins, warning that this will not be gentle. Elizabeth tries to scramble away, but the others hold her down, insisting this is the only way to open her meridians and force the blood to flow. And so, the brutal chiropractic session, or perhaps extreme myofascial release, begins. Elizabeth screams. It looks like pure torture. But these are not just food spirits. Miss Tremella, with the curly hair, is actually a 9-star saint. The beauty expert is an 11-star saint. And the red-headed bodybuilder, a staggering 17-star saint. Elizabeth is helplessly caught in their transcendent technique. Back in reality, her body surges with power. She levels up instantly, hitting the 8th realm. Li Ping just stands there. He holds the ladle, asking innocently if she is feeling any warmer. Seeing her flushed face, he thinks the home remedy worked. The Demon Queen slowly opens her eyes. He asks if the taste was okay, or if the recipe was too experimental this time. But to her, this is not cooking. It is a flex. It is him proving he can rewrite the laws of the universe whenever he wants. She cannot win. The power gap is an abyss. There is nothing she can do. She might as well just accept her total defeat. Drenched in sweat and speechless, she suddenly poofs back into her chubby form. She mutters that his reality-bending powers are undeniable. Totally helpless, she slumps onto the table. She mumbles that it does not matter what she eats anymore. Nothing changes. Li Ping, completely missing the existential crisis, figures she is still feeling under the weather and decides to let her rest. He promises not to bug her. Then, he mentions he is heading out to train with Alpha and asks if she will be alright home alone. Leaving her sprawled out on the sofa after getting the green light to do whatever he pleased, Li Ping steps out into the fresh air. He immediately spots an empty perch on the tree trunk where Alpha usually lounges. It's no secret the kid has been thick as thieves with Wang Kai lately. Figuring the dynamic duo must be patrolling the grounds, he sets off to track them down. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Alpha is gripping his head, whining about a high-pitched frequency clawing at his skull, while Wang Kai just scoffs, accusing him of faking it to get out of training. Since his sensors aren't picking up a decibel, the mech dismisses it, but Alpha doubles down, swearing this buzzing has been driving him mad for days. He hasn't slept a wink. Suddenly, Wang Kai snaps into combat mode, ordering Alpha to lock and load. Hostiles detected, 3 kilometers out and closing fast. Nearby, a desperate figure dashes through the underbrush, pursued by a pack of bloated goblins. It's Ruth, that scheming mage, playing the victim. She claims this intel fell into her lap by accident, but we know better. Thanks to a tip from Tagore, she's sitting on the holy grail of secrets, the exact coordinates of the legendary hero and the Demon Queen Elizabeth. She figures this target dwarfs Malfoy in raw power. He power leveled her without breaking a sweat. After all, now, the stage is set for her masterstroke. Her charm skill is the ultimate equalizer, letting her dominate foes leagues above her weight class. Even the presence of the Demon Queen won't stop her. The hero is a man. Isn't he that makes him vulnerable? But her internal monologue is cut short when a literal torpedo slams into the earth behind her. She spins around to find her goblin pursuers reduced to smoking craters. And these weren't trash mobs, they were equipped with high-tier dark gear. They shouldn't have been vaporized that easily. Terror grips her heart as a second explosion rocks the forest floor. Wang Kai descends, every weapon system locked on her skull. He demands her clearance code and purpose. Ruth is a trembling mess, her voice caught in her throat. One wrong syllable and she's missed, but then Alpha steps in, playing the role of the gallant idiot. He yells at Wang Kai to stand down, accusing the mech of traumatizing a damsel in distress. Smoothing back his hair, he launches into his introduction. He claims to be the legendary hero's right hand and the true master of the sacred sword. Wang Kai just barks, literally telling him to zip it. Operational security is non-existent with this kid. A mechanical analysis arm extends from the chassis, hovering over Ruth. Is this a monster? A sentient artifact? As the scanning beam washes over her, panic sets in. If they detect her unique energy signature, she's finished. It's do or die. Realizing she's backed into a corner, she triggers her ace in the hole. First strike advantage activated. She casts her ultimate charm spell, instantly. Alpha's eyes glaze over as he slides into a deep trance, hallucinating a glorious future beside Li Ping. In his mind, the hero turns to him as an equal. They're back to back, slicing through copper golems, slaying ancient dragons, and traversing the realms. Endless duels, victory feasts, the works. While his mind wanders through paradise, reality is getting messy. The hallucination shifts. Now he's the admiral of a massive fleet, leading the charge against Queen Elizabeth's dark citadel. The battle is won. The Demon Queen lies defeated at their feet. Li Ping raises his blade, declaring that in his darkest hour, it was Alpha who guided him home. Alpha grins in his dream, basking in the glory of their unbreakable brotherhood. Good to be with you, partner. Bam, an explosion erupts behind Wang Kai. It seems the charm spell fried the robot's logic circuits too. The mech is frolicking across the field, caught in a loop of playing fetch with a phantom Li Ping. Alpha dives, catching a frisbee in midair. They're having the time of their lives. In the dream, Elizabeth is sealing a snack bag while Li Ping gives Wang Kai belly rubs. The mech's heavy artillery powers down. Ruth smirks. As long as a heart holds desire, her charm is absolute. No amount of raw power can defend against it. But suddenly, Wang Kai's HUD flashes red. Virus detected. System integrity compromise. Automatic updates initiated. Downloading vulnerability patch. Complete. The hallucination shatters instantly. The cannon swivels back. Barrel leveled directly at Ruth's forehead. She freezes. Mind reeling. How? Why isn't he swooning? Wang Kai's voice is cold steel. Identify yourself. Explain your unauthorized intrusion into my emotional subroutines. He registers the happiness hack as a non-lethal attack, but an anomaly is an anomaly. Unknown variables cannot be tolerated. Calculation complete, elimination recommended. Ruth's knees buckle. 1 minute she's a queen, the next she's looking down the barrel of a death ray. Wang Kai Alpha, a voice booms through the trees. Freeze frame. The mech's combat mode vanishes, replaced by digital hearts glowing in its optical sensors. Weapons retract. The terrifying war machine transforms into an excited puppy. Bounding toward his master, Li Ping steps into the clearing. I heard a commotion, he says casually. Ruth's eyes widen. It's him. The legendary hero. Finally, a biological male, someone she can actually manipulate. This is her element. The classic hero saves the helpless princess trope. It's a script that never fails. She swoons, collapsing gracefully onto the grass, waiting for his strong arms. But Li Ping walks right past her, staring at Alpha. What's so funny? Alpha is giggling like a maniac at nothing. Li Ping calls his name twice, gets no response, and delivers a sharp reality check slap across the face. Hey, snap out of it. The impact jolts Alpha back to the real world. He blinks, dazed. Li Ping shakes his head. You were acting like a lunatic. You actually scared me. Are you not sleeping enough? Li Ping asks, already turning to walk away. The group follows, leaving the scene. They stroll off, Li Ping lecturing Alpha about the benefits of chopping wood for insomnia. Ruth lies there in the dirt, stunned, realizing not one of them is coming to help her. She stands up with a playful grin, asking if anyone can lend a hand. Li Ping spins around, demanding to know who she is. Meanwhile, back at the base, Elizabeth is busy stuffing her face with chips, blissfully gaining weight. When Alpha crashes in, followed by our boy Li Ping, carrying a strange woman in his arms, Elizabeth's temper flares instantly. Ignoring the death stare, Li Ping asks Ruth if she is injured. She shakes her head softly. No, just a bit dizzy. I need to rest. He gently lowers her onto the couch, completely oblivious to the fact that Elizabeth is ready to tear this woman limb from limb. Li Ping tells Ruth to take a breather while he brews some tea. But from the other side of the couch, Elizabeth is radiating an aura so dangerous it could kill. Alpha and Anka tremble in the corner, pleading their innocence. But Elizabeth isn't listening to excuses. She launches a devastating flying kick straight into the poor beast's face. Alpha instinctively goes for his sword, but he is sent flying across the room before he can even draw it. The air crackles with static. She has clearly misunderstood the situation, but logic doesn't matter as she grabs Alpha by the skull. She roars, demanding to know why Li Ping keeps dragging random people home. Did he think her warnings were just a suggestion? Watching from the sidelines, Ruth realizes the terrifying truth. This is the legendary Queen Elizabeth. She doesn't know why, but she knows she has walked into a death trap. Caught between the Demon Queen and that living weapon, her path is clear: capture the hero Li Ping and use him to assassinate Elizabeth. She triggers Fatal Attraction, locking onto Li Ping instantly, but to her shock, nothing happens. He just keeps walking toward her. Panic sets in. Why isn't the charm working? While she trembles in confusion, he calmly closes the distance. He simply offers her a cup of tea, refusing to accept defeat. She casts Fatal Attraction again, certain that no man can resist it twice. It is a skill that enslaves men, yet Li Ping's eyes just seem to swirl. Or rather, he leans in, noticing her pupils are dilating. You feeling okay? He asks. The girl is sweating, straining to maintain the spell. He pushes the tea into her hands. Don't be so nervous. Just relax. Once you are back on your feet, we'll get you back to the city. She accepts the cup, trembling. Ruth senses a massive surge of magical energy radiating from the liquid. Curious, she takes a large gulp and the power hits her like a truck. In a split second, she evolves. Advancing straight to a 2-star Demon King, Li Ping asks if she is alright, but the cup slips from her fingers, shattering on the floor. She clutches her abdomen in agony. What the hell did he feed her? Suddenly, grotesque purple veins begin to snake across her stomach. Her neck burns with an unbearable itch as she claws at her skin. Li Ping looks on, genuinely confused. Is she allergic to weed or something? Elizabeth steps in, her voice cold. She explains that this woman is just like Chissy, infected by a cursed contract from the Dark Sea. Li Ping turns to the queen, pleading with her to save the girl, just like she did before, but Elizabeth crosses her arms. No, she isn't having it. She knows exactly what Li Ping is doing. He gave the girl that potent tea on purpose. He is trying to force Elizabeth's hand to break the contract, and she refuses to work for free. Writhing in pain, Ruth gasps out a few words. She mumbles about witnessing the greatness of the Creator. Suddenly, she gags. Something is crawling up her throat. With a wet cough, she spits a glob of purple slime onto the floor. Li Ping's eyes narrow. It is the same dark magic from the insects. The slime speaks, its voice gurgling. I infiltrated with absolute stealth. How was I discovered? It snarls, issuing a threat. One day, I will destroy you with chaotic pow. Before it can finish, the cleaning robot sucks it up. Li Ping chuckles nervously. Wow, that was scary. Good thing it is just a bit of dirt now. Elizabeth ignores the banter, turning her gaze to Ruth. Explain, now. Why are you here? Ruth stammers, begging them not to misunderstand. She claims she was forced into this. She realizes now that her contract with Azathoth has been shattered. The combined power of these two monsters far exceeds her expectations. But Elizabeth cuts her off. Don't insult me with lies. Suddenly, the room dissolves. Ruth finds herself standing in a desolate world of bones and skeletons. Ruth panics. She is a demon king too, so why does she feel like an insignificant ant before Elizabeth? Suddenly, Li Ping seems to push through the illusionary barrier. She's been a little moody lately, he says casually, stepping over a skull. He asks Ruth not to take it personally. Just tell us about the Black Guild. Ruth nods vigorously, agreeing to spill everything. Man, this guy takes his role-playing way too seriously. The illusion fades. Elizabeth stares down at the woman. Why is she kneeling? Ruth, trembling, explains that Azathoth, the entity from the dark sea, had enslaved her. She swears she didn't want to commit evil acts and had tried to escape. But she hadn't known about the parasite planted inside her. She looks up at Li Ping with teary eyes. Please, save me. No problem, he says with a shrug. But we need details first. Sometime later, after the debrief, he hands her a fresh set of clothes. She tugs at the fabric. These are a little tight. Elizabeth smirks from the corner. That's because they were tailored for me. The queen adds coldly that regardless of Ruth's sob story, she better be gone before sunrise. However, Ruth decides to come clean. Her original mission was to kill Elizabeth. But after being purified by Li Ping's tea, she is a changed woman. If the demon queen wants her exiled, she will accept it. She wouldn't dare disobey. However, she adds, glancing at the hero, if Li Ping insists I stay, I cannot refuse him. Elizabeth scoffs, calling her shameless. This isn't a charity. You don't get to live here and eat for free just because you made goo-goo eyes at him. Ruth smirked, reciting an old legend that a hero could only be tempted by a maiden likely due to her flawless physique. It was a concept Elizabeth couldn't grasp. Clutching her stomach, the queen asked Ruth point blank, do you genuinely believe that is your true form? With a sharp snap of her fingers, she activated attribute conversion. Guess who's back? Elizabeth asked if this was the perfection Ruth had bragged about, slowly stalking toward her. Ruth stumbled backward as the predator became the prey. Elizabeth leaned in, demanding to know where all that arrogance had vanished to. Watch closely, she hissed. You are nothing before this demon queen. Without hesitating, Elizabeth hurled an entire mountain at her. But Ruth lived for the fight. She reacted instantly, shocking the queen with overwhelming force and overpowering her completely. She laughed right in the queen's face, leaving Elizabeth stunned. Suddenly, Li Ping appeared, demanding answers. Ruth pivoted instantly. She grabbed Elizabeth's arm and forced a slap across her own face, screaming dramatically that if she had sinned, she would gladly accept her punishment. Elizabeth stood stone-faced, unmoved by the theater. Li Ping asked why she struck her. Through fake sobs, Ruth begged him not to blame the queen, insisting the discipline was fair. Li Ping told her to stop crying, convinced it must be a misunderstanding. He turned to Elizabeth for the truth. Ruth waited, certain the queen would try to defend herself. All she had to do was argue, and Li Ping would step in to protect her. But Elizabeth simply shrugged. No justification, she replied coldly. I just wanted to hit her. I don't see the problem. Flustered and embarrassed, Ruth looked to Li Ping for backup. He crossed his arms, calling out to the queen. What is it? She asked. He flashed a thumbs up. If you hit her, you had a good reason. Li Ping explained to Ruth that Elizabeth is a demon queen, meaning she senses dark energies. That slap, probably just an exorcism to clear leftover magic. He patted Elizabeth's head, promised not to disturb them, and walked away. Ruth trembled, silently screaming for him not to leave her alone. The second he was gone, Elizabeth scoffed. A clumsy little trick, she sneered. She warned Ruth with ice in her voice. I don't even consider you a threat, so I won't take you seriously. If Ruth thought she could change the hierarchy in this house, she was vastly overestimating herself. Ruth had just been utterly destroyed at her own game. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Kai was recovering from dinner. Ruth had already evolved into a 3-star demon king. Li Ping offered her more pork over rice, but her nose began to bleed. She refused. She was full. The truth was, she was advancing too rapidly, and her body was struggling to contain the power. Meanwhile, Li Ping piled a massive portion onto Elizabeth's plate. Ruth watched in disbelief. How could they eat high-level energy like it was a casual snack? The problem was clear. Elizabeth was in the realm of a demon king, the apex of this world. The gap between their power levels was insurmountable. Now Ruth was determined to stick to Li Ping. It explained why the Demon Queen had abandoned the world for this man. She slyly commented that Elizabeth had quite the appetite, hinting that maybe Li Ping wouldn't like a girl who ate so much. Li Ping didn't blink. He beamed, saying he was never happier than when he saw her enjoying his cooking. Ruth rested her chin on the table, sighing that she wished she could be someone who had meals made just for her every day. Slam. Elizabeth hit the table. Her appetite was gone. She glared, wondering if her only purpose was to serve as this guy's food tester. She slumped onto the couch. Ruth pushed again, asking if she didn't like Li Ping's cooking anymore. Elizabeth looked at him and spoke. They say when people get what they want, they stop appreciating it. She admitted it was the best food she'd ever had, but the mood was heavy. Elizabeth, however, shook off the drama and went right back to crunching on her chips. Meanwhile, our hero simply assumed Elizabeth's mood swings were due to her cycle, though seeing her sad made his chest tighten. The scene shifted to the bathroom, where Ruth was soaking in luxury. Even the soap here was Li Ping's creation just by scrubbing her body. She ascended to a 4-star Demon King. She marveled at how simple acts like drinking, eating, and bathing were legendary feats in this house. She used to follow the strong to survive in this world, but she never dreamed of owning it all. Now, with Li Ping within reach, she was certain she could achieve the impossible. If she had him, she had the world. She decided to abandon her old self and become someone solely focused on conquering Li Ping. Our boy was sitting in the living room when she shouted for clothes. He thought about fetching some, but she suddenly materialized wearing nothing but a towel. "Don't worry," she cooed. Li Ping tried to point out that she was using his towel, but she slid onto the couch, sitting right between them. She insisted she was fine, claiming Elizabeth's clothes were just a bit too tight, before asking if he was watching something. Explicit. Whatever it was, she clung to his arm, purring that she wanted to watch it right alongside him. But as he pulled away, she clumsily smacked her head against the couch. He brushed it off, telling her to relax while he grabbed some clothes that actually fit. Ruth, clearly annoyed, thought he was trying to slip away again. She stood up, brushing herself off and insisting she was all right. She told herself there would be plenty of chances to seduce him until he eventually crumbled, but suddenly, a hand clamped over her mouth. Elizabeth whispered coldly that her true plan was to bypass a worthless minion like Ruth entirely. Ruth froze, unable to react as Elizabeth mentioned being curious about a certain friend. Specifically, a friend from the Black Guild. Ruth panicked, but Elizabeth warned her to fix her towel, or they'd get the entire broadcast flagged for indecency. Elizabeth assured her she wouldn't kill her as long as she cooperated, but Ruth internally vowed that to conquer Li Ping, she couldn't afford a loss here. She activated her Fatal Attraction skill, declaring she would unleash the terrifying power of a 4-star Demon King. But in the blink of an eye, she was stripped of her confidence, wearing prisoner rags in a dungeon filled with torture devices. "Girl, you better run." Oh no. Footsteps echoed in the darkness, and honestly, even I was getting shivers wondering what kind of monster would step out next. The heavy door creaked open, and Ruth trembled in terror, demanding to know what was happening. This intruder should have been trapped in her illusion, yet Elizabeth stood there, terrifyingly calm, given the horrific surroundings. Gripping a whip, she admitted that Ruth had indeed snagged her in the trap, but she had allowed it to happen on purpose. Elizabeth had dragged her into this nightmare realm intentionally. Ruth stammered, asking if she wasn't afraid of what Li Ping would do. Surely he would be furious if he saw her like this, but the queen simply explained that she had tweaked the settings of this primitive illusion. 1 hour in this hellscape equaled mere 10 seconds in the real world. Once the time was up, they'd return, and it would be as if nothing ever happened. Ruth forced a laugh, asking if this was a ploy to make her give up on Li Ping, but she declared that would never happen. She had already tasted the power that came from his smallest favors. Her future was limitless as long as she stayed by his side. But her defiance was cut short by the first lash of the whip. Elizabeth scoffed, saying she was overthinking it. She only wanted to know where Amelia was. Another brutal strike landed across her thighs and neck. Elizabeth mused that it had been too long since she heard from Amelia. Since the Black Guild clearly wasn't destroyed yet, she needed to know if Amelia had been captured, and she would extract that truth through pain. Ruth cried out, insisting she knew absolutely nothing about it. But Elizabeth just kept the rhythm, telling her to simply endure it. The whip cracked with a bone-chilling force. Ruth was left trembling, sobbing that she truly didn't have the answers. She began begging the Demon Queen for mercy. Elizabeth started to believe her, realizing she really didn't know Amelia's location. Yet, at the same time, she was thoroughly enjoying exacting revenge on this woman, wondering to herself, was this deep satisfaction stemming from pure jealousy over Li Ping suddenly? A voice from the void asked what she was doing. It was our boy, looking stylish as ever, asking for an opinion on his outfit. Elizabeth instantly turned beet red, rendered speechless. Ruth was practically drooling over his look, praising it, but in reality, he was just holding up a plain white shirt to check the size. The mental door slammed shut, and Elizabeth bolted. Meanwhile, Ruth was left sprawled on the floor, exhausted and vowing never to try that again. Li Ping was startled to see Ruth in such a state. Later that night, wrapped in blankets, Ruth still couldn't process the trauma. The fear lingered in her bones. She was a 4-star demon king, supposedly on par with the Sword Queen. She should rival even Blackbeard himself. So why did those two make her feel like an insignificant ant? Suddenly, she shot up, eyes burning with determination to dive deeper and not give up until something outside froze her blood. Elizabeth was standing at the window, pointing 2 fingers at her eyes and then at Ruth, the universal sign for "I'm watching you." Ruth dove back under the safety of her blankets. Elizabeth recalled forcing Li Ping to make a specific promise. He swore he wouldn't let anyone else sleep in her bed. He likely agreed to bring this woman in just to spark some competition. He might be able to rewrite the laws of the world, but he couldn't control emotions. Slowly, she would crush this woman in their little game. And in doing so, she would defeat him too. Morning arrived, and our boy woke up to a strange sight. There was Ruth, frantically scrubbing the floor. He told her to stop, mentioning they had a cleaning robot for that exact purpose. He asked Elizabeth what happened, and she immediately played innocent, claiming she hadn't forced Ruth to do a thing. She insisted it wasn't her problem. Ruth, sweating nervously, chimed in with a forced smile. She claimed she'd made a mess yesterday and just wanted to tidy up, but the truth was the Demon Queen was staring daggers into her soul. Ruth was just desperately looking for a distraction to avoid eye contact. Li Ping approached, telling her to stand up. As he helped her to her feet, Elizabeth watched from the corner until she snapped, slamming her juice down and shoving Ruth aside to grab Li Ping's shirt. He insisted that mopping the floor was child's play and told her there was absolutely no need for such a panicked expression. She attempted to seize the handle, determined to demonstrate the proper technique, but his grip remained ironclad, prompting her to demand an explanation. He declared that rules were rules, advising her to release her grip immediately, the moment she complied. He turned and marched away. He announced he was going to tidy up the rest and instructed them to stay put, leaving them confused about this mysterious regulation he cited. The logic was simple. She had brewed tea this morning, a clear signal her cycle wasn't over and she was likely still in physical distress. As a chivalrous knight, he simply could not allow a lady in pain to perform manual labor. He beamed with internal pride, convinced he had once again diffused the crisis with perfect execution. Ruth, however, seized the chance to mock Elizabeth, agreeing with Li Ping that the queen could indeed be rude and overbearing. The temperature in the room dropped as Elizabeth fixed Ruth with a glare, reminding her that she was leaving today and this was her final warning. One more foolish word, and she would be obliterated where she stood. Ruth quaked in fear, stammering that she was packing her bags immediately. Meanwhile, Li Ping felt like a priceless artifact under the protection of the world's second strongest warrior. Breakfast was served fried eggs. In a steaming pot of ramen prepared by our boy, he flashed a thumbs up inviting everyone to dig in, but Ruth froze, glancing nervously at Elizabeth for permission. Elizabeth snapped at her to eat fast and vanish. Ruth began to slurp her noodles, her heart heavy with the realization that this was the final meal she would ever receive from the hero. Li Ping, oblivious to the tension, asked why the sudden rush to leave, to which Elizabeth coolly replied that she intended to rip open a portal the second Ruth put down her chopsticks. Ruth then questioned why Li Ping was so invested, and he admitted he simply needed to petition Shishi and Mr. Bose for aid. Given that the entire world seemed aligned against the Black Guild, Ruth paused, asking if he meant Chise and Boaz. From the Card Guild, Elizabeth told her to zip it, reminding her that her destination had already been decided and wasn't up for debate. Ruth knew her time here was up, but the pieces were clicking into place. The explosive growth of the Card Guild and Chise's disappearance were tied to this very spot. Li Ping suggested tabling the heavy politics for now. Ruth sipped some water and returned to her eggs, but Elizabeth interrupted. Demanding to know why she was making such a racket, Li Ping then chided the queen, telling her to ease up on the vinegar in her bowl. It sounded like a coded warning to stop being jealous eating vinegar, but in reality, she was literally drowning her noodles in sour sauce. The queen flushed crimson, convinced he was calling out her envy, but he clarified that too much acid would ruin the dish. She looked down, realizing her bowl was a culinary disaster. But pride forced her hand. She slammed the table, insisting it didn't matter because she preferred it this way, and shoveled another mouthful in. He asked if it was truly edible, and despite the agony on her taste buds, she lied and claimed it was delicious, though the overwhelming sourness was clearly twisting her face. She tried to power through, but the flavor was a ticking time bomb. When the sensation detonated, it triggered a flood of memories involving Li Ping. Everything rushed back from the very beginning. Their almost kiss, their fated meeting when she descended from the heavens to battle Wang Kai, to the days they became allies, traveling and conquering the world side by side, intentional or not. He had always been her compass, always right there. But the distance between them had grown. She recently discovered he was a being who wrote his own laws of reality, a tier of power she could never touch. She feared that in his eyes, she was no different from the faceless masses, and his behavior was simply his innate kindness at work. She questioned if she held any unique place in his world, or if this connection was merely a delusion she had constructed in her own mind. The sauce dripped like tears. Overwhelmed by the sourness and her own emotions, she shot up, crying out that it was too much. Screaming Li Ping's name, she slammed her palms on the table and demanded to know if he had ever actually liked her. Li Ping was completely blindsided. His brain stalled, unable to process the sudden outburst, wondering if she was genuinely asking about his romantic feelings. Instant regret washed over her as she realized jealousy had bypassed her brain. Meanwhile, Ruth sat frozen, trying to process if the queen of all people had just delivered a spontaneous confession. Even Alpha and Wang Kai popped up at the window. Drawn by the drama, the blonde one grinned, announcing that a top-tier show was unfolding. Elizabeth roared at them to get lost, and they vanished instantly, whistling innocently as they claimed to be patrolling the courtyard. Elizabeth ordered Ruth to get back to her ramen, startling the girl, then turned her intense gaze back to a very awkward-looking Li Ping. She doubled down, insisting she had asked a question, panic rising. He stammered, asking if she meant she wanted more eggs, or perhaps more ramen, offering to cook whatever she desired. Fed up, Elizabeth told him to stop playing the fool and give her a direct answer. The question was crystal clear, and she demanded a crystal clear response. Li Ping's heart hammered against his ribs. 1,000 scenarios raced through his mind. Should he feign ignorance? Had his cover finally been blown? He debated fleeing versus standing his ground. But the real dilemma was that he couldn't risk offending her. He needed her reputation and power to survive in this dangerous world. Could she actually like him? No. He dismissed the thought as impossible. They were from different stratospheres, and she was a titan compared to him. Yet, he concluded that even with his life on the line, he had to answer with absolute sincerity. Blushing furiously, he hesitated, preparing to speak his truth. It wasn't until Elizabeth slammed her hand on the table, demanding a yes or no, that he finally cracked and admitted the truth. He confessed that he loved how she flared up in anger, her eagerness to devour his cooking, and the way they had explored the vast world side by side. He loved how she shielded him when the odds were stacked against them. He wanted to say more still, but the thought silenced him. He was just a servant, not a friend. She, on the other hand, was the demon queen, the most powerful entity in existence. Elizabeth grew impatient, urging him to spit it out. He decided actions spoke louder than words. It was time to deploy the ultimate comfort food. He told her he had made pudding and went to retrieve it. As he stood, he softened, admitting that this past year with her had been his happiest. If she hadn't crashed into his life, he would still be living in isolation in a world of his own making. He returned with the dessert, explaining that once she finished the bowl, the answer would be clear. Elizabeth's eyes lit up. She claimed she understood the hidden message perfectly. He couldn't voice his feelings directly. That would violate his strict code as the architect of laws. This pudding was his loophole, the perfect medium. If she accepted the spoon, she was effectively saying yes to his heart. It was a silent proposal. She reached out, trembling, but at the last second, he snatched it back. Forget it. Elizabeth froze. Why? He simply muttered that there were rules. The poor girl had been visualizing their wedding day, only to be shut down. With one hand casually in his pocket, he claimed the logic was simple. How could she not see it? He leaned in, slamming his hand against the wall to box her in. He explained that his affection, son was irrelevant before the law. As the president, he was the author of the 10 rules, and they were absolute. He tilted her chin up, intensifying the gaze. Do you understand? Back in her room later, Elizabeth cursed those stupid rules. Bizarre illusions clouded her mind. Li Ping, however, was operating on the logic of his homeworld. To him, the rules were non-negotiable. He was sweating bullets because, back on Earth, you never let a woman eat cold sweets during her cycle. That was the law, but Elizabeth was already breaking down. Rules, rules, always rules, she sobbed. She realized that to him, she was just another subject to be governed. She wasn't special. A single tear traced her cheek before she vanished in a flash of teleportation magic, leaving Li Ping dumbfounded. He assumed she had deduced his feelings and fled in disgust. The harsh truth. The guy had zero experience with women. He had no clue what she was thinking. He just wanted to avoid making things awkward. He had tried to keep a respectful distance. Ruth, watching from the shadows, saw the whole train wreck unfold. She knew those two idiots were head over heels for each other. But chaos is a ladder, and she saw a way to climb it. Since the queen was gone, Ruth volunteered to devour the pudding. Li Ping shut her down instantly. Why? She asked theatrically. She's not even here. He walked to the fridge, turning his back on her. It might sound strange, but that pudding was a sacred bond between him and Elizabeth. He made it for her, and her alone. If Ruth wanted sweets, she could have the cheap store-bought junk he picked up on his trip. Ruth's face fell. Ordinary food wouldn't cut it. She craved what Elizabeth had the exclusivity. This was her golden window before the queen returned. Cut to Elizabeth. She reappeared at the house, eyes dry, emotions processed. She was ready to face the music, but the silence was deafening. Where was everyone then? A rhythmic thumping echoed from behind a closed door. Terror gripped her. She crept forward, pushed the door open, and screamed, "What the hell are you two doing? Please, God, let it not be that." Li Ping stood there, face flushed pink. Elizabeth's knees gave out. She collapsed, begging them to stop. Meanwhile, Ruth was muttering deliriously, believing the fruit was ripe for the picking. She was losing her mind in a fantasy when a hand slapped her cheek. Reality snapped back. It was Li Ping. She had been trapped in an illusion the whole time. He stared at her. "What are you laughing at? You still hungry?" "No," she stammered, claiming she felt dizzy, probably just lightheaded after breakfast. Or the lingering corruption of the black deal. Seeing her sway, Li Ping panicked. "You going to faint?" He steadied her by the shoulder. "Rest on the sofa." Ruth scoffed. "Why there?" "If I'm going to recover," she purred, "I need Li Ping's bed. It's purely for medical reasons." "I'll be comfortable. You'll be comfortable. It's a win-win." Li Ping blinked, completely lost. Why did he need to be comfortable before he could run the calculations? Ruth was already dragging him down the hall. Feigning weakness, she stumbled toward the bedroom. "Oh, it's so cozy in here," she cooed, once inside. The predator had cornered her prey. Li Ping tried to protest, but the trap was already sprung. She thought she had him in her clutches the moment he stepped close. But Li Ping, his reflexes are on another level. He grabs a rolling chair and sends it drifting straight at her. It's a perfect hit. Ruth goes spinning back with serious style, slamming hard into the desk, causing the books to shudder while Li Ping offers a polite apology. He claims the ergonomic chair is super comfortable and perfect for taking a load off, completely ignoring the massive lump forming on her forehead as Ruth reluctantly agrees. She admits it is indeed quite nice, but karma strikes instantly as the books from the overhead shelf come crashing down, bouncing off her head and slamming her into the desk a second time. Li Ping apologizes profusely again, explaining those are just some casual notes he scribbled down to kill time during a solitary confinement. Ruth sits there, seething with frustration, unable to comprehend how this guy is completely immune to her seductive atmosphere. But then, a light bulb moment, she stares at the manuscripts he wrote and suddenly stands up, asking if she can take a look at his literary masterpieces. Lei Ping gives the green light, but warns they might be dry reading. Ruth ignores him and starts hoarding the books, realizing that even with his unlimited power, if she can uncover his hidden carnal desires through his writing, she can defeat him. She spins around in the chair, triumphantly holding up a specific volume. She announces she wants to start with this one, and the moment Lei Ping leans in to answer, she triggers her ultimate skill, Fatal Attraction. As she finally caught Lei Ping in her trap, the scene shifts, and suddenly she's draped in a silk nightgown, whispering that he has finally arrived. But our boy has transformed into a blue-collar repair technician, asking if she requested any maintenance services, to which she coyly replies, yes. She directs him to the bathroom, claiming the shower is broken, and he calmly assesses the situation, promising it will be an easy fix. He twists a single screw and bam, a high-pressure jet of water blasts out, soaking her instantly while she awkwardly feigns embarrassment. But Lei Ping just shuts the valve, declares the job complete, and turns to leave, desperate to keep him. She mentions she has a very impressive skill to show him. She asks if he wants to see it, and Lei Ping's interest is finally piqued. He asks if he can really take a look. She purrs that not only can he look, but he can also touch. Suddenly, the illusion warps, and a full-blown workshop materializes right on her back. He ignores her completely and grabs a Nimbus 3000 drill, gushing about it being the perfect model, leaving Ruth utterly baffled. She wonders why industrial tools are invading her romantic illusion, only to realize the book she grabbed was titled The Final Temptations of the Repairman. Lei Ping explains it's just a technical summary he wrote when he first arrived, cataloging every type of tool he could imagine. He gets weirdly emotional about how time flies, while Ruth, now visibly irritated, asks why on earth he named a hardware manual The Final Temptation. He looks away awkwardly, suggesting she might be too direct and perhaps she should try appealing to his preferences through a different angle. Ruth doesn't give up. She grabs another manuscript titled Thoughts on Medical Care, and immediately the scene shifts to a sterile medical office. She walks in calling for the doctor, and there he is, Lei Ping, in a white coat, welcoming her to the Lei Ping Health Club. He asks for her symptoms, and she sits before him, putting on a fragile act, claiming she feels exhausted and needs his personal attention. He grabs her wrist to check her pulse and immediately diagnoses her with weak energy, an unstable heart, and a severe kidney deficiency. He identifies it as a yin deficiency, and she eagerly asks for treatment, hinting that if she's satisfied, she might pay him in other ways. Before she can finish her innuendo, a cup of dark liquid is splashed directly into her face, making her recoil in shock. Lei Ping calmly offers her traditional Chinese medicine, instructing her to drink it twice a day for a full recovery, while Ruth sputters an apology. She claims she can't stand the smell of the herbal brew and suggests a massage would be better. Lei Ping nods, mentioning he knows a bone-setting technique. He claims it's much more stimulating than medicine, but warns she will need to remove some clothing. Intrigued, Ruth eagerly agrees. Thinking she has finally taken control of the narrative, she waits as Lei Ping gently places his hand near her neck, telling her to relax. As she leans in, curious about his touch, he suddenly violently cracks her neck in a brutal chiropractic adjustment. He follows up with 2 rapid, bone-crushing presses along her spine to align the vertebrae. It looks excruciating, and she is definitely in agony. Lei Ping places his hand beside Ruth's head and tells her to stay calm, assuring her that if she survives this process, all the impurities in her body will be eliminated. Another loud crack echoes through the room, and he asks how she is feeling. He asks if she feels more relaxed, and despite being overwhelmed by the intensity, Ruth admits her body actually feels much lighter. But then, her body gives out and she collapses to the floor, instantly snapping back to reality. She's holding her head and screaming in pain. Lei Ping warns her to be careful, explaining that the techniques in that book were designed by professionals. He advises her not to imitate them or she could get seriously hurt, apologizing while saying he understands the confusion now. The backlash is so severe she actually de-levels from a 4-star demon queen down to a 3-star scrub, realizing her charm isn't working on Lei Ping at all. It's the books that are pulling her into their own internal logic. But there is still one volume left, Campus Memories of Complex Relationships. She is absolutely certain that inside this high school drama, she will find the perfect scenario to finally conquer the legendary hero. It is too rare of an opportunity to pass up. The scene shifts, and we see our boy in a classroom setting, looming over her like a giant. The teacher asks if he has finished his homework and says she will check it, but he casually replies that it won't be necessary. He had finished the assigned work ages ago and was already deep into solving his own complex equations. The teacher leaned in, expecting doodles, but found a chaotic mess of geometry. He was calculating the precise conditions for a triangle's angles, two semicircles trapped within a square, isolated areas calculated with surgical precision. It was a relentless study of space and circles. Ruth stared at the page, wondering if these were magic circles. The ancient, mysterious formulas exerted a crushing invisible pressure just by being looked at. She felt certain that mastering these symbols would reveal the very truth of the universe. But the complexity was suffocating. Li Ping scoffed, claiming it was just basic high school math, while Ruth, looking pale and weak, warned him not to push himself too hard. She told him to relax, but a sudden noise shattered the academic atmosphere. His phone was ringing. A girl's photo lit up the screen. Li Ping stood up abruptly, telling the teacher he had to bounce because his girlfriend was calling. The teacher exploded, scolding him for the phone and the romance, but Li Ping remained ice cold, replying that none of this was real anyway. "I graduated years ago," he said flatly. "If you want proof, I can recite the entire table of derivatives right now." He began chanting an endless stream of complex formulas and calculations until the teacher clutched her head, begging him to stop. The mental assault was too much. Ruth collapsed to the floor, clutching her head, while Li Ping casually stood beside Elizabeth. By the door, the numbers kept swirling, invading Ruth's mind until her brain completely overloaded. Meanwhile, Li Ping and Elizabeth shared a calm look as he stepped into the blinding light, leaving Ruth behind. She screamed, begging him not to abandon her, when suddenly, snap, the illusion shattered as the book clamped shut. She jolted back to reality, safe in her room, with Li Ping handing her something. He scratched his cheek, admitting the book was a little embarrassing. "Just forget you saw it," he said. It was supposed to be a workbook for geometry problems, but somehow it had twisted into a melodramatic high school romance. Ruth sat there, the concept of pure love echoing in her mind. She finally understood why her heart ached so badly. A buried memory surfaced. Her old captain. He had promised to protect her forever. They had embraced, but the memory warped, showing her broken on the ground. She asked him why. Why promise protection only to cast her aside? But it wasn't just betrayal, it was a transaction. He was abandoning her for another man. He looked down at her coldly. "If you don't please the old man, you're useless to the guild. You won't qualify for the dungeon. You won't make money." Something snapped inside her. She drove a blade through his chest. She drained every drop of his energy. In that moment of bloodshed, her charm ability awakened, and she began to wander the continent. She became a predator, seducing victims and devouring their life force. The more depraved her acts, the stronger she became. That was how she ended up in the Black Guild. But deep down, the carnage was just a desperate attempt to forget the love she lost. Snapping back to the present, she tapped the object Li Ping gave her. It emitted a soft, resonant hum. Her aura shifted instantly. Li Ping watched in confusion as she floated into the air, literally transforming into a holy saint. He had no idea why she changed. She thanked him, eyes glowing. "You've awakened me," she declared. "Now, I have a mission. I will spread true love across the world and vanquish evil." And with a single musical note, suddenly she vanished into thin air. Li Ping stood there, completely bewildered. "How do people in this world even fight?" he muttered. The scene shifted. Deep in the demon realm, a mutant rat gnawed on machinery until a monstrous cat appeared, crushing and devouring it in one bite. The beast looked down at a swarm of flies, its body twisting. The rat it ate began fusing with its own limb, a grotesque mutation. Dark energy pulsed through a tunnel, leading to a massive chamber. There, resting inside a purple shell, was a pulsating golden egg. A drained clone of Malfoy stood before it. This was Amelia's egg, Malfoy muttered to himself, his voice dripping with envy. She got so close to the queen. He had viewed their shared memories, and he was awestruck. Her Majesty hasn't changed a bit, still as stunning and captivating as ever. The small robot at his side interrupted. "Master, Samuel and Ruth have been missing for some time. It is highly likely they have betrayed us." "So what?" Malfoy replied, staring at the egg. "Let them leave if they want." "I don't care." The robot persisted. The agent sent to the Elven Kingdom has also vanished. Furthermore, rumors suggest the Card Guild has completely taken over that territory. The robot knew Malfoy had drained the egg's magic, yet he did nothing about the Demon Queen. Why do you hesitate? Malfoy's expression remained cold. None of it matters. What's lost is lost. I succeeded in the only thing that counts, catching Elizabeth's attention. She sent Amelia to kill me. She knows I exist. The robot processed this, wondering if Malfoy's apathy was a result of losing his accumulated power. The machine whirred, deciding it must take drastic measures to help its master rise again. Suddenly, the egg begins to shudder violently. Malfoy demands to know the source of this crushing pressure, but the robot shrieks a frantic warning. She has returned. Malfoy admits he already sensed it, but trapped in his current state outside the demon realm, he is powerless. Elizabeth manifests, tears streaming down her face. She reflects on the ancient laws of the Creator, how her emotions are supposed to be meaningless. A single tear falls, striking the barren earth. The ground instantly erupts with life, a lush field blooming from her sorrow. She collapses, consumed by self-hatred for him, for herself, for everything. She cannot believe how pathetic she has become. Mourning over something so trivial, she steels herself, deciding none of it matters. She tells herself she can survive without them, but for them, losing an irreplaceable existence like her would be a fate worse than death. Then, she freezes. She senses something. She knows Amelia is in this realm. Why hasn't the mission been completed in a heartbeat? She rockets into the sky, the creatures below screaming in terror. She glides past them effortlessly, ripping the dark gears from their bodies in midair. With a flick of her wrist, she tosses the machinery upward and obliterates it. She mutters in disgust at the corruption surrounding her. It is spreading like a plague. Although she only came to observe, she decides to purge this filth entirely. Then she shakes her head. No. She is no longer connected to him. She must focus on her own duties. Elizabeth spots a gaping dark abyss and questions why Amelia would be hiding down there. If her subordinate has accepted this vile power in a desperate bid for strength, then Elizabeth has truly overestimated her. She screams Amelia's name, her voice thundering across the wasteland, but the egg remains motionless. She knows Amelia is bound by their contract. She can never voluntarily disobey. There is only one explanation left, but Elizabeth refuses to believe it. Amelia is a golden dragon. Here, within the domain of a demon king, it should be impossible for anyone to defeat her. Elizabeth raises her hand, and dark energy floods the soil. A massive spectral hand erupts from the earth, dragging the egg from the abyss. She examines it with intense scrutiny. With a sharp squeeze, the shell fractures, and the egg floats toward her. Elizabeth casts a spell and lays her hand upon it. The casing shatters completely, revealing Amelia within, but as the dragon's form becomes clear, Elizabeth freezes at the sight of her chest. That mark. Elizabeth admits she underestimated the Black Guild. Amelia has been drained dry, her life force and magic are gone. All that remains is an empty vessel. Elizabeth kisses Amelia's forehead and invokes the forbidden 1,000-year life spell. The resurrection completes, and Amelia's eyes flutter open. Elizabeth demands an answer immediately, but Amelia only stares blankly and asks, "Who are you?" In the same breath, Amelia seems to wonder who she is herself. The realization hits Elizabeth like a physical blow. Someone has stolen Amelia's soul and memories. She swears a blood oath to find that cursed Malfoy and obliterate his very existence. Her aura explodes outward, sweeping across the entire planet. The Demon Queen's gaze activates. In the middle of a distant battle, a warrior freezes, feeling eyes watching him. The Sword Saints Guild senses the surveillance instantly. The same dread washes over the Elven Kingdom, and even Tigor pauses. Tigor mutters that it is time to return to the Dark Sea. Meanwhile, Alpha and Ankai stroll calmly, already accustomed to her terrifying presence. Our boy, however, is devastated. He is on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the agonizing distance growing between them. He stares at his system screen, wondering if this gaze is a provocation and debating whether he should launch an attack. It is unclear if he is the only one sensing this, but Elizabeth sees it all. She watches every reaction. A wave of relief washes over her as she sees his distress. His pain proves he still cares. Finally, she's caught him off guard. She snaps back to reality, reminding herself this is no time for sentiment. She gently cups Amelia's face and pulls her into an embrace, promising to restore her stolen memories. The scene shifts. A holographic map displays the Black Guild's territory. The Sea of Emptiness, the Poison Swamp, and the Infernal Volcano, the next stage of the Demon King's training grounds. Elizabeth's purple egg is located there. The robot asks why they teleported to this specific spot. Malfoy presses a button on his throne, explaining that he has erected a barrier specifically designed to counter Elizabeth's magic. Here, they remain undetected. The confused robot asks if finding Elizabeth wasn't the ultimate objective. Malfoy confirms it is, but that is precisely why. He must be in peak physical condition before facing her. The robot struggles to remain composed, asking if there is any way it can assist its master. Malfoy replies calmly that, for now, the machine can do nothing. This is a war of attrition, a test of patience. The one who endures the longest will claim victory. He begins reciting ancient proverbs, all preaching that patience yields the ultimate reward. For a man who has waited this long, waiting a little longer is effortless. He turns his attention back to Amelia's stolen memories, commenting that beyond the strategic value, watching these recollections is a source of immense entertainment for him. The robot grows increasingly frustrated. It knows talk is cheap for the old man, but Malfoy needs to realize that the rival guilds are gaining power every second, while their own influence is steadily crumbling. Meanwhile, back with Liping, he casually remarks on the situation. It feels like an eternity since she walked out that door, and as the blade slices through the onions, tears sting his eyes, masking the real pain as he prepares a batch of soup. This dish never failed to lift her spirits, but as he sweeps the chopped vegetables into the simmering pot, he has to wonder if his heart is wearing its feelings a little too openly. After all the chaos they have endured, is a simple friendship even possible anymore? The soup sits steaming on the table as he nervously checks the clock. She should have returned by now. Suddenly, the latch clicks and the door swings open, his face instantly lighting up with a rush of hope and excitement. But his heart sinks when he sees only Alpha and Wang Kai standing there. Speaking of unexpected guests, have you dropped a like on this video yet? Your support helps Mamoru cook up more juicy content for you to enjoy, so make sure to ring that cheeky little notification bell, and I am out.